Namaste and good morning. I feel very happy to welcome you on this beautiful day, which is the second day of our first International Web Conference on Advances in Material Science and Applied Biology 2022, organized by Raya Shikshan Samsthas Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli. The most useful asset of a person is having a head full of knowledge and heart full of love, with ears open to listen and hands willing to help. With this note, let us initiate today's first oral presentation session. But before that, let us have remaining 3 posters, which due to some technical issues, we couldn't complete yesterday. So I request Sasane sir to start first poster presentation.
Thank you, madam. Let us start the poster number 5.
Welcome to all participate and organized committee, the first international web conference of a material science, the Ramanandnagar, Burli. Today we have my presentation, is the poster presentation, the preparation of a carbon quantum dot from bio-waste material of a energy storage device. The most of promising material for the nanotechnology, including the new class of a fluorescence of a carbon quantum dot. The carbon quantum dot having the size is less than below 10 nanometer, and the carbon quantum dot is where first discovered is exhibited in 2004 is accidentally during the purification of a single walled carbon quantum dot. The carbon quantum dot having the structure of a carbon quantum dot, the carbon quantum dot having the larger band gap, having the dot of carbon quantum dot having size is below 10 nanometer, having the various functional group is attached to the carbon of the surface, having very oxygen contents group present in the COH, HO and CHO is a various functional group is attached to the carbon quantum dot from a bio-waste material. The carbon quantum dot is excellent properties and unique properties have a carbon quantum dot having a photoluminescence, biocompatibility, tunable surface functionalities, water solubilities, low toxicity and good photostability, small size, chemical stability, tunable photoluminescence, UV conversion, having the various excellent properties of a carbon quantum dot. And various carbon quantum dot is a various application of the carbon quantum dot, bioimaging, electronic sensor, photocatalyst. But most of a carbon quantum dot is a properties applications of a energy storage device. The carbon quantum dot is a various recent year is the simplest method is the carbon quantum dot is the hydrothermal method is the synthesis adding to a top down and bottom up method. The hydrothermal method is the bottom up method. The carbon quantum dot having a various parameter is the synthesis parameter is the hydrothermal method like time, temperature, water ratio, pH, solvent type and precursor type. The most of the pH of a carbon quantum dot is a 7 and nutrient and like electrochemical performance of a depend on the bio-waste material and chemical depend on the pH. The all bio-waste material various type precursor, solvent type and water ratio. The most of the time ratio depend on the temperature and key parameter is the temperature depend on this synthesis material depend on this synthesis material of time and temperature. All the bio-waste material is the most of application the application is the energy storage device. The various applications of a energy storage device like a battery, solar cell, fuel cell, supercapacitor CV curve, EIS battery, for example, lithium-ion battery, solar cells, fuel cells are used in applications of a carbon quantum dot. The synthesis of a carbon quantum dot is a slide presentation is a reference. The development of a carbon quantum dot is a technical applications, and second reference is the application of a graphene quantum dot is an energy storage device. Thank you.
Is participant is present in the meeting? Raise your hand. Yes.
Yes, she is available.
Available, sir.
Okay, Patil, is there any difference between carbon quantum dot and graphene quantum dots? Can you elaborate?
Participant, unmute from yourself.
Carbon quantum dot is a size below less than 10 nanometer.
And what about graphene quantum dots? Is there any size restriction?
No, size
When we should call them as a carbon quantum dot and a graphene quantum dot? Both they are similar, or can we differentiate between them depending on their size or properties?
साईज वरती त्याच्या डिपेंड असणार आहे तो, कारण की कार्बन क्वांटम डॉट असणार आहे ग्राफीन क्वांटम डॉट मध्ये ग्राफीन क्वांटम डॉट जो असणार आहे सर त्याची साईज आपली 20 नॅनोमीटर पर्यंत असू शकते, पण कार्बन क्वांटम डॉट ची जी साईज असणार आहे ती लेस दॅन बिलो 10 नॅनोमीटर असणार आहे.
Okay.
Okay. If any question from participant, they can ask them. I hope there is no question. Shall I move forward, sir?
Yes, sir, you can continue.
Okay, poster number 10. Let us see the poster number 10.
Welcome all. This is Faisal Fadi Faisal from Shifaji University, Kolabor, PhD, and our supervisor, Bilavia Cell. Toxicology effect insecticide vermicalibri on clinical gene contact freshwater fish, Carinus mergila. Abstract introduction. Vermicalibri clarified pesticide and selective insecticide conformity used to control a bit on grow plant. The main mechanism of the action of vermicalibri is to block enzymes that result is smashed and cymobotomes of intensive stimulation. The selective insecticides commonly used to control a bit of vegetable million protein acute. The most harmful effect on the plant transaction of virus. Most insecticides have been behind toxic on non-track organism. So, a get control of head due to soil currents and drift water insecticide. Nearby water presence. It can direction affected water, the normal flow and phoneme. Material and method. Collection of fish. Government fish seized production and ranged center dam district Satara. Acclimatization of Spearman class query for 7 days. Toxi test. Toxi test select Spearman Carinus mergila length 6 minus NAS 8 weight 9 NAS minus 11. Citation post-tension of Carinus mergila. Extremal group. Control group zero concentration group al C50 concentration group. Study of title glycogen content. After 96 hours of the conventional fisheries from control group LC0 and LC50 concentration group, we have selected the total glycogen content was estimated by Bison and Zand method and tissue like gill and muscle, liver and brain. This is the result. Section. The present study is the post the glycogen 96 hour of Burli at LC0 and LC50 concentration destruction total glycogen content. The glycogen contact was destruction in the LC0 construction group fisheries and the LC50 construction exported group fisheries and to control the group fishes which were never exposed to any toxin. And the present study after expansion of the 96 hour in the fisheries fish Carinus mergila selected glycogen contact measured be due to toxin and fish tissue, which can lead to damage the tissue and elevated carbohydrates metabolic pathway. Conclusion. I can be collected the selection total glycogen contrast the liver muscles brain the gill this tissue of the fisheries Carinus mergila exposed to the value of insecticide Burli insecticide that Burli of stability or extract carbohydrates, the metabolism and glycogen storage. This is a reference. Thank you very much. So we have
participant is present in the meeting. I think he is not present in the meeting. Shall I move forward?
Okay, continue, sir. Continue.
Let us move forward. The poster number 11.
Hello everyone, I'm Prachi Jadhav.
From Yashwantrao Chavan Institute of Science, Satara, MSc second year student of physics subject. I'm so glad you could join me today. I'm very thankful to organization committee for this international conference. I'm very excited about today's presentation. Today I am going to talk about synthesis and characterization of nickel oxide nanoparticles for degradation of malachite green dye. We all know that industrialization is increased and industry uses water in high quantity. It produces waste in high amount, and because of this water get contaminated. So we have to make this contaminated water pure and useful. For that, we first work with small scale to degrade water contamination. Here we study dye degradation of malachite green dye in nickel oxide solution. We synthesize nickel oxide by chemical bud deposition method. For that, we use nickel sulfate as precursor and mixture of double distilled water and ammonia solution as solvent. The prepared powder of NiO were annealed and characterized by FTIR, UV visible spectroscopic technique, and SAME respectively. NiO is a material which is p-type semiconducting material of low cost. It is easy to synthesize. It is thermally and chemically stable, having wide band gap of 3.6 electron volt to 4 electron volt. This is the crystal structure of nickel oxide and powder form of nickel oxide. Crystal structure of nickel oxide adopt the NaCl structure with octahedral Ni2 plus and O2 minus sides. The conceptual simple structure, like many other binary metal oxide, NiO is often non-stoichiometric, meaning that the Ni as O ratio deviates from 1 as 1. This is the image of annealed NiO. Here you can see the deposition of NiO on glass substrate. This deposition is taken by chemical bud deposition technique. Here you can see the schematic diagram of chemical bud deposition method. NiO is synthesized by various techniques, but we are using chemical bud deposition method because this method is relatively inexpensive, widely used for nanomaterial synthesis, and convenient for large area deposition. This is the experimental setup, and it requires temperature controller, water bath, reaction bath, substrate holder, thermometer. Here we see the graph of characterization techniques which confirm that prepared material is nickel oxide by giving the results of various parameters. By FTIR result, we confirm NiO stretching and NiOH bending vibration from the observed peak. The peak observed at 3440 per cm corresponding to water content. By UV visible spectroscopy result, we observe that absorption graph which having absorption of 1.75 in the range of UV light at wavelength of 220 nanometer. Same image of NiO material shows nanoflex morphology. Now here we see the photocatalysis. This prepared nickel oxide material used for photocatalytic dye degradation of malachite green dye. Some information about malachite green dye is malachite green dye is organic compound and it is highly toxic. Photocatalytic dye degradation is a process which contains degradation of pollutants and bacterial disinfections. It reduces CO2 gas from energy fuels. After taking some readings of photocatalytic dye degradation of malachite green dye, we observed a graph of absorption. This is the graph of absorption. Here we can see absorption graph of malachite green dye for 10 mg powder of nickel oxide, which is degraded in 5 ppm solution of malachite green dye. We vary time here for 1 hour. We got 12.6% of degradation of malachite green dye. We would like to increase time of degradation, which will shows good results than this. This is our study of dye degradation till now. I would like to share our further work after this successful dye degradation. We would like to do dye degradation for rhodamine B, methylene blue and Congo red dyes. We would like to work on gas sensing for NO2 gas using NZNO, PNIO heterojunction and PONIO sample. Also for gas sensing using doped NIO and ZNO. Now, I would like to express my special thanks of gratitude to my mentor, teachers who helped me in this poster presentation, and also our principal who gave me this opportunity to participate in a poster presentation of international conference. I would like to thank Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, for arranging this international web conference, and also thank for giving opportunity to participation. This is my presentation on synthesis by characterization of nickel oxide nanoparticles for degradation of malachite green dye. Thank you.
Okay, over to Tadugade madam.
Thank you all the poster presentators, and thank you Mr. Sasane sir for your technical support. Now we have to start our oral presentation session. I want to request Mr. Dinesh Sasane sir to start oral presentation session. Over to the Sasane sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello everyone, I am Mr. Avadut.
Let us see the oral number first.
Research Scholar, Department of Chemistry, Yashwantrao Dhawan, Institute of Science, Satara. I am here to express a oral presentation on chemical synthesis of alpha ep2o3 nanoparticles for its photocatalytic and antimicrobial activity. Here we focus on iron nanoparticles because these iron nanoparticles are available, or we can synthesize these nanoparticles by very simple manner. In the introduction, how we prepare these nanoparticles, here we use a green method or green methodology to synthesize these alpha ep2o3 nanoparticles. In this methodology, we use a cell-free extract of Aspergillus oryz as a microbial culture. Why here we focus on this microbial culture? Because if we use a chemical method, or if we use total chemical method, then there is agglomeration of nanoparticles takes place, and we cannot control the size of particular nanoparticles. And hence, in green methodology, we focus on some microbial methods. That is, we use this culture of microorganisms or cell-free extract. Then again, by using this microorganism cell-free extract, we can synthesize the different nanoparticles or nanomaterials, like we can synthesize gold nanoparticles, silver nanoparticles, platinum, etc. Microorganisms are known to produce inorganic material either in intracellularly or extracellularly. That is, here we have to choice to form different types of nanoparticles. Then why we focus on this biological method? Generally, by using this biological method or biological methodology, we reduce toxic chemicals, we use a eco-friendly, then again we comes to economically viable method and easier to synthesize. By using this green approach or biological methodology, we can control the size, we focus on its shape, there is a need to focus on the control of pH, and there is no need to increase the temperature or very hazardous chemicals in this method. For the synthesis of this alpha F2O3 nanoparticles, we use a chemical precursors like ferrous sulfate tetrahydrate and ferrichloride hexahydrate with a 3:2 proportion, or here we have to choice how to change the proportion to control the size and its magnetic characters. Here we use 3:2 proportion of ferrichloride hexahydrate and ferrous sulfate tetrahydrate. And for a reduction purpose, here we use a microbial culture. After synthesizing these nanoparticles, we check a crystalline nature of these nanoparticles by using X-ray diffraction techniques. This is the XRD pattern of our synthesized nanoparticles. We confirm the crystalline size by comparing it with JCPDS card as shown in the figure. After confirming the size or after calculating the size by Debye-Scherrer formula, we can synthesize this alpha F2O3 nanoparticles up to the size of near about 18 nanometers. Then after XRD, again we confirm the prepared nanoparticles by using IR spectroscopy or infrared spectrophotometer. This is the IR spectra of synthesized alpha F2O3 nanoparticles. Here are different bands. The metallic bands generally observed in the 554 to 473 centimeter inverse. There is some band near about 164 to 1456. These various bands are due to there is a stretching of Fe and O. There is some presence of some, if the nanoparticles having some moisture, and because of this there is an appearance of band near about 34 to 9 centimeter inverse. By confirming or by observing the band in the 1642 centimeter inverse to 554 centimeter inverse, we confirm the prepared nanoparticles are alpha F2O3. We compare this IR spectra with other spectra available. After preparing this or after taking IR, again we focus on the scanning electron microscope technique. By using these SEM images, we confirm the morphology of particular synthesized alpha F2O3 nanoparticles, and we confirm the prepared nanoparticles are alpha F2O3. Again, we take a UV visible spectra for maximum absorption at 210 nanometer. We see a maximum absorption. Here we focus on UV visible spectra because our main target is use the synthesized alpha F2O3 nanoparticles for dye degradation property, and hence we see the maximum absorption by using this UV visible spectra. This is the dye degradation pattern or dye degradation spectra, that is the UV visible spectra taken in our laboratory by using our synthesized alpha F2O3 nanoparticles. Here we use a dye that is a new fuchsin dye, and we study the degradation rate from 0 minute to 60 minutes. First we see can we degrade this dye in absence of catalyst, in presence of light, or in absence of light, but we cannot getting any type of results, and hence after adding some amount of catalyst we focus on the quantity of catalyst also, then up to 60 minutes, we can degrade the dye in 100%. After taking dye degradation, we focus on microbial, antimicrobial activity. The synthesized alpha epitope nanoparticles we not use only for photocatalytic activity, but we check its antimicrobial activity also. This is the picture or the diagram shown the antimicrobial activity shown by our synthesized alpha epitope nanoparticles. We check the antimicrobial activity by using microorganisms like Staph aureus, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Candida albicans. This is the graphical representation of antimicrobial activity of synthesized alpha epitope nanoparticles. Again, we focus on these nanoparticles because they are easy to synthesize. The chemicals are not hazardous or easily available, and we apply or we use these nanoparticles to degrade the dye, because in a lot of industries the industrial waste contains, in dye industries or other industries, industrial waste contain a lot of chemicals. Here we focus on only one dye, that is new fuchsin dye, but here we have to chance to focus or study the dye degradation property of this synthesized nanoparticles to degrade variety of hazardous waste materials or waste chemicals. Thank you.
Thank you. Now topic is open for discussion.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
This presenter is available.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so as you see the presentation for alpha epitope preparation, can you explain the what is the pH of culture what you use for the bio method used for preparation?
At that time we added the pH 6. Acidic
okay.
pH.
Acidic, mild acidic. Okay, and as you told the XRD using some, you get the some size of the particles by using the Scherer formula. Then what are the crystal structure of the epitope?
By using Scherer formula, we find the size of nanoparticles near about 18 nanometer.
Yeah, but what are the crystal structures of prepared epitope?
What, sir?
Crystal structures.
Actually, we not focus on the type of crystal structure.
No, XRD, as you show the XRD graph, that XRD's major function is the determination of crystal structure, not the particle size.
Okay.
So I'm asking, did you evaluate or not like that? And what is the band gap of alpha epitope?
At 2.39 volt EV.
Okay. So did you calculate the stretching vibrations of metal nanoparticle using IR spectroscopy?
What calculation?
Stretching vibrations of metals.
By using?
IR spectroscopy. You show IR spectroscopy data, so I am asking.
By seeing the IR data or IR graph.
Yeah.
There is some stretching value already present, and we cannot calculate by using this spectrophotometer or IR spectrometer. We get directly the values.
Okay, then what is the degradation constants?
Degradation?
Rate constants.
Actually, in 60 minutes, we get whole degradation of our dye or basic fuchsin dye.
Okay.
Complete degradation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Avdut.
Yes,
I have one simple question. Is there any specific criteria for choosing any dye for any metal oxide material? How we can choose which dye is appropriate for which metal oxide? Is there any specific criteria for that?
No, actually there is no specific criteria, but after referencing, we focus on the band gap, and depending upon this band gap, if there is a very low band gap, then or medium band gap, then we can degrade the particular dyes easily.
Okay, continue.
One more question. What is the significance of testing the antimicrobial activity? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. what is the significance of testing the antimicrobial activity? Because
Can
you
we
are,
use these synthesized nanoparticles for various purposes?
yeah, but you have chosen 3 range of organisms: Staph aureus, Pseudomonas, and Candida.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
What made you to choose Candida? Because switching over from bacteria to yeast, you have
Actually, sir,
any
these
idea why? What is it?
okay. These antibacterials or microorganisms are available in our college, and hence we just try to check the antimicrobial activity by using these nanoparticles.
How was the efficacy of these nanoparticles when compared to bacteria, or which was effective against bacteria or against Candida?
Cell-free extract of Aspergillus aureus.
Yeah. You tested the antimicrobial activity against the nanoparticles against Staph aureus, Pseudomonas, and Candida.
No. Yes. Candida albicans.
Yeah. What was the outcome, or what was the effect? It was effective against which of these organisms?
Staph aureus shows a very good result. In Staph aureus, we get a very good result.
Okay. Thank you.
Just I have one simple question. Why Staph aureus showed a good results, and why the other 2 species didn't show any kind of results? Have you come to some findings?
Because the Staph aureus is a gram positive bacteria and other 2 are gram negatives.
Okay. Fine. Continue.
Thank you, sir. Shall I move forward toward the second proposal?
Okay.
Yeah. This presentation, I would like to clear some facts. That this presentation is received in a MP3 format, and it is unable to be presented in both video form and audio form. Only the audio form will be available, I hope. If at all the system supports for the video format, we will be proceeding. Otherwise, we request referee to consider the same. Please continue.
To all, myself Anima Kotom, Department of Botany, DR College, Golaghat. Today I am going to present paper on diversity of aquatic macrophytes of Sankarville of Golaghat district of Assam with special reference to physicochemical water quality parameters. Co-author of the paper, Dr. Midul Setia, Department of Chemistry, DR College, Dr. Sayanika Burli, USDM, Meghalaya, Dr. S.P. Sekia, Principal Scientist and Head NEST. Introduction of my paper. Wetlands are considered to be the most biologically diverse form of ecosystem. They are the connection between the land and water. The aquatic macrophytes have the capacity to improve the water quality of nutrients and controls the pollution level of water, but the rapidly increasing human population, large-scale change in land cover, various urban development led to wetland degradation. Therefore, necessary action like conservation, preservation of aquatic macrophytes and development of wetland are necessary to solve the problem. Considering all these things, the following 3 objectives: to study the diversity of aquatic macrophytes of Sankarville wetland, Golaghat district, Assam. Number 2, to analyze the water quality parameters and the correlation with the diversity of macrophytes. Number 3, action take conservation and development of the study area. Now, materials and method. Study area, Sankarville. The present investigation was conducted for 1 year from January 2021 to January 2022. Random sampling method was used for collection of samples of aquatic macrophytes. Water sample collected by procedure of environmental Protection Act. Now discuss on the resultant discussion. The aquatic macrophyte of Sankarbill is present at 10 dominant species. Their scientific names, family, local name, habitat, and lifespan explain. The criteria for water quality index are considered for water parameters versus diesel oxygen, BOD, facial coliform, etc. In conclusion, shortly, the dependency of the wetland by people living in the Sankarbill is decreasing. This decrease of dependency of the wetland is mainly depletion of some economically important plants and fish degradation and land degradation. Therefore, sustainable ecosystem is maintained through the awareness program. 7. These are the conclusion, and lastly I explain on reference according to chronological type. Thanking you all lastly, and again thanks once again. Good morning to all.
Yeah, anyone amongst the presenter is present there? Anyone among the authors is present for the oral? I hope the presenters are not available. I request Sasane sir to go for the next.
Thank you, sir. Let us move forward towards third oral presentation.
Myself, Dr. retired Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Chemistry, Mount Janmadas Manoj, I am going to present my research article in oral presentation in the International World Conference on Advances in Material Science and Applied Biology, organized by Dr. Patangrao, Kadam, Mahaviyalaya, Burli. My research article title is Nano Indian 23 SiO2 catalyst utilized for 143 component synthesis of 1H triazolate and 2B tetraazine diol. In the introduction, the nanomaterial size mixed metal oxide have efficient catalytic performance in synthesis of most of the heterocyclic compounds. These are existing very much wide spectrum of pharmaceutical and industrial area. The usability of heterogeneous catalysts, those are having extra benefit in nanosize because they are having a good catalytic activity because of their good surface area, Lewis and phosphate acidic size. These heterocyclic, these mixed metal oxide, nanosize mixed metal oxide is utilized for the synthesis of heterocycles catalyze and molecule. They are very much interested in their uses in pharmaceutical and biological activities. They prepare catalytic material like mixed metal oxide are characterized by XRD, same, ADS, bed surface area, temperature of desorption, and FTI techniques. These sophisticated techniques are used for the characterization of mixed metal oxide. The nanoseismic metal oxides, the indium 2O2, indium 2O3 SiO2, is synthesis and characterization. The indium 2O2 SiO2, its metal oxide, are prepared by hydrothermal method. In this slide, we see that here we take Indian salt, that is Indian trichloride, in distilled water, and titanium, TEAS, tetraethyl orthosilicate in ethanol. These two separate mixtures are poured into the autoclavable bottle. After that, we add a CPUB as a structural directing agent. And for the maintain the pH of the solution 9 to 10, we add 1:1 aqueous ammonia. After the addition of ammonia at pH 9 and 10, there is a precipitate is formed. This whole mixture is stirred with a magnetic stir. After the formation of precipitate, this mixture is transferred into the high pressure autoclave for 24-hour storage. Is having 58 psi pressure and 150 degrees Celsius temperature. After the completing 24-hour storage, this mixture is filtered out and washed with distilled water and dry and calcined at 400 degrees Celsius. We obtain a powder that is a nano indium 2O3 SiO2 powder. That is our catalyst. By using this hydrothermal method, we prepare SiO2 indium 2O3 SiO2 in this ratio 0.8 and 0.3, and like this we prepare a different type of catalyst of mixed metal oxide. After that, preparing the heterogeneous catalyst indium 2O3 SiO2, we characterize this material by using oxide. In the oxide, we obtain that the SiO2 is a hydrothermal in phase, indium 2O3 is cubic in phase, and our mixture with indium 2O3 SiO2 is monoclinic in phase. We match this indium 2O3 SiO2 catalyst precipitate data number 56 to 76 -0152 and confirm that the other catalytic method is consist of indium 2O3 and SiO2 elements. After that, our catalytic method are characterized by FTIR techniques. In the FTIR spectrum study, we obtain the peak for SiO2 is 3,400 centimeter inverse for SiOH stretching, 2,337 centimeter inverse for SiO2, and 1,527 centimeter inverse for SiOH bending inverse. From that FTIR vector, we confirm that there is a prepared SiO2 material effectively. The same we take the indium 2O3 FTIR spectrum and obtain the indium stretching, indium vibrational mode stretching. After that, we can take the FTIR spectrum of indium 2O3 SiO2 our binary mixture of mixed metal oxide and obtain that there is a SiOH stretching vibration band is present at 3,410 centimeter inverse and the SiOH bending mode is present at 1,689 centimeter inverse. From this FTIR spectrum of indium 2O3 SiO2, we confirm that our catalyst is prepared and having this type of bonding in our synthesized catalytic material. After that, we take a same analysis of scanning electron microscopy analysis of our catalytic material, and often that PSI2 is having a flex-like structure and NDMPO3 is having a grain-like structure. You can see in this figure. And in the third figure, it will clearly indicate that there is a deposition of NDMPO3 on the surface of SiO2 mixed with the oxide. After that, we take the EDS spectrum of our catalytic material and confirm that our catalytic material is consist of indium and silicon and having oxygen in our catalyst. Then we take the ammonia TPD of our catalytic material. There is a broad peak a broad single peak is obtained at 187.60 degrees Celsius temperature, which is having a 0.7236 ammonia desorption millimole per gram and having acidic sites 0.0295, and confirm that our catalytic material is consistent of Gerontology. There is only often molecular and derivative of the H1 amino spectra of our model reaction. This is the we obtain 8.82 similar for pH, 7.54 multiplied for pH, and 6.15 similar for H1, which is confirmed that our desired product is prepared. This is the FTIR spectrum of our ethyl derivative model reaction, and this functional group is confirmed where the desired product is prepared. This is the mass spectrum of our catalytic of our desired product. In the acknowledgement, I'm thankful to Dr. M.K. Wendell, Professor and Head Department of Chemistry, Dr. Babasaheb University, and Principal and all teaching and non-teaching staff of Ramanandnagar College, Kadam, and all my well-wishers. Thank you.
Thank you. Now topic is open for discussion. Participant,
Thank you.
raise your hand and unmute yourself.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
And all participants are requested ask if you have any question regarding this oral.
Hello, am I audible?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Actually, you say you use the pressure in the hydrothermal method about 58 psi. How you determine the pressure in the hydrothermal method?
In the in our high pressure autoclave,
yeah,
there is one knob which we show the how much amount of pressure is created into that instrument, and that pressure we are count in that autoclavable beaker. How much pressure is created when the reaction is proceeding?
Yeah, is this any effect of this pressure on your prepared material?
Yes, sir. When the high pressure is created, then the porosity of our material is enhancing.
Okay, so present material is not porous. That means.
Yes, yeah. This is a porous material. When this pressure is created autogeneous, we not fix the pressure at 50 or 60 psi. We simply add the level of water into that autoclavable bottle, and when the temperature is only set the temperature for that for this reaction, and at that temperature autogeneously the pressure is created into that vessel, and that pressure we counted.
Okay, okay. And in XRD spectrum, you show various XRD for prepared SiO2, indium oxide, and the mixture of the materials, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
So in that case, I find SiO2 is the amorphous structure and indium oxide is the crystalline structure, right?
Okay, okay. Yes.
So in my question is that if we mix this indium oxide and your silicon oxide
SiO2.
mixture, SiO2, in that case, indium oxide is showing crystal structure different and the mixture is showing crystal structure of monoclinic structure. Is it possible like this?
Yeah, firstly, we prepared the pure metal oxides, the SiO2 and indium 2O2, and separately take both the XRD of this. And observe that SiO2 is amorphous in nature, and indium 2O3 is a crystalline in nature. But after the mixing,
no, indium oxide is cubic structured, and indium oxide plus SiO2 is the monoclinic structure. Is as I seen in XRD.
As per XRD.
Yeah, but your XRD patterns are exactly matching with indium oxide only. Then how you can determine the cubic structure and the monoclinic structure difference there?
After the mixing, sir, the majority of the content of indium 2O3 is less than SiO2 when we see the EDS. Okay. After the mixing of these, the crystallinity of SiO2 is also enhancing, and that's why the majority peaks in the mixture of XRD show the intensity is highest.
Yeah,
and
but it is well
when,
matching with only indium oxide, and your mixture is well matching XRD with each other, not showing difference in the peaks in the XRD patterns. So, but you are claiming different structures. So I am asking.
Okay.
So is it correct or wrong? I don't know, but please consider in
yes, sir, it is corrected. This same type of question is asking in polycyclic aromatic paper.
Yeah.
Already published in that journal.
Okay. And in the FTR spectra also it is reversible analysis shown as XRD. XRD is showing your crystal structure is like this, and FTR is showing reverse. So I confuse. Is XRD is correct or FTR is correct, or some mismatching is there?
In the FTR also we only identify the functional group. Their bands are present. Otherwise, never done other thing, or not compare between XRD and FTR.
But it is consistent each other. Because if SiO2 and indium oxide, if you mixing as a mixed phase in the XRD also, in the FTR also, then it should follow the similar structure and the similar binding states in the FTR also. But in your case, XRD is showing different and FTR showing different, which is not matching each other. So I have doubt in this question, so I ask you.
Okay. So please give me a suggestion about that. How can I identify this?
Yeah, in that case, you just check the XRD by using some software like XRD standard data analysis. That case, you will analyze some indium oxide and your indium oxide in silicon oxide mixture phase is different. But in my opinion, this both structures is almost similar because silicon dioxide doesn't take part in the crystal structure because it is amorphous. So that meaning is that, and indium oxide concentration is also very low. So that means it remain only indium oxide structure is there because this is not the alloy, it is the separate phases are there. So that means it will not change the structure.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's my suggestion. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Myself, Dr. Smita Savan from MGM College, Karanjali, Taluka Pet, District Nashik, Maharashtra. So here today I am going to present the paper identification, documentation and utilization of wild green leafy vegetables from tribal region of Nashik district for the International Conference on the Advances in Material Sciences and Applied Biology. So basically, India is one of the leading country for the population, and fortunately, it is the highest number of the vegetarian in the world. Whereas the 40% of the population depend on the vegetables and other plant foods for fulfilling their essential nutrients and their requirement. So this so many studies shows that the vegetarian are less susceptible to the disease and very live longer, healthy and are having the strong immunity. So majority of the Indians was practiced traditionally farming from many years ago. But at the present, there is an increased population and its food demand, it is not satisfactory. So for increased food quality and quantity, there is a very modern technique was evolved, like gene transformation, genetic transformation, then BT plants, then plant breeding, tissue culture techniques, etc. So the farmer was very satisfied with this technique because they get maximum production and money also. But no one thing about the what about the natural nutritional value of the plants. Only in world, only the tribal community was consumed and used the natural resources in daily routine to the complete their needs like the food, shelter, then fodder, the fuel, medicine, etc. So in presently the Nashik tribal belt is very less infected with the COVID-19 infection because of the very strong immunity and the lifestyle of the tribals. So the tribals and the nature has very long connection from the ancient times because they used various wild plant resources daily from the forest, then cultivated area, then westland, then kitchen garden lands as a traditional food system. So among these, one of the wild leafy vegetables are the very rich source of the vitamins, different amino acids, then minerals, proteins, iron, antioxidant, and the fiber, etc. So the tribes are illiterate, but they have very accurate knowledge about the use of wild plants. And especially the green leafy vegetables by raw or by cooked methods, and they making a very healthy and delicious dishes from that wild plants. So basically Nashik, it is a famous historical place having the 15 tehsils, but among these 15 tehsil I have selected only the two tehsils, that is the Pet and Surgana, because these two tehsils has a major tribal region in that district. So in present, major tribes of this area are the Bhil, then Kokni Mahadeva, then Hindu Kokna, then Warli, and the Thakur. In modern era, the peoples are developed cities are not heard or not seen and tested the nutritional rich uncultivated wild leafy vegetables, and they have the lack of knowledge especially on the nutritive value of this green leafy vegetable. So among these public is the main drawback in their the lower consumption. So the present study are focused on the identification, documentation, and the utilization of green leafy vegetables from the Nashik district. So in material and methods, I have already told the study area is the from the 15 tehsil I have only selected the two tehsil, Pet and Surgana, because of the maximum tribal population and it is resembles of the soil. The Surgana, it is situated from 80 km from the Nashik, and the Pet, it is situated from 54 km from the Nashik. Both the regions consist of the dry and deciduous forest, and it is receive a very high rainfall, and it is rich in a biodiversity with varying environmental condition, which is ideal for the growth of variety of plants. The tribal community collected a large variety of edible and other useful wild plants from the forest, cultivated area, and the surrounding wastelands. So in methodology, I done the field survey in every season in the forest area, in the market, a local market, in the farm, then westland, then ghats of the tribal and rural area of the Pet and Surgana Taluka from 3 years. The required data was collected through the discussion and interviews with the older tribal peoples, then the forest officer, then dwellers, then farmer, and then the rural people and the students. The collected wild green leafy vegetables was identified with the help of flora of Maharashtra and Nashik and repeated inquiries of the old tribal peoples. The collected data were listed in the table with respect to botanical name, its local name, then family, its habitat, then edible parts of the plants, then consumption and the frequency of use. In the result, so already told I am collecting these plants and I am arranging with the botanical name, local name, family, habit, edible part, consumption, and the frequency of use. Some plants are very rare. Some are plants are commonly used. Some are the trees. Some are the climbers. Some are the herbaceous plants, some are the shrub. So among 61 plants, I have selected or I have identified the three families are very dominant or they are commonly used. First one, it is a Fabaceae family. It is a dominant, then Amaranthus family and the Asteraceae family. In this table, the red color shows the Fabaceae family. Then green color shows its Amaranthus family. And the Asteraceae family, it is a common family or the dominant family. So some plants are commonly found in the wetland or the in the farm area, but some plants the native plant or it is naturally grow well in only the forest area. So these are the 61 plants which is used as green leafy vegetables. So this graph shows among these 61, among these 22 families, so Fabaceae family is a dominant family, then Amaranthus family, and then the Asteraceae family. So total 62 wild green leafy vegetable species belonging to 20 family is collected, identified, and documented. So Fabaceae, Amaranthus, and Asteraceae, it is largest family with 22 species. So among 61 species, the 47 species are the herbaceous, 7 are the trees, 4 are the shrubs, and the 3 are the climbers. So forest, it is a home for the majority of wild green vegetables. These are the some common examples which is only grow well in the forest, not the other places. So the older people, it is conserve the wild biodiversity from long ago time or live in around and the forest area. But now these days the young generation, it is not focused on the wild leafy vegetables. So there is urgent need to reduce the exploitation on large scale and aware the conservation of the green leafy vegetables for the future healthy food. So these are the references, and I'm very thankful for giving an opportunity for present this paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Now topic is open for discussion.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So as you told, these kind of the species are highly useful for increase the immunity against this COVID virus or other viruses. In the tribal region, you stated in the two, Surgana and Pet, as
Yes, sir.
So I have one question that you say Fabaceae, Amaranthus, and Asteraceae family are the highly useful or highly available or like this. So in this case, which type of family is more better to increase the immunity of the system for the human beings?
Sir, now I will check the phytochemical activities and antimicrobial and antifungal, and that have suggested to the people these plants are the morely useful for the increasing the immunities, because these are all wild green leafy vegetables are available naturally, means they are not exposed to the any chemical fertilizers or the pesticides. So all are the very useful for the, but now I'm check means these three family species for the phytochemical activities in future.
Okay. So is there any prediction from your side?
Sir, I think Amaranthus is a very common family.
Okay.
There are so many plants are very rare. Means I am working on that. Means सर आता तरी म्हणजे मला जेवढ्या प्लांट सापडल्या त्याच्यापेक्षा जास्त मला अजून सापडतील, म्हणजे ते काम अजून सुरू आहे माझं. त्याच्यामुळे आता मी प्रेडिक्शन देऊ शकत नाही सर की मला याच्यापेक्षा अजून चांगले प्लांट्स मिळू शकतात की जास्त ते इम्युनिटी इन्क्रीज करण्यासाठी युजफुल असू शकतात इन फ्युचर.
Okay.
But now, sir, there are Fabaceae families good for the increase the immunity.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Let us move forward towards the order number 5.
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Dr. Nanda Korode,
Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry and Industrial Chemistry, Dayanand Science College, Latur, Maharashtra. My presentation topic is conventional and ultrasonic synthesis of metal complexes of beta-diketone and its antimicrobial screening. In the last few years, beta-diketones and their metal complexes have been utilized as chelating ligands for transition and inner transition metals. Beta-diketones are bidentate ligand with the probability of complexation along with nearly all metal ions. They are key intermediate for the synthesis of core heterocycles such as isoxazole, flavons, triazole, pyrimidine, benzodiazepine, and pyrazole. Also, beta-diketones are clinically important molecules since they exhibit some biological activities such as antiviral, insecticidal, antioxidant, anti-tumor, anti-cancer, and antimicrobial activities. In the present work, we synthesized beta-diketone ligand and its transition metal complexes by using ultrasound irradiation as well as conventional method. Beta-diketone ligand named as 1,5-chloro-2-hydroxyphenyl 3,4-nitrophenylpropane 1,3-dione is synthesized in two steps. In first step, ester named as 5-chloro-2-acetylphenyl 4-nitrobenzoate was synthesized by using 0.01 mole 5-chloro-2-hydroxyacetophenone, 0.01 mole 4-nitrobenzoic acid, 5 ml pyridine, and 1 ml phosphorus oxychloride were added dropwise with constant stirring at 0 degree centigrade. Then the reaction mixture was irradiated under ultrasound for 45 hours. After the completion of reaction, mixture was immersed into 100 ml HCl containing 50 gram of crushed ice, and solid of 10 was filtered and washed with 10 ml ice cold methanol, and after that with distilled water. Its recrystallization was carried in ethanol. Yield was 81% and melting point was 113 degrees centigrade. Same chemicals with proportions were used for conventional method. The reaction mixture was stirred about 10 to 12 hours for the completion of reaction, and yield was 73%. In the second step, 0.01 mole ester synthesized in first step was liquefied in dry pyridine. Pyridine was 10 ml, and to this powdered KOH, which is of 0.02 mole, was added to employed Baker-Venkatraman transformation, and the reaction mixture was then irradiated under ultrasound for 1 to 2 hours. After completion of reaction, the mixture was poured on ice cold water and concentrated HCl was added till mixture acidified. The yellow colored solid recovered was filtered and recrystallized by using ethanol. Yield was 87% and melting point was 121 degrees centigrade. Same chemicals with proportions were used for conventional method and stirred about 5 to 6 hours for completion of reaction, and yield was 76%. For the synthesis of metal complexes of beta-diketones, 0.02 mole ligand and 0.01 mole ferric and 20 ml anhydrous ethanol was added and irradiated for 1 to 2 hours under ultrasound. The solid precipitate was washed with hot ethanol and recrystallized from ethanol. It gives brownish crystal of ferric beta-diketonates. Yield was 84% and melting point was 352 degrees centigrade. A similar procedure was adopted to prepare cobalt, nickel, copper, and chromium complexes of 1,5-chloro-2-hydroxyphenyl 3,4-nitrophenylpropane 1,3-dione. Same chemicals with proportions were used for conventional method and refluxed for 5 to 6 hours, and yield was 71%. This is the table 1 in which comparative study of synthesis of beta-diketone ligand and its metal complexes by ultrasound as well as by conventional method is given. Here in table 2, in which the data values of IR spectra of beta-diketone ligand and its transition metal complexes are presented. Free ligand, this is the L, free ligand having frequency 1742.12, for C11O, but in case of metal complexes, here iron, cobalt, nickel, copper and chromium, we are seeing that the frequency, that is frequency for C11O, shifted towards lower value. Also, the new bond observed in complexes only at 443 to 468 per centimeter. Here is the IR spectra of beta-diketone ligand, and here is the IR spectra of iron complex. Here is the H1 NMR spectrum of ligand L, and in this spectrum we saw characteristic peak at delta 15.89, which corresponds to enolic proton, and delta 12.88, which corresponds to phenolic proton adjacent to this carbonyl group. This is the C13 NMR spectrum of ligand L. In this spectrum, we saw characteristic peak at delta 192.6, 90.8 and 178.1. This is the mass spectrum of 1,5-chloro-2-hydroxyphenyl 3,4-nitrophenyl propane 1,3-dione. This spectra gives characteristic peak at M plus 23. Here is the table 3, in which we are seeing combined data of antibacterial and antifungal screening of ligand and its metal complexes. The antibacterial screening of synthesized compounds were carried out by Kirby-Bohr's disk diffusion method. For this screening, gram-positive bacteria such as B. subtilis, S. aureus, and gram-negative bacteria such as E. coli were used against 100 ppm of synthesized compounds in DMSO and compared with known antibiotics as streptomycin. Also, the antifungal activity of the compound were assayed using fungal species such as F. oxysporum and Aspergillus niger. From this data, it is evident that complexes having more antibacterial as well as antifungal activity as compared to this free ligand. Also, regarding to standard, all these synthesized complexes and ligand was found to be fairly active. This may be explained by chelation theory. According to chelation theory, chelation reduces the polarity of the central metal atom because different groups and possible pi electron delocalization within the whole chelating ring takes place continuously. This chelation increases the lipophilic nature, which favors the penetration of the complexes through the lipid layer of the cell membrane and blocking of metal binding sites on the enzymes of the microorganism. Now, conclusion of entire work. In the present work, 1,5-chloro-2-hydroxyphenyl 3,4-nitrophenyl propane 1,3-diene was prepared by employing Baker-Venkatraman transformation, and its transition metal complexes were also synthesized by ultrasound irradiation as well as conventional method. And we found that ultrasound irradiation method gives high yield, good purity of product and less time consumption of reaction. Their structures were clarified on the basis of spectral analysis such as elemental analysis, IR, H1 NMR, C13 NMR, mass and magnetic moment values. H1 NMR spectra revealed that the characteristic peaks at delta 15.89, which corresponds to enolic proton, and at delta 12.88, which corresponds to phenolic proton adjacent to carbonyl group, which confirm the formation of beta-diketone. C13 NMR spectra revealed that the characteristic peak at delta 192.6, 90.8 and 178.1 confirm the formation of beta-diketone. Mass spectrum revealed that the characteristic peak at M plus 23, which confirm the formation of 1,5-chloro-2-hydroxyphenyl 3,4-nitrophenyl propane 1,3-dione. IR spectrum revealed that in case of metal complexes, C double bond O shifted to lower frequency, which indicated the coordination of metal atom with carbonyl group of diketone. Also, the new bands observed in only complexes at 443 to 468 per centimeter indicated the metal oxygen vibration in fact confirm the formation of complexes. Magnetic moment of complexes were measured at room temperature and the values of iron complex is 6.31 Bohr magneton, cobalt complex is 4.41 Bohr magneton, nickel complex is 2.72 Bohr magneton, copper complex is 2.13 Bohr magneton, and chromium complex is 3.65 Bohr magneton, which concluded that complexes has been octahedral geometry. These synthesized compounds were screened for in vitro antibacterial and antifungal activity and found to be promising candidate a new antibacterial and antifungal agents. So this is the list of publication. This is my acknowledgement. Thank you for listening me patiently. Any doubts?
The topic is open for discussion.
Yes, nice talk. But I have two more questions. You prepared using ultrasonic irradiation method and the conventional method for preparation of various metal complexes. So what is the advantages of ultrasonic irradiation method than the conventional one?
Sir, in ultrasonic method, yield is very nice as compared to conventional method, as well as time consumption is less.
Yeah, but why yield is high? This is my question. Is there any specific reason for the yield increase for this method?
Sir, exactly I don't know.
Okay, and next question. You prepared various metals like iron, cobalt, nickel, copper, chromium based metal complexes, and it has, as you know, it has the various valency like a 2+, 3+, or 4+, 5+, like this. And but you prepared the similar kind of the ketones or metal complexes based on L2H2O6 with various metals. So can you explain what are the actual valencies for this one and how this can be react with the similar kind of the product metal complexes?
Sir, can you repeat, please repeat the question?
Okay, actually you use the various metals like
Yes,
iron, cobalt, nickel, copper, right? It has, as you know, theoretically it has different valencies, like 2+, 3+, like that. But you prepared the similar kind of the complexes from L2H2O6 based some copper, various metals I attached there.
Yes,
So
yes.
my question is what is the valency of each metal you use and how it can be the react with the if similar or if different the valencies of the metals?
No, don't know, sir.
Okay, and one more question. You use the carbon-13 NMR for the analysis of the carbon binding structure, but you variation is the various metals. Then how you can confirm the presence of metals or the bindings of the metals with the various metal complexes using the NMR structure? Or you prepared only carbon? You don't prepare any other type of the NMR conditions there or NMR spectra? Can you explain?
No, sir. By using only IR spectra, we concluded that.
But how you can confirm the metals, because you measure only carbon NMR, not the other metal NMR or not other kind of NMR, or not other analysis from the spectroscopy or other kind of the elemental analysis, etc.
So when a complex is formed, firstly the color changes because beta-diketone having a yellow color, and when we reacted the metal complexes, metal with that beta-diketones, then color got changed. So that was the first observation that metal complexes form. And after that, by using the IR spectra, we concluded because the C double bond of frequency decreases as compared to free ligand.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
So, if you know the answer for previous question. related with the valency. Can you give the answer, please?
Yeah, valency case, because if you preferring the similar kind of the metal complexes, then iron, cobalt, nickel valency should be similar is needed. Theoretically, if suppose 2 plus only, then iron should be 2 plus, cobalt, nickel, copper should be 2 plus, 2 plus, 2 plus. But if you suppose you consider iron 3 plus, then your composition will be changed according to that valency, because according to chemistry or chemical kinetics, iron valency should be balanced in the structure is needed. So that's why I was asking, is there any different valency you use, or you use the similar valence based metals? This was the simple question.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Just one more question, Ma. When you are making the chart preparation for the antibacterial, antimicrobial activity, it is better to include the solvent, that is the DMSO what you have used. You should also test that solvent activity also along with the other microorganisms, right? You should include it as a control. Am I able to get you the point? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
So please include that. Your table shows the activity of the microorganisms, bacteria as well as the fungi. If you include a solvent control also, it will be overall it will be completed, right? This is just my suggestion, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Can you repeat your topic? What is your topic actually?
1 minute. 1 minute, sir.
Yeah. You can just tell me your topic. That's
1 second.
okay. In such case, no problem.
Conventional and ultrasonic synthesis of metal complexes of beta-diketone and its antimicrobial screening.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let us move forward toward the order number 6.
Of gerontology and frailty, discovering a current review. Gerontology is the study of the social, cultural, psychological, cognitive, and biological aspects of aging. Due to the advancement of technology, the studies concerning aging has grown impressively. One of the most important fields of study under aging is frailty, which is the main highlight of this article. Frailty is a dynamic syndrome which affects an individual not just physically but also mentally, socially, and psychologically. Each of the mentioned domains has copious factors which lead to frailty. Finding out these factors in an individual can be helpful as it will aid in recognizing the correct interventions with the help of which frailty can be somewhat reversed and prevented. According to the several amounts of research, it has been found that the onset of frailty is not just because of aging but also due to several environmental factors, chronic diseases, and genetics, which further tells us that frailty is not just common to old adults but can be developed at younger ages as well. Some well-known models, for instance, phenotype and cumulative deficit models, and various other assessment tools have been developed in order to identify frailty in old individuals. Frailty also had a major impact on COVID-19 patients. Frail individuals were made severely harmed by the coronavirus. Also, several biomarkers have been recognized that occur in an increased level in a majority of frail individuals. So, with the help of this article, a complete understanding of frailty, which includes the domains of frailty, factors of frailty, models and tools for identifying frailty, developing interventions, types of important biomarkers, impact of COVID-19, perspectives of old adults, etc. can be gained. Introduction. Gerontology is a comprehensive study of science that deals with the physical, mental, social aspects of aging and the diseases of the elderly. Through the years, life expectancy has increased dramatically because of the improvement and development of public health programs, which have led to the better lifestyle in people. Through the years, the life expectancy has increased. Frailty is a gradual age-related decline in physical, physiological, social, nutritive, psychological, and cognitive domains of the body. The inflammatory state is though thought to be associated with immune senescence, which is additionally related to frailty. Frailty and gerontology. Gerontologists are now focusing on a variety of topics, one of which is frailty. It is a concerning field of study which is meant to be explored in order to understanding aging, disease, and mortality. Frailty models. Two models have been developed. Phenotype model. It was developed by Freud et al. Comments used in identify frailty. The components were weight loss, tiredness, slowness, low physical activity, etc. Cumulative deficit model. Age and disease-related frailty. In a span of 60 months, continuous medical tests and assessment were conducted on the participants and the results were recorded. Development of frailty. More the number of domains an individual accommodates into, more likely he or she to be considered frail. The table shows 4 domains approach of frailty. Frailty due to malnutrition. How it occurs, that is shown. Using SSPB tool to identify frail individuals has been shown here. Frail assessment tools. Identification of frail individuals has become even more important. Frailty measures for young adults. Biomarkers of frailty. Blood plasma proteins which increase in response to cytokines like IL-6 and systemic inflammation. Frailty in COVID-19, a severe infectious disease caused by the most recently discovered coronavirus. Old adults' view on frailty as given here. Conclusion. In this modern era timeline, frailty has become very common, not just for old individuals, but also for young adults and sometimes even children. Despite the development of various assessments, tools, and interventions, there still needs to be more research conducted on this field of gerontology to find proper interventions for different group of individuals. These are.
Thank you, sir. Now topic on for discussion. Topic is open for discussion. If anybody have any question, so please ask. Is participant is online?
Yes. Yes, I'm Dr. Rajendra Salunke.
Yes. Is there any questions regarding to this oral?
Go next, no problem.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Let
Thank
us move
you.
forward.
Sorry to interrupt. One small information and intimation I'll be sharing. Sharp at 11 a.m. we'll be starting with the second day session of the renowned sessions of very plenary talks. So the remaining oral presentations will be sometimes in the afternoon after the plenary talks. So I request the authors of the oral presentations to remain present later on. Exactly sharp 11 a.m. we'll be starting with the plenary talk 1. Thank you.
Let us start the oral number 7.
Okay, ready?
I, Pranita Chaudhary, research scholar, Department of Chemistry from Bharati Vidyapeeth deemed to be University, Yeshwantrao Mohite College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Pune. Here I am going to present my oral presentation on synthesis, characterization and antimicrobial activity of nano-size oxo
Hello.
1,2-naphthalquinone 2 oximes of Palladium 4 and zirconium.
Hello.
Here I had
Hello,
selected
sir.
1,2-naphthalquinone 2 oxime as a ligand and vanadium
Hello.
sulfate hydrate
Hello.
and manganese
Hello.
oxychloride octahydrate as a metal salt.
Hello.
Chelates of 1,2-naphthalquinone 2 oxime with
So
vanadium
wait for
and
some
zirconium
seconds.
4 were
Let the
prepared by
video be
using
over.
Okay,
substitution
okay.
of vanadium sulfate hydrate and zirconium chloride octahydrate and methanolic solution of 1,2-naphthalquinone 2 oxime with an excess of the ligand solution. Resultant chelates were isolated through filtration. Their chemical composition, which corresponds to metal to ligand, that is 1:2, was established through elemental analysis and thermogravimetry. The structural investigations of chelate were carried out with the help of IR and XRD as well as solid state electronic spectroscopy. The antimicrobial activity of the ligands as well as the metal complexes is obtained against selected organism. Introduction. 1,2-naphthalquinone monooxime exists in two tautomeric forms known as quinone oximic forms and naphtholic forms. In literature, this ligand 1,2-naphthalquinone 2-oxime is in oximic form and 2-nitroso-1-naphthol is in naphtholic form. Oxime exhibit position isomerism resulting due to the exchange of oxime and carbonyl functional group in their positions. 1,2-naphthalquinone monooximes possess powerful chelating ability, useful analytical properties, and very strong antimicrobial activity as compared to 1,4-naphthalquinone oximes. Oximes are commonly used as ligands and sequestering agents for metal ions. Some oximes are used as a skin preventing additive in many oil-based paints, perfume ingredients, antidepressants, artificial sweetener. Oxime complexes are mainly used as a catalyst and also photocatalyst. They exhibit antimicrobial activity. Now this is my experimental work. For this synthesis, I am using this methodology. Here, ligand was dissolved in a methanol and metal salt dissolved in a distilled water. Metal salt was added in a ligand solution, then slowly added aqueous ammonia to acquire 6 to 7 pH. This reaction mixture was kept stirring at reflux and then kept in a refrigerator overnight. On next day, it was filtered. I got powdered form of chelate complexes. Result and discussion. Here I am presenting my result. I got this UV spectra for ligand and two complexes. From this spectra, I got lambda max value for electronic transition. Here I got sigma to pi star values, pi to pi star values, n to pi star values. From this, I confirmed benzoid ring and quinoid ring. FTIR spectra. I got this IR spectra for ligand and my two complexes. Here I got OH stretching up to 3400 centimeter inverse, 3 double bond O, 1700 to 1600 centimeter inverse, 3 double bond N, 1580 to 1520 centimeter inverse, and NO bond in the range of 1150 to 950 centimeter inverse. X-ray diffraction analysis. This spectra for my ligand and this spectra for the complexes. This spectra shows the ligand is in crystalline in nature and the size is 34.51 nanometer. These both complexes are also showing a crystalline in nature. This is the sharp peak for the complexes. For this complex, I got 23.1 nanometer size and here 27.8 nanometer. The complexes was formed is more crystalline than the ligand. Antimicrobial activity. Antimicrobial activity of ligand and metal complexes was performed by Agarwal diffusion method. Incubation temperature is 37 degrees Celsius and time is 24 hours. The concentration is 10 mg per ml. Here I had choose a 1 gram positive and 1 gram negative. For gram positive, Staphylococcus aureus and for negative, Klebsiella pneumonia organism I had selected. This is the standard for gram positive and this is the standard streptomycin for gram negative organism. OXO12 naphthaquinone 2 oximates of vanadium 4 shows significantly activity and OXO12 naphthaquinone 2 oximates of zirconium 4 also exhibits tested microorganism in appreciable extent. These are the pictures of the antimicrobial activity. Conclusion: probable chemical composition will be Ml2 NH2O, N will be 2. Shifting of band due to formation of chelates either higher or lower side. 1,2-naphthaquinone 2-oxime is forming metal chelates through coordination sites, nitrogen and oxygen. XRD study reveals that chelates are nanocrystalline in nature. Metal chelate shows antimicrobial activity. These are some references which I had used for my work. After that, I would like to thank my college, head of department to Dr. A.B. Pawar sir, my guide to Dr. V.B. Jadhav sir for their constant support and encouragement. I am also thankful to Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya Ramanandnagar Sangli for giving me a chance to present before you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Topic is open for discussion.
Hello. How much metal concentration you added in your prepared material? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Hello,
How
sir.
much, how much metal concentration, vanadium and zirconium, is added in your composites?
For the metal complexes?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 1:2 composition, ligand and for the metal salt.
Okay. And is any specific reason for choosing vanadium and zirconium only? Yeah,
For the from the references I I understand that these metals are not used for the complexes to make them new complexes. So I had chosen this and tried for these metal complexes, and yeah, I got that metal complexes.
Yeah, but is there any advantages of these two materials in terms of the properties with other metals?
Yeah, it also gives the activity like antimicrobial and all the another activities also.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Let's move forward toward the next oral presentation. After that, we will start the session.
Parallel, Department of Physics, Vanastali Vidyapith, Rajasthan. Today I am going to present a paper entitled An Enhanced Study on Ultraviolet Gain Characteristics of Gallium Nitride in Emerging Nanotechnology. The aim of my presentation is this presentation provides a critical contribution in the enhanced study of optimized investigation on ultraviolet gain characteristics of gallium nitride in emerging nanotechnology. This is layout of my presentation: introduction, total details, results and discussions, conclusions, and references. Now, introduction. First of all, we define heterojunction. Heterojunction is the junction between two dissimilar band gap materials, and the combination of multiple heterojunction is known as heterostructure. There are three types of nanostructures: Eastern SCS, green SCS, and quantum SCS. Now, total details. This is optical gain equation in terms of quasi-Fermi levels and temperature. It is measured in per centimeter. This is modal confinement factor. It is the ratio of modal gain and material gain. This is modal gain equation. It is the product of optical confinement factor and material gain. It is also measured in per centimeter. This is differential gain equation. It is the differentiation of optical gain with respect to carrier density. It is measured in centimeter square. This is differential refractive index equation. It is the differentiation of refractive index with respect to carrier density. It has no unit. This is anti-guiding factor in terms of differential gain and differential refractive index. It can be 0 and positive. This is relaxation oscillation frequency. It is measured in Hertz. This is threshold current equation. It is measured in ampere per centimeter square. This is optical equation, and L is the length of fiber, and PO and PI are the output optical power and input optical power. Now, results and discussions. This figure represents the graphical behaviors of ultraviolet gain with lasing type wavelength of ultraviolet photon and peak modal gain UV gain with density of carriers for gallium nitride. In this figure, the ultraviolet gain per centimeter with wavelength of UV photon in nanometer are represented by left y-axis and bottom x-axis. Next, the modal UV gain per centimeter with carrier density per centimeter cube are represented by right y-axis and top x-axis. It is clear by UV gain spectra that the higher value of UV gain is achieved at the wavelength of 254 nanometer. This wavelength has been extensively utilized in the application of purification and sterilization of air, water, and surfaces, etc. So this type wavelength UV light has been more effective to eliminate the various types of bacteria, viruses, and very harmful contaminants without any minerals loss. And This figure represents the variation in performance of parameter of anti-gating with density of carriers per centimeter cube and ultraviolet gain with current density per unit area for proposed nanostructure. It is clear by both graph have proportional behavior with the carrier density and current density. Now, conclusions. This presentation provides a substantial and critical contribution in the optimization of innovative study of a computational investigation on ultraviolet gain of aluminum gallium nitride under simulation techniques. Under this optimization, the spectral performance of UV gain with wavelength and peak UV model gain with carriers have been simulated. Under the results, the high level of ultraviolet gain has been achieved at the wavelength of 254 nanometer. The wavelength of 254 nanometer has been more utilized in the applications of purification and sterilization of air, water, and surfaces, etc. So, this type wavelength ultraviolet light has been more effective to eliminate the various types of bacteria, viruses, and very harmful contaminants without any loss of mineral water. These are references. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is Dr. Pyarelal,
Thank you,
Department.
Now topic is open for discussion.
Yes, sir.
Topic is open for discussion. If examiner and participant have any questions, so please ask.
No question.
Okay, thank you, sir. Over to Ashwini, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I congratulate all the oral presentators for their research work and presentation. Without your active participation, we couldn't make this event. Thank you for all. Remaining oral presentation will continue before valedictory function. Thank you. Dear participants and attendees, yesterday we were associated with Honorable Professor Dr. P.S. Patil sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman Al Tawaha, Full Professor in Plant Science from Al Hussein bin Talal University, Jordan, Honorable Dr. Jaideep sir from Umeå University, Sweden, and Honorable Dr. P. Anuskaran from South Korea. And we have enjoyed scholarly speeches throughout the day. Today, we are also going to have 3 sessions followed by the valedictory function. And I am damn sure that you all are excited today as well. Friends, now we have with us Honorable Dr. Dong Young Kim from Hanyang University, Seoul, Republic of Korea, as a resource person. This is a great opportunity to listen Dr. Kim from Republic of Korea. I invite Mr. Dhanesh Kawari sir from Department of Chemistry to introduce our resource person, Dr. Kim, to our esteemed audience. Over to Gawari sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, one and all. I am Dhanesh Kawari, Assistant Professor, Dr. Patangrao Kadam, Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli, from Maharashtra. It's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Dong Hyun Kim, our first plenary speaker for Day 2, Session 1st of First International Web Conference on Advances in Material Science and Applied Biology. Dr. Dong Hyun Kim graduated from Hanyang University, Korea, with a Bachelor of Material Science and Chemical Engineering, Hanyang University, Korea. He received his PhD from same university. He is a senior researcher and research assistant professor in Hanyang University, Korea. So far, he has published total 30 research papers in different journals. His research area with having 1,000 citations. He has 65 total patents. He worked as a member of organizing committee for various conferences and he is also chairperson of examination committees. He has invited as a resource person in many national and international conferences. Also, he is member of various research committees like Electrochemical Society USA, Material Research Society USA, Battery Technology Japan. He also worked as referee in Royal Society of Chemistry, American Chemical Society, and elsewhere journal publisher. Today's his lecture on a topic, advanced high energy and rechargeable zinc-air batteries. So thank you very much. Over to Tatugade ma'am.
Thank you, Kawai sir. The aim of education is the knowledge not of facts, but of values. It is an occasion like this we get opportunities to test our knowledge and understanding. We look forward to get an exposure what the best of the brains think. With this note, I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Dong Young Kim Sa from Hanyang University, Seoul, Republic of Korea. Dr. Kim Sir, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I will start the presentations. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Dong-hyung Kim in Hanyang University, and thank you for inviting me as a presenter. Today's my talk is advanced high energy and rechargeable zinc-air battery. From now on, I start my talk. Industrial development is ongoing. The worldwide energy demand and requirement is increase. Follow the period. But increase of the energy demand make usage of the fossil fuel more. So because of the CO2 emission increase, make global warming start. So people need to decrease usage of the fossil fuel and the CO2 emission. So many researchers try to find alternative energy sources like renewable energy. But majorly in solar energy and wind energy, like renewable energy cases, they're operating only in sun is calm or the wind is flow. So increasing their usage of their electricity to storing energy conversion is required. So basically, this battery is essentially required for the renewable energy while using ongoing. And listen, force industrial revolution is come. Then they are all over the world. They're device to device and people to people is connecting. Like we can say the Internet of Things, then all the people is connecting each other and follow these things. Our mobile and all the equipment also possibly be combinations. So we can easily say that Internet of Things means that it's all over the world, batteries connecting each other. So in the future, like this, our mobilities and our mobile and smartwatches, smart glasses, like all things are connect each other. So like this wise, battery development is very important for the future wise. So next to generation storage technology application also, we can easily see that not only mobile and handphone and just normal batteries, the many kind of electrical vehicle will developed, like the airplane and trucks and train will research is ongoing. Like this, many people are interested in the electrical vehicle. So fabricating and battery technology is increased. So follow that one. Or the market share of the battery also increase. 2015, the $60 billion of the battery market is maybe 2025, $90 billion market share will increase. But main issue is present cost of this battery case is around $200 per kilowatt hour. So USA Department of the Energy, they deciding target cost for the EV battery wise, decreasing almost half, around $100 per kilowatt hour. So for achieve this $100 per kilowatt hour, we have two kind of possibilities there. One is we find very more cheaper material for the reducing the cost, and second is we developing more high performance cell for the decreasing the price. For the better battery developing wise, we need to find like this kind of the factor we need to consider. First one is cost. If this cost is too high, we can't use it. And second is safety. If battery is explosion or something like problem making, then we can't use. And more long time using point of view, we need to increasing cycle lifetime. And once more long time using cases, energy density wise is very important. And high power required device or material cases, high power density is needed. And more frequently using the battery cases, charging time decreasing also important. And over that, reliability is also mostly important things. Okay, let's see that we need to know the basic batteries. In battery cases, normally chemical energy converting to the electrical energy by using the electrochemical reduction and oxidation reactions. So there are two types of battery, primary and secondary batteries there. Primary battery case, we can easily say like that, this is just once charging and discharging, then finish. It means that not rechargeable battery. In secondary battery case, it's just we easily say that rechargeable battery. In battery cases, they are comprised of three main components, like the cathode, electrolyte, and anode. Cathode case is role of the reduction reaction occurring point and the electron accepting role. And anode case is oxidation reaction is occur and the electron donor role they do. In electrolyte, the electrolyte is connecting this anode and cathode. Then electronically insulating, but this ionically conducting role they do. For battery developing wise, we need to well developing each cathode and electrolyte, because as you can see these pictures like that, when the battery charging and discharging time, many kind of the loss is there. And self-discharging also there, and like this one, as much as we reducing, we need to well organize the each component developing is essentially needed. Listening like this battery industry is increasing, so many electrical vehicle is developing, like plug-in hybrid electrical vehicle and range extended electrical vehicle and battery electrical vehicle and fuel cell electrical vehicle. Like this is starting to 1996, this electric vehicle work is starting. And Tesla in Roadster Sports since 2008 is almost the primary model for possible commercialization model. As you know that they listen, Tesla developing Tesla Model S and Model 3. Like this one can operating around 500 kilometers range. But actually, if we replacing just a normal general car we want to replacing to the electric vehicle, we need to increasing their operating range. So our recent general target is 2025, 1,000 kilometer charging is needed. But majorly problem is there because general electric vehicle using the lithium-ion battery. But lithium-ion battery cases, there are several disadvantages is there. First of all, in energy density wise, this is limited because lithium-ion battery research starts around 1990. This is almost their technical improvement is almost limited range already come. So listening around 250 watt-hour per kilogram energy density is they get. So this is hard to increase. So based on their increasing energy density is very limited. Second is cost-wise. This lithium-ion battery using lithium, and also cathode-wise they using NMC. It means that they like nickel, manganese, cobalt also increase based on their more popular like lithium-ion battery. And also lithium-ion battery cases, safety issue is there, especially in liquid electrolyte used battery cases, they can explosion. So we need to take care to operating lithium-ion battery. And also lithium cases easily forming dendrite formation, so it can easily battery shortcut. So it possibly cycle also degradations. Like this, lithium-ion battery's weak point is there, but even though this one, but many researcher only focusing on lithium-ion battery enhancing. So they increasing more powerful lithium-ion battery, but if they try to more high energy density lithium-ion battery, but this is followed more dangerous because if we increasing their more NMC adding like that, then their chemical stability is decreased. It means then more easily explosion, like a bomb. So using lithium-ion battery is as a electric vehicle battery is this little limitation is there. Like this, many explosion is there. So now many researchers find the next generation battery, except the lithium-ion battery. So one of the candidates is lithium sulfur battery and metal air battery. So now I'm focusing on the metal air battery. This is roadmap for the various metal air batteries. Compared to commercialized lithium-ion battery, in metal air battery case is high energy density and specific energy and specific capacity. During this, many kind of the metal is there, but majorly lithium case is some kind of the disadvantage there because lithium is very expensive materials, and this lithium air battery operation need to pure oxygen. This is actually a limitation for general general electric vehicle operations. And magnesium and aluminum air battery cases also showing high energy density and specific capacity. But in this case, their chemical electric potential is negative directions, and this is less than the hydrogen evolution point. It making hydrogen gas forming. So this is more dangerous. So recently, many researchers focusing on the zinc-air battery. This is a more higher energy density compared to the commercial lithium-ion battery, and this is safe, so not explosion battery. So one of the kind of the best next generation battery we can say the zinc-air battery. History of metal air batteries. This metal air battery's first concept is from the 1840. And 1962, this is first commercialized primary bottom cell zinc-air batteries come. And long time after, the metal air flow cell and rechargeable zinc-air battery research is starting 2010. In 2015, metal-free bifunctional oxygen catalyst using zinc-air battery start. Then last year, our group developing ampere-hour scale zinc-air battery. This is like commercialization level zinc-air battery. This is principle of the zinc-air battery. This zinc-air battery also, like the general battery, is composed of the metal zinc anode and air cathode and electrolyte. In cathode part is oxygen and water reaction, and this reduction reaction happen, their formation hydroxide. In anode part, zinc and hydroxide reaction and zincate formation during the oxidation reactions. So total reaction is like this one. But zinc-based battery also major limitation is there because zinc also possibly formating of the zinc dendrite. That if this dendrite formation, then their penetrate is separate to make short circuit. And zinc dissolution and dead zinc zone is there, then their total energy density possibly be decreased. Even though electrolyte also easily evaporation, then we need to under control. High water retention rate is critically required. And cathode part cases, we don't want it hydrogen evolution reactions, but if hydrogen evolution reaction is happen, it makes in some pressure, the cell degradation is start. This is one of the summary. So like these challenges there. So if you want to enhancing their problem and solve the issues, so we need to surface modification in the cathode and anode, and electrolyte optimization is needed. Then structural design in newly designed can one of the possible candidate to solving like that kind of issue. So our group is developing a solid-state Zinc-air pouch cell, like this shape. And we finally successfully get high cell level energy density around 460 watt-hour per kilogram. This is almost twice more energy density compared with the lithium-ion battery. So we developed high performance catalysts like CPS-101. And second, high ionic conductive electrolyte CDC. And third is stable anode patented zinc. And fourth is proper interface in between cathode and electrolyte and anode and electrolyte surface. So first one, we need to redeveloping of new cathode. Why? Because when we see the right figures, when this in alkaline solution conditions operating anode and cathode, we can say their standard potential differences. We can say this open circuit voltage, and this is you can set ideally possible voltage. So Zinc-air battery cases maximum output voltage is 1.65, but it's never achieved because this Zinc-air battery cases, this is oxygen reaction is there. So 4 electron is moving. It means that sluggish kineticity affecting their increasing overpotentials. So this overpotential making discharging voltage decrease. And also compared to anode part, cathode part, more high overpotentials happen. So major researcher is only focusing on the cathode for high performance cathode. So our redeveloping fibrous CPS-101 fabrication, we synthesis simple two-step synthesis process and finally successfully get three-dimensional fibrous CPS-101. As you can see, spongy-like structures, 10 centimeter flexible CPS catalyst you can see. When we measuring strain stress curves, we can easily say that elasticity and compression property, and after 1000 cycle, 94% high strain property remain. So our synthesis way developing catalyst can have a highly good mechanical property. And also fibrous structures like this good property or mechanical property is during the charging discharging time, volume exchange makes some mechanical fatigue depends low also there. When we see the microscope analysis, as you can see that 2 to 20 nanometers, 9 nanometers diameters, fibrous morphology you can see, and 0.466 nanometer lattice spacing, CPS-101 we can confirm. When you see that elemental STM mapping wise, CU and P and S is almost well dispersed. And immediately these are also showing CUPS is 1 to 0.5, 0.5. And entangle each other in network, the three-dimensional CPS fibrous sponge cases, when you analyze this BT, they're 1165 high surface area we can see. Like this network structure can ion and electron transportation pathway lower and effective catalytic active area enhancing wise catalytic property also enhanced. And also we try to CPS catalyst and control the phosphorus and sulfur ratio. So finally we can get in the phosphorus and sulfur ratio 0.5, this maximum a small list of potential. And also if we higher level to larger than 0.5 and smaller than 0.5, their catalytic property is strongly degradations. And also when we analysis in their crystal structure by using the XRD, then CuP0.5 as 0.5, their covalent phase and orthogonal structures and PNM2 space group they have. And when we see that XRD pattern, so they don't like just this copper sulfide and copper phosphide. There's no any secondary phases formed, and ternary CPS is well formed. We can understand. When we see that electrochemical performance, see that compared to PTC in water curves, when we see that this is almost 0.9 volt of the halfway potential we can see. This is almost world best intrinsic water property. Especially this is more better than the commercialized PTC. And also OER property also at the 10 milliampere per centimeter scale level, 260 millivolt of potential is we can find. This is one of the best OER property catalyst. It's more better than the commercialized ruthenium oxide. Not only this catalytic property, our catalyst cases, they are good, stable operating of the catalyst we can see. Almost 30,000 cycle operation also, there are less than 11 millivolt degradation OR property. But when you see this one, the PTC case is around 20,000 cycle, their performance strongly degradation. SMS like this one, and commercialized ruthenium oxide also strongly degradation. But our catalyst is OER cases also, even though there are 30 cycles after their degradation is very negligible. Finally, we show this one is easily understand our CPS 101 case showing the bifunctional property. And this total reversible oxygen bifunctional activity is around 0.59. It is world best property. So compared to our published paper, this catalyst is mostly best performance catalyst. And second one is developing new electrolytes. Firstly, we developing new bacterial cellulose, we say the C2. And second is adding chitosan derivative. And third one is functionalization using tempo oxidation and cottonization. Okay, firstly, generally well-known bacterial cellulose, we can say C1 is using HS culture media. But we using pineapple juice, yeast, peptide, etc. And many kind of the additive we add up, and we successfully getting hexagonal crystal structure C2 we developing. Compared to general C1, our C2 bacterial cellulose cases density is more high and thermal stability is also increased. Generally, C1 cases around 120 degrees until that stable, but our C2 bacterial cellulose cases around 200 or so. This is operating well. Second, we add up the chitosan inside the bacterial cellulose. When we increase and when we adding chitosan, their molecular weight increase and thermal stability increase. So their crystallinity is decreased. So they are based on this one, their ionic conductivity increase. But chitosan properties over that 50, their amorphous properties too much is increased. Follow this one and thermal stability decrease with the ion conductivity totally decreased. So we finally observed that 0.5% of the chitosan add up, then this best performance is come. Based on this one, swelling property and water retention property also, and 50% of the bacterial cellulose with the chitosan, the optimized value we can get. Third one is we get this bacterial cellulose and chitosan combinations. We try to functionalization. This is main role of this membrane. So we control to tempo oxidation and DBO cottonization. We short form, we can say the OCBC and QCBC. And as we try to like this functionalization process, we can modify the molecular weight in negative charge density and cross-linking compatibility. Based on this one, high ion conductive properties come and their water retention and swelling resistance increase. And also, like this one, we can observe the wider temperature range operation, especially OCBC, QCBC is a 1-to-1 ratio cases, mostly stable, solid state, solid electrolyte interfaces form. So it protects from zinc anode corrosion. So their charging discharging cycle properties dramatically increase. And also their anti-freezing property can operate in the -degree temperatures. and high structural stability. It over 80 degrees Celsius, no any property degradation, battery performance is calm. Like this one is after this OCBC QCBC 1-to-1 ratio, there are stable solid electrolyte interface is formed. We can see that the zinc sulfide, zinc fluoride, solid electrolyte interface is formed. So total cycle also 6,000 cycle and 800 hour operating is well. And high temperature and low temperature also, their operating is no any issue. And follow the temperature around to minus 25 to 80, their performance is well remained. This is same image in porous structure and fibrous chitosan cellulosic fiber. We can see that their diameter is 5 to 10 nanometers. And we can see that uniform cross linking and their surface area is high. When we see that see this TGA and TSS result also, our membrane case until 225 degrees thermally stable, we can see. And next day, we developing new anode is patented zinc. Firstly, our two kind of different parameter we modified. First one is pore depth, and second is pore diameter. Firstly, we fixing, and the diameter control is one option, and second is diameter fix and depth control. These two ways we try. By using this process, we control the mechanical flexibility with stable SCI layer formation. Majorly, this patterning process is ongoing based on the dry etching. During the etching time, their aseptic gas is easily affecting on the surface of the zinc. They have two formation of the zinc fluoride and zinc sulfate, and it also affecting to make a stable solid electrode interface. Like this one, we can see that we during the dry etching process, polystyrene bit size and etching gas concentration and etching time control, then various dimension and pattern and zinc anode we can make it. When we analysis XRD and zinc symmetric cell fabrication, and we analysis over potential, we optimize the hole depth and hole diameter. And finally, we get the 101 and 002 phase ratio is mostly high part, especially in 500 nanometer hole and 500 nanometer depth is mostly low above potential value is common. In general, plane, the zinc plate is around 5,600 cycle. There are not properly degradation fracking too. So increasing strong resistance. But our patented zinc case is over 20,000 cycle. There are no any increasing resistance in stability operation. So our optimized pattern condition, they are 0 degree, 9 degree, 108 degree, 0 degree, like some folded, we try operating also. There are no any cell performance degradation and operating well. During the dry etching process, as I already previously mentioned it, during the etching gas-wise, in the surface of zinc, the uniform SCA layer is forming. This protects from Zinc-air batteries properties main degradation law of the dendrite formation, they will remove. So cell own long-term stable operating they will have. Exactly, plain zinc anode cases, almost 2,250 cycles. Their potential efficiency is 64.4 point to the 60.1 point degradation. But after patterning zinc cases, around over 6,000 cycle, this is almost 3% degradation. So our pattern zinc is very stably operating possible. Finally, we finally get our cathode anode membrane. We make the zinc-air pouch cell. When the analysis like this battery, then we finally achieve around high current flow, around 25 milliampere per centimeter square or so. achieved 1 ampere hour more we can get. And also their rate dependently reoperating different current flow and remeasuring the potential. This is also operating well, and there are no any degradation compared to the already commercialized catalyst. And total cycle and stability also, we can see that the 6,000 cycle over operating. So this is almost commercial level battery we successfully get. Our gated energy density is 470 to 523 watt-hour per kilogram. This is compared to general already already made it battery. This is mostly high value we successfully get. This is photo for our Zinc-air battery operation. There we can easily charging the mobile, and there easily LED light is we can easily see. And around 0 degree or so, there performance degradation, no performance degradation. So this is operating well, we can see. This is mechanical flexibility. We can see that around 5,000 cycle or so, their cell is not any degradation, almost the same as like previous. This operating well, we can see. This is our developed high energy zinc-air pouch cell properties. Okay, this is conclusion. We propose fabrication of 1 ampere hour zinc pouch cell. This is almost outstanding cell level energy density, around 460 to 523. And this is long life cycle because of the good SCI layer formations. And their operating temperatures are widely operating. And this research work is key breakthrough work and make it this can change the over the world, all the battery system wise. And when you see in the below the figure, US Department of the Energy targeted battery performance until 2025 is written in here. But you can easily see that our gated data is already overcoming this DOE targeted value. So I hope so. Our developer battery case is replacing the lithium-ion battery, and we can enhancing the future human life more better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The session is open for discussion. If you have participants, if you have any questions, you may ask. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for enriching us with your studious scholarly presentation. Thank you once again. May I Mr. Yuvraj Sabe, sir, from Department of Chemistry, to extend vote of thanks. Over to Sabe, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, everyone, honorable dignitaries and respected guests. It has been such an honor to be a part of this first international web conference on advances in material science and applied biology. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the resource person of this session, Dr. Dong Hoon Kim, who spread precious time from his busy schedule to grace this session and enlightened all of us with innovative ideas of advances, high energy and rechargeable zinc-air batteries. Over recent year, a lot has been discussed about batteries and energy storage efficiency. As we know, with the rapid development in the mobile power supply and consumer electronic markets, there is an urgent demand for high energy density and long durable power source. And sir explained briefly about the various energy conversion storage system and rechargeable zinc-air batteries, which has high energy density, low cost, eco-friendliness, and excellent safety. I could not thank you, for the knowledge that you had shared with us. Thank you very much. Over to Warfarin.
Thank you, Sabe, sir. Dear friends, I welcome you once again in today's second session. We feel privileged to have with us Honorable Professor Dr. Irkan Bursus from Department of Chemistry, Mus Alparslan University, Turkey, as a resource person. Let me invite Ms. Priyanka Ghorpade, Madam, to introduce our resource person.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon, one and all present over here. Respected dignitaries, staff, and budding young minds. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our next resource person from Turkey, and he holds PhD in biochemistry with his thesis entitled Determining Antioxidant Anti-Radical Activities of Kiwi Fruit, Purification, Characterization of Carbonic Anhydrase from kiwi fruit. He also was a postdoctoral scholar at Texas Tech University, Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry, and now working as a full professor at Alparslan University, Faculty of Health in Turkey. Sir has more than 50 articles published in experiment journals with having 2,500 citations and 21 H-index. The main scope of his studies are antioxidant activity, phenolic compound, medicinal plant, enzyme purification and kinetics, and glycoproteins in biological samples. Also, he is well-versed in UV spectrophotometry, HPLC, and LC-MS. Here to share his findings and ideas on his research, let's welcome Professor Dr. Ekan Barsal, sir.
Hi, hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me this nice meeting. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm struggling with these COVID things for nearly a week. I think Omicron variant. I'm sick, so that my voice is not clear. Sorry for that. Thank you for again inviting me and participating in this meeting. Yeah, my major is biochemistry, and mainly my study scopes, my studies topics are antioxidants, enzymes, enzyme inhibitions, and some biological activities of plant extracts and some pure samples. So in this study, we studied some biological activities of and phenolic compounds of some propolis samples from different parts of Turkey. Let's start our presentation. The topic is propolis samples from different regions of Turkey, antioxidant activity and bioactive compound analysis. I would like to first give the presentation flow of my presentation. First, introduction, a brief information about propolis or antioxidant or phenolic compounds, and then I will give materials and methods, what we studied, which method I studied, and then So introduction, propolis, maybe, can you hear me? I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, okay. My internet is also is low. So propolis is a, maybe most of you know, propolis is a resinous material released from plant sources and collected by honeybees and produced by bee secretion. Honeybees produce and propolis materials to seal the holes and the cracks in beehives, for protecting them from microbial cracks microbial infection, and extreme weather conditions. So the plant sources and geographic conditions could change the biochemical content and activities of propolis samples. So the biochemical properties of many propolis samples from different parts of the world have been studied and evaluated. So their phenolic content or their biological activities can be different. Antioxidant, antimicrobial activities, and phenolic contents of them have been investigated previously in some studies in many diseases. We can basically see how propolis gathered from beehives. You can see here a man is collecting the propolis samples. Yeah, the propolis. Present study reports the total phenolic contents, as well as antioxidant activities, phenolic compounds, the propolis samples. So I would like to, I am from Turkey. I gathered the propolis from different parts of, 4 parts of Turkey. This is Turkey, and this is the, here one of the sample propolis gathered from here. One is gathered the north part of Turkey. One gathered from east and one south. So 4 parts of Turkey, we gathered the different propolis samples. For example, the ecosystem of the one part of propolis samples, Ordu. It's a city in the north part of Turkey. You can see the flowers, different parts of flowers. As we said before, the ecosystem, the flowers, and the habitat, the plants are very important for the quality of propolis, also for the quality of honey. So and the other image picture here, you can see chestnut tree flowers from all the propolis location. You can see a rich plants, rich flowers in the Ordu. So we mainly examined three properties of propolis samples. One is antioxidant capacities, properties of the propolis samples, whether they are same or they are different. So antioxidant, phenolic content analysis, and total phenolic, total flavonoid content. So first of all, I would like to give some information about antioxidant. What's an antioxidant? An antioxidant is a strong reducing agent which is easily oxidized and thus prevents the oxidation of other substances. Antioxidants react with oxidizing agents before they can attack the other biomolecules. The term antioxidant has many definitions. Chemical definition: an antioxidant is a substance that opposes oxidation or inhibits reaction promoted by oxygen or peroxides. Biological definition of antioxidant is synthetic or natural substances that prevent or delay deterioration of a product or are capable of counteracting the damaging effects of oxidation in animal tissues. And how about institution of medicine definition of an antioxidant? is a substance that significantly decreases the adverse effects of reactive oxygen species such as ROS and RNS, reactive oxygen species, reactive nitrogen species, on normal physiological function in humans. So antioxidants are very important molecules. They scavenge the radicals, they prevent aging or some other diseases. They prevent mainly oxidative stress. So oxidative stress can be caused by environmental factors, disease, infection, inflammation. Yeah. The body produces some endogenous antioxidants, but dietary antioxidants may provide additional line of defense. So we have some antioxidant defense system, some molecules in our body, but we have to take additional dietary antioxidants. So we have to take some other natural, especially antioxidants. Natural antioxidants shouldn't cause of flowers or colors, must be lipid soluble, must be non-toxic, should have carry true properties, must be cost effective. We say reactive oxygen species. We can see here superoxide, hydroxy radical, a lot of reactive oxygen species produced in our body, so they have to be cleaned or scavenged by antioxidants. So our antioxidant level must be in a normal level. So what exactly antioxidants do? Prevent formation of reactive oxygen species. For example, inhibit xanthine oxidase and other oxygenase enzymes, scavenge and remove radical oxygen species before they can damage important biomolecules, aid the human body's natural defenses, repair oxidative damage, eliminate damaged molecules, prevent mutations. So they function a lot of important roles. Our second study is analyzing the phenolic compounds of propolis samples. So I want to give some brief information about phenolic compounds. As we can see here, phenolic compounds basically a chemical compound which contains a phenol group. You can see here. Yeah. Phenolic compounds. Phenols are a main group of secondary metabolites synthesized in plants and provide color and flavor for most fruit and vegetables. Phenols gain much more attention due to their many beneficial effects on human health. For example, there are some epidemical and in vivo studies indicating that their consumption is associated with reduced cardiovascular diseases risk or certain types of cancer. Phenolic compounds contain at least one hydroxyl group with an aromatic ring on their chemical structure. The antioxidant activities of phenolic compounds are mainly attributed to their redox properties, which allow them to act as chelating metals, reducing agents, hydrogen burners, or quenchers of singlet of oxygen. So phenolic compounds are good antioxidant with rich other biological activities. So there are some example structures for phenolic compounds here. For example, salicylic acid, it's the basic part of aspirin, is a simple phenol, or myricetin, or flavonoids, or anthocyanins. there are all having phenolic rings, phenolic groups. So phenolic compounds are very important and do very good, important functions on health. For example, here also we will see in the results section these phenolic compounds, quinic acid, chlorogenic acid, caffeic acid, rosmarinic acid, carnithanol, and apigenin. These phenolic compounds are abundant in propolis samples. We will see in the results section. Here you can see their chemical structures, phenolic structures of these phenolic compounds. So the second part, materials and methods. First, propolis samples. The propolis samples were obtained from Muş, Ordu, Manisa, and other cities located in different regions of Turkey, 4 parts of Turkey. So the locations have different climate and plant diversity properties. Especially Ordu propolis was gathered from a forest that has mainly chestnut trees and rose flowers. Manisa propolis was gathered from a forest that has mainly pine trees. Muş and other propolis samples were gathered from mainly natural and wildflower locations. The propolis samples were collected by a taxonomist, Dr. İsa Yılmaz, my friend, from Muş Alparslan University. Sorry. Preparation of the propolis extracts. So we gathered from four propolis samples. We gathered them to our laboratory, and we prepared their extracts. We do in some different methods. For example, one type, the mixtures of ethanol and water solvents, 50-50, were used to carry out the propolis extracts according to our previous research, study. For this, 5 grams of propolis samples were mixed with 100 milliliters of distilled water and ethanol mixture. The mixtures were homogenized by magnetic stirrer and heated until boiling for 10 minutes. And then homogeneous mixtures were filtered with filter papers, and the filtered samples were lyophilized in a lyophilizer at 5 millimolar for preparing the extract. So the lyophilized samples were stored at -30° until being used. So we prepared our propolis extracts, different extracts, and we analyzed LCSM. We analyzed their phenolic content with LCMS, MS, liquid chromatography, MS spectrophotometry equipment. So here there is some detailed information and the equipment of this LCMS-MS instrument. I want to skip this. We first also we determined their total phenolic and total flavonoid contents, amounts of them. For total phenolic content, we compared the result with gallic acid, which is a standard phenolic compounds, and for the flavonoid content, also we followed this procedure, and we found their results with quercetin equivalent amount, which is a standard flavonoid compound quercetin. Let me tell something about antioxidant activity methods. We used 5 different antioxidant methods. Here we can see 3 reducing method and 2 radical scavenging method. 5 different antioxidant methods we examined. Antioxidant methods. This is cupric methods. This is cupric ions reducing activity method. The other one is ferric ions reducing antioxidant method. The other one is ferric ions reducing another TPTZ reducing assays, where performed to evaluate the reducing potential of the extracts. Furthermore, radical scavenging activities of the extracts were examined by using DPPH and ABTS radical scavenging method. These methods are very common and well-known antioxidant methods. So we examined their antioxidant potentials with 5 different methods. And we compared their result with some standard antioxidants such as butylated hydroxyanisole, butylated hydroxytoluene, and Trolox. They are well-known standard antioxidants. We compared their results with them. So this is our results for total phenolic and total flavonoid contents of Propolis samples. Here are their data. As you can see here, for total phenolic content, here we can see all the Propolis, which is sold north part of Turkey, and it's very rich chest food and very rich flowers in all the Propolis was very rich for total phenolic content. Also, it's very rich with total flavonoid content. So, as we can see here, the chestnut forests or the Propolis was the best, the richest activity with total phenolic and flavonoid content. And let me give some details about the antioxidant activity of the Propolis samples. Some details here. FRAP method results show that the reducing potentials of all Propolis was higher than all the 3 Propolis samples, even the standards. The results revealed that both Ruder and Bush Propolis samples that were produced in nature flowers locations had the lowest reducing abilities among the samples and standards. Again, the reducing potentials of all the Propolis is higher in cupric method and the other method. So we can see their results in their graph. For example, here in the reducing method, this is absorbance with amount concentration graph. Here we can see the absorbance increasing is absorbance increasing indicates the effective antioxidant activity. We can see here, this is I think this is which one? Yeah, these are standard. Yeah, these are standard, and this is all the Propolis, the blue one. Maybe you can see here. So all the Propolis is, I think, is better antioxidant with this reducing reducing method. Here we can see another radical scavenging properties of the propolis samples. In this technique, in this method, also we can see absorbance with amount or concentration graph. Here also decreasing absorbance indicates the rich phenolic content, rich antioxidant activity. Here we can see again Ordu and Vanessa propolis. They are very effective antioxidant activity has. ABTC is another common radical scavenging method. According to results of ABTC study, the effectiveness of the propolis samples and the propolis standards were grouped as Ordu and butylated hydroxyanosol. This is a standard. This is another standard. This is other propolis, Manisa, and another standard, and Mush propolis. We ordered their capacity, antioxidant capacity. Also, this is another radical scavenging method. It's very well-known radical scavenging method, DPPH method. As you can see here, decreasing absorbance also indicates rich phenolic, rich antioxidant activity. Here, so there is a, yeah. My time finish, or I have a time?
So you have ample time.
Okay. So sorry. As I am sick, I didn't. Work. So
you take your own time. You take your own time.
Okay. So let's talk something about phenolic compounds of propolis samples. As we said before, we do some LC-MS analysis techniques to determine, to analyze their phenolic content analysis, quantitative or qualitative and quantitative analysis. So as before, we explained the results of antioxidant and total flavonoid contents. Also in here, Ordu propolis is has very rich and variety different phenolic compounds we detected for LC-MS experiments, such as carnfarol, chromic acid, acacetin, and quercetin were detected to be major phenolic compounds in the propolis samples. Results supported the relation of phenolic compounds with antioxidant activity. As we know before, phenolic compounds have rich and powerful antioxidant activities. So Ordu propolis have highest amount of phenolic compounds. It's related with its powerful antioxidant activity. Let's see our LC-MS standard chromatograms. We used 53 different phenolic compounds as standard chromatogram, as standard. As we can see, their retention time and 53 and 3 other internal standard. Total 56 chromatograms we can see here. It's a summary table for the LC-MS results. We can see here Manisa propolis, Öder propolis, Mush propolis, and Ordu propolis, 4 different propolis. And among the 53 standard phenolic compounds, we found 12 major phenolic compounds. Also, we obtained small amounts of other phenolic compounds for these propolis samples, but mainly these 12 phenolic compounds are major ones. For example, we can see that acacetin is highest amount here in propolis odor, and for example here caffeic acid is very rich in odor propolis. Fumaric acid also is very rich in phenolic in propolis or the propolis. Yeah, we can see the quantitative amounts of these major 12 compounds in propolis samples. As a conclusion, propolis has been known for various chemical composition and biological properties. The effectiveness of the different propolis samples can be changed with climate and flora of the location. So the main idea of and purpose of this study is to evaluate and compare the different propolis samples from 4 parts of Turkey. The results supported that all the propolis, which is the north part of Turkey and very rich forests in all the propolis that produced in chestnut forest was the most effective antioxidant material and more effective than the standards in the all 5 in vitro antioxidant methods. The results also supported the relation of phenolic compounds, rich phenolic compounds with antioxidant activity. Also, the results proved that high potential of propolis samples in the pharmacological industry. Yeah. These are our references. Thank you so much for listening to me. Sorry, I am awake, struggling with these COVID things. Just, I want to cut this. This is this is Antalya. I want to show some pictures from Turkey. 2 months ago, we have a conference, we have a meeting like this, international conference in Antalya. This is some pictures of Antalya as I took. I hope you will come to see Antalya one day. You will come to Turkey. I will be honored to host you. Thank you for listening to me. Sorry, my voice is.
No,
thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Burkal. Besides your health is not proper, you have attended the conference, and really it was a very wonderful talk. I appreciate your presence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So sorry again. I am very sick and I have a flu.
Yeah, I do realize, but really it was a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Over to Ashwini.
Thank you, sir, for your precious time and enriching words. You are facing some health issues, but still you manage yourself to reach us and enlighten us. Thank you. To express gratitude, I invite Miss Priyanka Ghodke, ma'am. Priyanka Ghodke, ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all, honorable dignitaries and respected resource person. It has been an honor to be a part of this first international web conference on advances in material science and applied biology 2022, organized by Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli. On behalf of organizing committee, it's my pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks to respected resource person, Professor Dr. Irkun Brisel, Professor at Mus Alparslan University Faculty of Health in Turkey, of attending this conference to grace this meeting. and enlighten all of us with Propolis region of Turkey, antioxidant activity and bioactive compound analysis. Thank you, sir. I here sincerely thankful to you wholeheartedly for glorifying this session with your knowledge and presence. Thank you. Thank you once again. Over to Priyanka Ghurpade, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Dear participants and attendants, it's time to start third session of the day. I welcome you all at this third session to enrich our knowledge. We have with us Honorable Dr. Yogesh Gangade sir, research associated from Oregon State University, USA. I invite Ms. Varsha Nalaude ma'am to introduce our today's resource person. Over to Varsha Nalaude ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected faculty members, research scholars, and participants. Today is the second day of first International Web Conference on Advances in Material Science and Applied Biology, organized by Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce and welcome today's resource person, Honorable Dr. Yogesh Gangade sir. Sir is currently working as an postdoctoral scholar at Oregon State University, Department of Biochemistry and Biophysics, Corvallis. He has secured the first rank in Masters in Drug Chemistry from University of Pune. He is having 3-year experience as an assistant professor. He is also qualified NET JRF with All India rank 66 held in December 2013. Sir has junior research fellowship from January 2014 to 2016 and senior research fellowship from January 2016 to September 2018 awarded by UGC New Delhi. He has received his PhD from Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Bhopal in January 2021. His PhD thesis entitled Synthesis and Evolution of Functionalized Acrylamide Scaffold for Improved Drug Delivery and Protein Aggregation Inhibition. He has published research papers at various international and national journals and also filed a patent for research entitled A Novel Dipyl Derivative as an Insulin Chaperone. We are very fortunate to have resource person like sir. I welcome again Dr. Yogesh Gangade sir for this session. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ghurpade ma'am. Thank you.
Dear friends, you know very well, wisdom comes not from age, but comes from education and learning. And I know you all are very excited to listen words of wisdom from our resource person, Dr. Yogesh Gangade sir. I warmly welcome Honorable Yogesh Gangade sir address us. Sir, please.
Yeah, so can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you, all of you. Thank you, Varsha, for kind introduction. And thanks all of you. So now I will start my presentation. So I will just sharing the screen. Sorry. So my screen is visible now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so thank you all of you. So before making any further delay, I will start my presentation for today's conference. So I will first, in today's lecture, I will discuss basically on this, the work I have done during my graduate studies, where I have primarily worked.
Sorry to interrupt, make your screen full screen, please.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Please.
Yeah. So now is it okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So I will discuss work primarily done during my graduate studies at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Bhopal. So this work was basically entitled as Synthesis and Evaluation of Functionalized Acrylamide Scaffold for Improved Drug Delivery and Protein Aggregation Inhibition. So this work I have divided in two different parts. This part one that has basically a drug delivery application where I have synthesized this kind of aryl amide based molecules and that are used for this drug delivery purposes. In part two, I'm sorry, actually, okay, yeah. And in part two, there is another kind of work where this drug, where this aryl based scaffolds they have utilized to inhibit insulin aggregation. So this is the therapeutic application of this kind of aryl based molecules. Okay, so now I will go for first topic, that is design and synthesis of aryl based amphiphilic assemblies to enhance solubility and stability of hydrophobic drugs. So all of you know that amphiphiles, these are a very basic organic molecules or very basic moieties that has two different kind of functionalities. Basically, it has hydrophilic head group and hydrophobic tail. And in aqueous medium, as you know, like dissolves in like. So in aqueous medium, when the water molecule surround to this kind of amphiphilic molecule, this hydrophobic tail of this molecule repel from the aqueous medium and tend to go inside the core of the molecule, and hydrophilic head that tend to remain in the outside environment, in the surface exposed environment, and that leads to formation of a circular kind of shape that is called as micelles. Okay, so this kind of micelles or assemblies that are mainly formed through different interactions. So mainly these hydrogen bonding interactions between these individual amphiphilic units. And electrostatic interaction can also play a role in the formation of this kind of assembly. Coordinate to metal ligand interactions also reported. Hydrophobic interactions also known to have in these assembly processes. Van der Waals and CH pi interactions also reported in formation of assembly. But these amphiphilic self-assemblies, as they have extensive applications in material science, drug and gene delivery, catalysis, molecular recognition, transport processes. But if you see, most of assemblies are depend on this kind of amphiphilic unit, and this usually has hydrophilic head and aliphatic tail group. But polyaromatic unit, which is usually not reported in the assembly formation. Okay, so what we thought, like we will use this kind of aromatic molecule as we are working on this aromatic molecule. So we thought we will utilize these aromatic molecules, which also has aliphatic functionalities as well as hydrophilic group. So all three molecules or all three kind of functionalities together, how does it will make difference in stability and formation of assembly? So for that, we have designed this kind of polyaromatic molecule, where you can see we have hydrophilic this phase, hydrophilic head group, we can say. We will have hydrophobic groups like hydrophobic tail, and again we have a core, that is aromatic core. So we will have three different interactions in single molecule, that is hydrogen bonding electrostatic interaction from this hydrophilic surface or hydrophilic phase. Another is hydrophobic interaction, another is pi stacking aromatic interaction. So our idea was to, as if all three kind of interactions or all three kind of species are there in a single molecule, that may form a stable and a different kind of assembly. Okay, so now by keeping this aim in mind, we have synthesized basically these molecules by using simple organic transformations, where we have used this 4-nitro 3-hydroxybenzoic acid. This on this molecule on its purification gives this methyl ester. This methyl ester on alkylation gives this alkylation of this phenol. This on further hydrolysis leads to formation of this acid, and it on reduction gives formation of this amine. These are two reaction partners. What we did, so this amine we have alkylated by using this isoamyl tosylate or decyl tosylate, depending on requirement as we need one in, like as I have discussed, like in we have need one is this isoamyl group, and in another molecule we need decyl tosylate. So we have basically alkylated by respect to functionality, and then we have coupled this basically this amine, secondary amine, with this acid 4, and we got this kind of dimer. Now this dimer molecule was further reduced to amino, and this was further coupled as successive coupling with this isomer and the celtoside will give formation of this moiety. Then this basically was hydrolyzed with lithium hydroxide, and further this hydrogenation increase of palladium carbon with formation of this basically will lead to formation of this kind of pre-hydrophilic case. Okay, so once we have this molecule in our hand, we have now started to check, does this molecule form assembly or not. So for that, what we have done, like we have checked the assembly formation by this molecule by using NMR spectroscopy. In this molecule can form okay, so as this molecule, which is an amphiphilic molecule, so it's dissolved in this organic solvent like DMSO. Okay, and in DMSO, when we recorded NMR spectrum, H1 NMR spectrum, you can see there are sharp NMR signals in aromatic region of the spectrum, right? And when we took NMR spectrum of this molecule in D2, the treated water, this is a fully aqueous solvent, you can see there is a broadening of the peak, and there is still, you can see peaks are not resolved. Okay, so this indicates that that molecule which is forming some kind of higher order structures, and that's why this peak broadening has happened. Okay, now when we compare this with molecule M1, which is having shorter alkyl chain, we have observed in DMSO there are sharp NMR signals in H1 spectrum, but in D2 this molecule still show a sharp NMR signal. That indicates, this is not surprising to us, because this molecule you can see this has short alkyl chain, okay, as compared to the decyl one, and we know this long alkyl chain help to form aggregate much faster, as this amplifies, it is already known, right? And that's why in D2 this molecule also not showing assembly forming behavior. Okay, now to further probe the assembly formation of this molecule, that is basically M2, what we have done a temperature dependent NMR analysis, where the idea was, like, since the molecule is forming assembly, okay, now if we give higher temperature, or if we increase the temperature due to intermolecular, because this molecule has non-covalent interaction, and due to this non-covalent interaction at higher temperature, this interaction becomes weaker, and at assembly that becomes dissociate. Okay, so what we have observed at higher temperature, when we go temperature rise in temperature, you can see with increasing temperature this molecule or you can see resolution of this peak, or the sharpness of this H1 NMR peaks was observed. That indicates that at higher temperature this assembly is getting dissociated, as well as we can also argue that assembly which is rotating very faster in NMR time scale at higher temperature, and that's why this resolution of H1 NMR spectrums observed, okay, or H1 NMR peak were observed. That indicates this molecule which is forming assembly, non-covalent assembly, and at higher temperature the assembly becomes quite a bit unstable. Okay, so that tells us that molecule forming assembly, and further we have proved this assembly formation by this molecule by using dynamic light scattering analysis, where we can directly measure hydrodynamic radius, okay, formed in aqueous medium by this molecule, where 1 millimolar solution of this molecule prepared in aqueous solution of this molecule were prepared and subject to DLS analysis, where we have observed
that these molecules M1 and M2 both are forming a sub nanometer size particle, so sub-micron size particles, like around mean hydrodynamic radius was 200 nanometer for M1 and 141 nanometer for M2. Okay, and this was further corroborated with TEM analysis, where you can directly visualize this circular shape assembly by these molecules, like molecule M1 and M2 formation. Okay, so this now indicates that this molecule which is forming assembly structures, circular shape assembly structure. So since we know that this molecule is forming assembly, so we want to utilize this assembly for therapeutic purpose. We thought like we will use this molecule for therapeutic purpose, and what we have now thought, like since this curcumin, as all of you know, aware about that, this is the one of the spice in India, that curcumin, and which is widely known as it has pharmaceutical pharmacological activity like anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anti-tumor, anti-amyloid, etc. But this curcumin has one major problem. Like at if you see at physiological pH, this curcumin will not be stable even for half an hour. Okay, so it will get degraded. So at even at higher pH, at basic pH solutions, this curcumin is highly unstable, and at acidic pH it has moderate stability. Okay, so to stabilize this curcumin is one of very important goal, so that we will study its different effect of curcumin, maybe pharmacological effect. So for that, we thought like we will protect curcumin in our assembly, as we know that it is forming circular assembly. Okay, so and so that we will address these kind of different problems of curcumin, that is poor aqueous solubility, low stability at physiological pH, at photodegradation, etc. Okay. So, so by keeping in mind that goal to encapsulate curcumin in our assembly, what we did, we have prepared some 1 millimolar solution of our molecule M1, molecule M2, and in control we have kept 1 millimolar PBS. Okay, and what we have observed that we have added curcumin powder, direct curcumin powder into the 1 millimolar solution of our molecule, and in control PBS buffer. Okay, and we have stirred this solution overnight for 12 hours, and after 12 hours we have observed that this M1 and M2, which is forming a micelle kind of solution of curcumin, but in PBS you can see a pre-floated curcumin powder was observed. That indicates that in PBS curcumin was not dissolved, but in M1 M2 it is forming some kind of micelle solution. Okay, so we have checked now. So does this curcumin has really solubilized in this solution or not? For that, what we have done, we have taken 10 microliter of solution from each tube, and we have added 240 microliter of ethanol, okay, to solubilize the curcumin, and we have observed, or we have assessed this solubility of curcumin by using UV visible spectroscopy, and we have observed that in molecule M2 curcumin, which is added in M2, which is showing very high absorbance, that is 1, and that is attributed to the 1:1.4 equivalent of curcumin solubility in this M2, and in M1 it is 1:0.5 molecule to curcumin solubility, and in PBS it is showing nearly none, like it doesn't show any solubility in the curcumin. Okay, in the PBS. Okay, that indicates that this molecule make assembly in presence of curcumin, and that able to solubilize curcumin. Okay, these are further correlated by centrifugation, like does this assembly is really there, or this is just again a suspension of curcumin, insoluble curcumin. So to further probe that, what we have done, we have subjected this solution at 5000 rpm for 10 minutes, and then the supernatant were collected, where we have observed that this clear supernatant of this curcumin encapsulated M2 and curcumin M2 has observed, that indicate that this molecule or the assembly formed by this molecule which is solubilizing curcumin in its core. Okay, now we have this in hand. So what we have thought, like now we'll check how the assembly properties were affected by curcumin, or the assembly property of molecule affected by curcumin. So for that we have done again a DLS analysis where encapsulated molecule in presence of curcumin again show sub micrometer size diameter for the assembly, and in TM analysis we have also observed that there was no significant change of morphology observed with and without curcumin of this M1 and M2 molecule. That indicates it is again forming a cellular assembly when curcumin is encapsulated in the molecule. Now we have this assembly in hand. So what we thought, like how long this molecule can hold curcumin in its core. Okay. So for that, we have monitored the release of curcumin from this assembly, and in this, so what we did, like we have kept this curcumin encapsulated, or curcumin encapsulated in that molecule, that solution, undisturbed for 24 hours, or for over a time like up to 120 hours, you can say, for this experiment. And we have taken few microliter of that solutions over time and monitored UV visible absorbance for that solution. So what we observe that over time, this M1, which is having a short alkyl chain, that is isoamyl side chain, which is showing faster release of curcumin as compared to M2. You can see even after 120 hours, that means nearly up to after 5 days, this M2, which is having a decyl side chain, that is retaining nearly 50% of curcumin in its core. That indicates molecule not only form a stable assembly with curcumin, but it also encapsulate curcumin and retain curcumin. 50% curcumin retention was observed even after 5 days of incubation. Okay. So now we know that molecule is encapsulated curcumin, and also it is solubilized in curcumin. So we thought, like how it is, as it is known that curcumin is highly photo unstable. So does this molecule stabilize curcumin in front of UV visible radiations? Okay. So what we have done, next experiment we have designed that we have basically exposed this curcumin, pre-curcumin, curcumin, and curcumin encapsulated in the molecule to UV radiation for 2 hours. Okay. So in this example, you can see curcumin, which was just added in the PBS, that is practically insoluble, and also curcumin, which is after 2 hours exposed to the UV irradiation and measured the UV visible absorption. Here we have observed that there was nearly 30% decrease of the curcumin absorbance after 2 hours of UV radiation from here to here. Okay, but when curcumin that was encapsulated in the M2 and exposed for UV radiation and measured after 2 hours, you can see at 0 hour, this is the blue line, there was absorbance, it's around 0.9, and even after 2 hours of UV radiation, absorbance was not significantly changed. That indicates that our molecule protected curcumin from UV radiation, and that is mainly because this molecule has an aromatic core area, that aromatic core that absorbs UV radiation and protect curcumin from degradation. Okay, so that molecule protect curcumin from degradation. Now, since we know that molecule is protecting curcumin as well as dissolving curcumin, so we want to check the really that curcumin, which is encapsulated in the molecule, can deliver to the cell or not. Okay, because even if curcumin is soluble and it has not degrading, but if it is not delivering in the cell, it doesn't have any effect, right? It will not be useful. So we want to check the curcumin is delivered to the cell or not. So for that, we have treated curcumin with suspension in PBS, okay, and curcumin which was solubilized in the M2 molecule, which was giving a more solubility of curcumin, that molecule, like curcumin in PBS and curcumin was in M2 molecule. and we treated this HEK293 T cell lines with these different two solutions. There, as per expectation, that curcumin which was in previous was not in this previous curcumin was not soluble. So we were expecting that curcumin should not enter inside the cell. Okay, and curcumin was solubilized in the M2 should enter in the cell, right? Because curcumin was much solubilized. If it is solubilized, it should enter in the cell. If it is not solubilized, it will not mix in the solution and not go into the cell. Okay, and the same was observed, like you can see here, that curcumin, this central panel, curcumin in PBS, which is not located inside the cell, which is just in the cell membrane. You can see here, because in merge you can see the dapistain where this blue, which is a cell nuclei. The nuclei has not stained by curcumin, you can see here. And here in this curcumin, which was encapsulated M2, you can see curcumin was internalized inside the HEK cell lines. Okay, and this was again you can see here in merge, like DAPI, which is curcumin, also showing localization in the nucleus. Okay. This was again true for HeLa cells. This are the normal cell lines, and this is the HeLa is the cancer cell line. Whereas curcumin is known to have anti-cancer effect, right? So we have again checked it for cancer cell line. Does our molecule deliver curcumin inside the cancer cell or not? So here we have again observed that curcumin was encapsulated in M2 aggregate, effectively goes inside the HeLa cell lines as well. Okay. Now we know that curcumin is well delivered by our molecule or our assembly inside the cell. So we thought now we'll check that does our molecule itself has any kind of toxicity on the cell or not. Okay, because if molecule is itself toxic, then it is nonsense. Like there is no need to use that molecule, right? So what we have done, we have checked the concentration effect, concentration dependent toxicity of this molecule, that is M2, on different cell lines. One is this green one is the normal human embryonic kidney cell lines, and other are cancer cell lines. So we have observed that on HEK, that is normal cell line, this molecule itself up to 100 micromolar concentration is non-toxic. Okay, it is not showing any toxicity, but at 150 micromolar, it is showing nearly 40% toxicity. Okay, and on other cell lines, that is on cancer cell line, this molecule is still not toxic by itself. And on MCF7, this is again a cancer cell line, which is slightly more susceptible to the molecule, even at 100 micromolar concentration. That indicates molecule is quite a bit safe up to 100 micromolar concentration on all cells. Okay. Okay. And now we have checked effect of curcumin. As it is known that curcumin has anti-cancer activity. Okay. And if our molecule is really solubilized in curcumin, then definitely that curcumin, because it is solubilized, it should exert its protective effect on cancer cell, or it should exert toxicity to the cancer cell lines, right? So we have checked here effect of curcumin encapsulated inside the molecule on different cell line, where this you can see here, this is the normal cell line HEK. So here we are expecting that on HEK cell lines, this curcumin should not show any toxic effect. So you can see here curcumin up to 150 micromolar concentration inside our molecule doesn't show any effect or doesn't show significant toxicity. There definitely there is toxicity till 20% toxicity at 150 micromolar of curcumin, but this is not a significant, right, on normal cell line. But on cancer cell lines, curcumin, which is showing gradual increase in the toxicity, that indicates that our molecule efficiently solubilizing curcumin as well as delivering to the cell, and also showing a selective and differential toxicity to the cancer cell lines over normal cell lines. Okay, so our assembly molecules will do a good job. Now, since we know that the molecule is well working with curcumin, so what we thought we'll put or will now work with some more pharmacologically relevant drug, anti-cancer agent, to encapsulate inside this our assembly. So for that, what we have done, we have chosen a doxorubicin as an anti-cancer drug. Okay, so it is known that the doxorubicin which is having several problems like the doxorubicin. This molecule is always required to inject inside the body in the doxyl form, that is a pygylated doxorubicin, because if we inject doxorubicin in native form, it has several side effects that it will make our body or the hands and palms reddish, as well as this has different kind of non sorry different kind of non-targeted effect on the body functions, and it has a lot of toxicity on normal tissues. Okay, so and also this molecule, if we directly inject inside cell, it will have a very high solubility, because it is in the actually this molecule in native form of this molecule in the salt form, and it will since it has a very high solubility, its bioavailability is very less, because it will have very fast renal clearance. Okay, so for that this need to be in the some kind of encapsulated form to be injected. Okay, so again we have done the similar work where we have prepared this M1 and M2 solutions, and we have put this doxorubicin powder inside the solution, stirred for 12 hours, and to form basically the assemblies. Okay, then we have centrifuged these solutions and collected the supernatant from this. Okay, and we have quantified the amount of encapsulated doxorubicin by using UV visible spectroscopy. Here we have observed that again this M2, which was having decile side chain functionalities, is showing high encapsulation of doxorubicin as compared to M1, and the PBS, which is showing very basal level of doxorubicin solubility. Okay, so that again indicates our molecule encapsulating doxorubicin. We have further check. Okay, since molecule is encapsulated doxorubicin, now we want to check does our molecule selectively target cancer cell lines over normal cell lines or not? Because doxorubicin has very high toxic effect on normal cell lines also, because it has indiscriminate toxicity, right? So what we have made here rational that this molecule, which is this has a carboxylate group, right? So this carboxylate group at pH 7.4. This has pK around 4.5, and at pH 7.4, this is become in this carboxylate form. Okay. Now, if we increase the pH, okay, if we decrease the pH, this carboxylate start protonated. Okay, and once it start protonated, this molecule getting crashed out from the solution. Okay, as this molecule is, as you know, this molecule is forming assemblies. And this molecule, which is this assembly is soluble in aqueous medium, because this is in the carboxylate form. Once pH becomes lower at 10 towards 6, okay, this becomes protonated, and due to that, its solubility get decreased, and this molecule get crashed out from the solution. And if that happen, that doxorubicin or whatever encapsulated gas, which is encapsulated in this molecule, that also become released from the assembly. Okay, so this we have used. This strategy we have used, and so what we have done, we have basically prepared solution of this molecule at pH 7.4 and pH 6, and we have encapsulated doxorubicin into that, and then we have observed the release of doxorubicin at these different pHs. So we have observed that at pH 6, this molecule the releasing doxorubicin faster as compared to pH 7.4. Okay, now how this will help, because it is already known that at cancer cell lines that has slightly acidic pH as compared to normal cell lines, and if cancer cell has acidic pH, our molecule will deliver doxorubicin selectively to the cancer cell over normal cell lines, because it has it is releasing doxorubicin at pH 6. Okay, so keeping this in mind, we thought that does our molecule again take this or deliver this doxorubicin to the cells or not? For that, we have used HeLa cell lines, where we have observed that this doxorubicin encapsulated in the molecule, which is delivered to the cell effectively, which is shown here. And further, we have checked the toxicity of doxorubicin on this different cell lines, that is normal and cancer cell line. We have observed that over time, we have observed that this HEK293 cell lines, that is normal cell lines, and this MCF7, this is cancer cell line, where we have observed that this doxorubicin, which is showing slightly more toxicity to the cancer cells as compared to normal cell lines. Okay, so in this case, if you see the first panel, this is the basically this A, which is showing a free doxorubicin that is not encapsulated inside the molecule. So if it is not encapsulated, then it will not show indiscriminate toxicity. Okay, it will not show discriminate toxicity. So there both in normal and cancer cell line there is similar kind of toxicity because doxorubicin is free, which has unwanted effect. But in case of this second panel, you can see encapsulated doxorubicin. This is the encapsulated doxorubicin, and which is showing a slightly more toxic effect on cancer cell line over these HEK cells. Okay, and that is because it's preferential release at lower pH, at pH 6, because I told that cancer cell lines had slightly lower pH. Okay, so here also again our assembly, which is serving purpose to show selective toxicity to the cancer cell lines. Okay, so with this I will summarize this first topic, which is basically we have prepared AMPI files, and these AMPI files are in some micrometer size, can form some micrometer size assemblies. So these AMPI files basically show enhanced solubility and stability of curcumin, and these assemblies which are basically non-toxic to the cell, as I have showed by this type and blue toxicity assay, where up to 100 micromolar concentration this molecule is not toxic. Okay. And this assembly also show effective delivery and release of drug to the cells that ultimately lead to enhanced pharmacological effect of curcumin and doxorubicin, and the difference in pH dependent release, so that can be further utilized to selectively target cancer cell line over normal cell lines. Okay, so this was basically a first part of my today's talk. So I will just now start second part of my today's talk. If anyone has any question, they can now ask for this first topic. It will be fine if you have questions. Otherwise, I will.
Participants, if you want to ask question, you may ask.
Yeah. Okay, if there are no further questions, then I will go on my next part. So this is basically again switching gears. So this is quite a bit different topic, which is based on protein therapeutics. So where I have designed and synthesized RNA-based scaffold for insulin aggregation inhibition. Okay, so all of you know that insulin, which is a 51 amino acid peptide hormone. Okay, and it is a kind of a therapeutic, right? Insulin is a therapeutic because in diabetic patient, without providing external insulin, this patient will have doesn't have any good life, right? So it needs as a therapeutic drug. Okay, so this insulin, which is known to form a hexameric structure. Okay, this is the insulin hexameric structure, which is always secreted by pancreatic cell in the hexameric form. Okay, and this hexameric form is already zinc bound hexameric form. Okay, and when this hexameric form releases in the bloodstream, it becomes in monomer. It dissociates into monomer, and that monomer which act on glucose receptor. Okay, and once it acts on glucose receptor, it will control basically it will undergo glucose metabolism inside the cell, and that leads to control of blood glucose level. Okay, so this is basically a dimeric structure. So okay, so keep in mind that insulin basically has a stable hexameric structure during its synthesis inside the pancreas. Okay, and also it is stored inside the pancreas in hexameric structure. But insulin has different substructures. That is, insulin has tetrameric structure, dimeric structure, and monomeric structure, which is active and which is binding to the basically glucose receptor. Okay, to have anti-glycemic activity. So this is the dimeric structure of insulin. So basically, this insulin, since it is known like it is required as a therapeutic. Okay, and since there is a huge demand of this insulin therapeutic in the world. Okay, so this insulin need to be synthesized in large scale, in industrial scale. Okay. So during its industrial production, storage, and during transport processes, this insulin, which usually tend to form this kind of aggregates, okay, insulin aggregate. This is not basically remain in this native form. It forms this kind of aggregates. So that aggregates basically non-useful, because these aggregates again have different kind of effect, or it loses its complete its anti-glycemic activity, because insulin no longer in native form. If it is not in native form, it definitely don't have its therapeutic effect, right? And these aggregates, if we injected inside the person, can form different kind of allergic reactions, as well as plaque formation at the site of injection, also observed in case of this, okay, in diabetic patient. So that's why there is urgent need to develop molecule to inhibit this kind of insulin aggregation process, okay. So in the quest of that, many people have already tried to inhibit aggregation of insulin, but people say use this kind of natural molecules. Basically, these polyphenolic molecules works well till now. So this quercetin, rosmarinic acid, curcumin, gallic acid, this kind of molecules people have used to mitigate insulin aggregation. And some reports recently, like peptide-based inhibitors, people have synthesized. This is basically arginine-rich and hydrophobic peptide conjugate that is used to inhibit insulin aggregation. This in 2016, this Bunia and co-workers also used this kind of tryptophan and lysine-rich heptapeptide that is also showing aggregation inhibition effect. But all of you know that this kind of peptide-based inhibitor, they are susceptible to protease degradation inside the cell, so they no longer be useful. Then with this kind of inhibitor, like these inhibitors basically polyphenolic, required in very high molar ratio. Like if you want to stabilize one insulin monomer, it needs maybe in 3 to 4 molar ratio. Okay, and also it has the mechanism of how this is inhibiting insulin aggregation is also not known. So to find out or to tackle these problems, there is need to rationally design and develop inhibitor for insulin aggregation. So what we have done, we have gone through some literature where we have studied that, observed that this insulin basically, which is having a very important site, like this is the insulin dimer, and this dimer tend to aggregate actually. This basically, this is the one is the monomer unit, this another monomer, and this monomer, two monomers when interact in the dimeric form, this hydrophobic phase during interaction that collapse into this kind of aggregate formation. Okay, and here we have identified the sequence, which sequence is important for this aggregation process. So basically there are two regions in chain A. This is this box where I have put this region, and in chain B, this LVEALYL region and this FFY region. They are very important region to progress insulin aggregation. Okay, this is reported. Okay, so what we have thought, like we will target this insulin chain B region, that is this hydrophobic LVEALYL, this hydrophobic region, and this FFY region, where very much hydrophobic amino acid residues were present, and they are known to be more accelerative towards the aggregation. Okay, so for that we have rationally designed, basically we have come up with design like to mitigate this or to interact some molecule at this position. So what we have done, we have basically thought to have one aromatic scaffold which is flanked with this kind of proteogenic hydrophobic side chains. Okay, so if you see this side chain, this mimic the valine amino acid and this mimic the isoleucine amino acid. Okay, and also we will have this kind of hydrophilic functionality, so that we will have some kind of electrostatic interaction with insulin. Okay, so what we have done, we have basically synthesized this molecule, and we have studied its effect for insulin aggregation inhibition. So what we have observed is this molecule DA, insulin treated with molecule DA, which is showing nearly 80% reduction in insulin aggregation. There you can see this is the red line, which is insulin, which is showing aggregation over time by itself without treated with molecule, and this is insulin treated with molecule DA. Insulin treated with molecule DA, which is showing nearly 80% reduction in aggregation. Okay, and this was again corroborated with this transmission electron microscopic analysis, where you can see here that this red line, which is showing a bunch of insulin fibril formation, whereas when insulin treated with DA, which is showing very scarce insulin fibril formation. And also we have done okay, so since we know that insulin insulin is forming a very less aggregate on treatment with DA. We have also done basically the functional assays in live cells, where we have observed that that insulin, because this is the basically Drosophila wing cell proliferation assay. So Drosophila, which is the insect, which is basically utilize insulin as a food. Okay, and once it utilize insulin as a food, native insulin basically as a food, it proliferates. Okay, its cells becomes proliferous. Okay, so if insulin is in aggregated form, basically Drosophila will not show proliferation, and if insulin in native form or active form, Drosophila wing shell shows more proliferation. Okay, so in this case, when we treated Drosophila with this insulin aggregates or untreated insulin, Drosophila wing cell not get proliferate. That means insulin is in non-functional form. And when we treat insulin with this molecule, this insulin remains in active form. That's why this Drosophila wing cell proliferation takes place. Okay, that indicates our molecule not only inhibit insulin aggregation but also keep insulin in its native active functional form. Okay, so for now I will just keep this slide, keep this topic, because already it is I think half an hour over. So I will keep this because this actually this work has published in this molecular pharmaceutics paper. Okay, ACS molecular pharmaceutics. So for time being I will keep this and I will go on my next studies, next level studies after this. Okay, so since we have this molecule in hand, we have again designed our strategy in different way, two different ways. One was can we extend this molecule at these two levels, right? That at this amino terminus and this carboxyl terminus, as well as if we extend this hydrophobic area of this molecule, this proteogenic side chain, does it work better for insulin aggregation inhibition than that earlier molecule? And in the second strategy, in this way, like we have extended this molecule. And in another case, what we have done, we have basically linked this molecule with flexible linker so that we will have two different basically units to interact with insulin. And if it is really interacting well, then definitely we should have observed very good insulin aggregation inhibitory effect of this molecule. Okay, and another strategy, what we have thought, like we'll put some reactive functional group at this position, so that we will have a better electrostatic interaction with insulin of this molecule. Okay, so now I will discuss first strategy. So for this, we have prepared molecules in this way, basically in simple organic transformations. This 2,6-dichloro-3-nitropyridine was basically here. This was substituted with this ether, alkyl aryl ether. Then this was on stele coupling will give formation of this stele adduct. This stele adduct was further oxidized with KMNO4, gives formation of this acid. This acid was esterified with this, gives this ester, and further reduction of this nitroester, which gives amine. This amine was coupled with these three, actually this 3,1, which having different R group, which gives this dimer. This dimeric pyridylamide molecule, after reduction, gives this amino. This on further coupling with a different R group functionality, which gives this trimer. This nitrotrimer on reduction gives this amino, and this was further hydrolyzed to give this acid. So basically, 10 different molecules of this series was prepared, which having different proteogenic side chain. If you see, there are different combination of side chain in each molecule. Okay, so we have to check the effect. Then in another one, like we need a flexible molecule where we have again used this dimer. This was coupled with this diiodo linker to get this molecule, basically which have pre-hydroxyl group, sorry, pre-carboxyl group. Then what we have done, we have basically prepared one basically a cyclic molecule, like which is flanked from both sides, okay, to check its effect. And another series of molecule here we have kept this amino group 3 to have interaction with this amino group with insulin. Okay, so basically these different molecules also prepared, and further we also extended this molecule, basically this trimer, and this trimer also basically link with this diiodo linker. We'll get this kind of basically oligopyridylamide extended molecules. Okay, so we have basically 10 molecules of this series and 10 molecules of the linear oligopyridyl scaffold, and we have checked the insulin aggregation inhibition effect of this molecule on insulin. So what we have done, we have basically done to check the insulin aggregation inhibition, we have done standard thioplamine T aggregation inhibition assay. So, okay, so I will just explain a little bit for this, what is thioplamine T assay. So thioplamine T is basically a dye, okay, dye molecule, which is known to bind to the protein when it is in aggregated state. Okay, when it is in native state, it won't bind. It will bind protein in aggregated state and gives enhancement in the fluorescence signal. Okay. Now, if insulin is aggregated, then thioplamine T will bind to the insulin and it enhances its fluorescence signal. Okay. So what we have observed in this graph, that is relative fluorescence intensity over time. Okay. In this case, what we have done, we have basically take the insulin solution, and that insulin we allow to aggregate over time. Okay. And there is a native insulin, you can see, without adding any molecule. Okay. So without adding any molecule, this insulin tend to aggregate, and you can see this black line, it is showing very high aggregates. Okay. And when this insulin was treated with this molecule, different molecules, we have also measured its aggregation over time, and we have observed that these molecules showing a different extent of aggregation inhibition. But if you see, there are a few molecules, like this is the PAT1, which is showing a significant reduction in insulin aggregation, and this PAT5, which is also showing nearly 80% inhibition of insulin as well. So these two molecules were further selected for further study because it is showing good aggregation inhibition from this series. From another series, like extended molecules, again similar assay was done, and this molecule, basically this insulin BPAD2 and insulin this BPAD1 and this BPAD2, they were selected for further studies. Okay, so with this, these three molecules were selected for further study. So we have thought that does this molecule, which is showing any dose-dependent effect, or it is just showing a general effect on insulin aggregation inhibition? So for that, we have treated insulin. Okay, in earlier assays where we have treated this 1:5, like insulin, insulin with molecule at 1:5 insulin to molecule molar ratio. In this case, we have treated insulin with molecule at 1:1 stoichiometric ratio, where we have observed that at 1:1 concentration, this PAT1, which is showing 60% inhibition, PAT5, which is showing very less inhibition, and this BPAD2, which is basically showing a significant inhibition of insulin aggregation. Okay, now we have moved further that how this molecule, or how the inhibition, basically how this molecule exerts effect on morphology of these aggregates. So basically we have, so what we have checked, that this molecule, treatment of insulin with molecule, which is showing differential morphology of these aggregates. When insulin is treated with PAT1, which is showing nearly 60% of inhibition, which is showing a less number of fibrils as compared to untreated insulin, but there are some small kind of oligomeric structures were present in the TM analysis. Where insulin was treated with PAT5, also showing fibril formation, as it was very weak inhibitor, and insulin with BPAD2, which is showing less number of insulin fibrils, as well as the fibril morphology was very different, that is showing a very thin and short fibrils formation. Okay, that indicates the BPAD2, which is showing good inhibition of insulin aggregation. So since the BPAD2 is showing good inhibition, we thought to check out the IC50 of this BPAD2. So what we have done, we have basically treated insulin with different concentration of BPAD2. Okay, and from this we have calculated the IC50, where we have observed that this IC50 was 0.9 micromolar. This is very, very less. Okay, so a very good IC50 value we have observed for this BPAD2 molecule. Now we have again check that does this molecule retain the solubility of insulin in solution or not, or it is just forming a differential morphology of fibrils. Okay, so for that we have basically done the Bradford assay, where Bradford is a dye that bind to the native form of protein, actually. Okay, or a soluble form of protein. So that is basically correlated the amount of soluble protein inside the cell. Okay, so inside the solution, not cell. So what we have done, we have basically treated this native insulin with the Bradford dye, where we have observed that this is showing basically 100% soluble insulin content because it's native protein. But when this insulin aggregates, because this one, so this is definitely it is aggregated. So there is no much soluble insulin was remain in the solution. So this is showing around 10% soluble insulin content. But as we were expecting that this molecule, since it is inhibiting insulin aggregation, it should have more insulin soluble insulin content, and that was reflected here with PAT1 and PAT5 showing moderate soluble insulin content, whereas BPAT2, which is showing nearly 50% soluble insulin content. That means BPAT2 significantly inhibiting insulin aggregation, as well as it is showing enhancement in the soluble insulin content. Okay. So, since we know that this kind of molecule, which is exerting good effect on insulin aggregation inhibition, but we didn't observe yet a desirable effect, that is whatever the magic effect we can say in our language that we want, like 100% complete insulin aggregation inhibition. And in the quest of that, we have further moved to have our next strategy. We have designed our further next strategy, that is second generation of RNA scaffold for improved insulin aggregation inhibition. So in this strategy, what we have done, as we have known that this DA1 molecule, which was I have already discussed, which is showing 80% insulin aggregation inhibition, but we want 100%. So we thought to modify this molecule at this position, because we have already extended this molecule, we have already made dimeric form of this molecule, but it is also not showing significant enhancement in the aggregation. But now we want to modify this molecule at carboxylic terminus to get the better effect or not. So for that, we have gone through some literature, and we have observed that basically this sulfonate-based molecules, that is, this is the heparin. So this heparin, which is act as an anti-amyloid, basically, or insulin amyloid inhibitor. Also, this Tang and co-workers reported this molecule, tetraphenyl ethylene molecule, tetraphenyl ethylene. So this again having this sulfonate functionality, and this is again showing very good insulin aggregation inhibition. Again in 2013, this Verma and co-workers, they also showed basically this peptide-based molecule having sulfonate groups showing good aggregation inhibition. So in this all thing, there is one common, that is sulfonate functionality. So we thought, why not we put some sulfonate functionality on our molecule so that we will get a far better effect than parent molecule. Okay, sorry. In this case, so what we thought, like we'll put sulfonate moiety at this carboxylic terminus. So we have done basic synthesis. Basically, we have hydrolyzed this molecule with lithium hydroxide to get free acid, and this free acid was coupled to get this activated ester by using this N-hydroxysuccinimide and this DCC coupling reagent. Then we got this activated ester. This activated NHS ester was coupled with this 3-APS, 3-amino propane sulfonic acid. We got this molecule basically with sulfonate tag. This molecule is named as PAD-S. Okay. Now we want to check the insulin aggregation inhibition by using this PAD-S molecule. Okay. So now what we have done, first we have done the thioflavin T assay, which is just a general assay to check the primary, this is a primary assay to check the insulin aggregation inhibition. So what we have done, we have again treated the insulin with 1:5 equivalent of 5 equimolar with the PAD-S, and surprisingly we have observed that this molecule, when insulin was treated with molecule at 5 equivalent concentration, this is showing complete inhibition of insulin aggregation. You can see here insulin itself is showing very high aggregates like this one, but with treatment with molecule there is no aggregates, like in PST at least it is showing there is no aggregate formation. Okay, so by encouraging from this result, we have thought like we will check that this molecule which is showing any dose dependent effect on this insulin aggregation or not. Okay, so for that we have treated insulin with a different concentration of molecule with different stoichiometric ratio from 1:5, 1:4, 2.5 to 1:0.1, even sub-micromolar ratio, some sub-stoichiometric ratio. Okay, and we have observed that even at 1:2.1, that is 10-fold less concentration of molecule, it is showing 30% inhibition of insulin aggregation. Whereas best effect was observed when we treated insulin with molecule at 1:1 equimolar concentration, where 100% insulin aggregation inhibition was observed. Okay, and also the dose-dependent decrease also signifies that this is not a non-specific effect. This is really a specific effect. Like this molecule is gradually, or molecule is decreasing insulin aggregation in concentration-dependent manner. Okay, so after concluding from this, what we have thought, we have basically correlated these results, that insulin aggregation inhibition, by using next assay like TM analysis, where we can directly visualize the amount of fibril formation. Okay, so untreated insulin, which is showing bunch of fibril formation, but insulin treated with PADS, which is showing nothing. You can see here there are no fibrils, very small, maybe artifacts or small fibril. Okay, and when insulin treated with 1:5 equal PADS, there was no fibril formation. That indicates molecule does not allow insulin to form fibrils. It is stabilizing insulin to very high extent. So with this, now what we thought, like we'll check. Okay, okay. Now we thought as our molecule which is showing dose dependent effect, that which concentration or how this molecule, or what is the binding constant of this molecule to this insulin. So for that, what we have done, like we have done a tyrosine fluorescence assay. This is basically an intrinsic tyrosine which is present in insulin monomer or insulin molecule. So we have measured basically tyrosine fluorescence. The idea was, if molecule which is binding to the insulin, okay, so there will be definitely a change in tyrosine fluorescence, because molecule, it is known that molecule most probably bind at the FFY region, that is the hydrophobic region of the insulin. And if it is binding at that hydrophobic region, there will be the significant reduction in the tyrosine fluorescence. Okay, so what we have done, we have basically treated this insulin with different concentration of molecule, and you can see with increasing concentration of molecule, there was a reduction in tyrosine fluorescence, and that is because that molecule was interacting with the tyrosine or with the insulin. So this is basically correlated that the decrease in fluorescence of this tyrosine amino acid basically directly correlated that interaction of this molecule with insulin, or the binding of this PADS with insulin. Okay, so from this we have calculated the KD, and we have observed that the KD is 14 micromolar, which is quite good, very decent KD value was observed. Then what we have observed that, okay, since we know that by thioflavin T assay, this molecule which is showing not allowing insulin to fibrillate, and also in TM there was no fibril formation. So I thought, like, does our molecule retain the native structure of insulin or not? Because even if it is not forming fibrils, but if it forming some kind of native structure or some kind of intermediate structure, not native, I'm sorry, some kind of intermediate structure, that will also not, that cannot tell that insulin will be in functional form or not, right? If it is in native structure, then insulin will be in functional form. So we want to check that our molecule allow insulin to be in native form or not. Okay, for that we have done a CD spectroscopic analysis. Sorry, so in this CD spectroscopy, as insulin, it is known to have a more helical structure. So insulin is basically because in CD you can see signature of alpha helical peaks at alpha helices at 208 nanometer and 222 nanometer. Okay, 222 nanometer and 208 nanometer. That is signifies alpha helical structure of protein. Okay, so native insulin was subjected to CD measurement, where we have observed that peak at 208 and 222 nanometer. That indicates insulin is in native form and in alpha helical form. Okay, but insulin aggregates. So as it is already known that insulin aggregates or protein aggregates are basically a beta sheet aggregates. It has beta sheet structure, and this insulin aggregate also signifies in CD spectroscopy, where a single minima was observed at 218 nanometer. That signifies this is a beta sheet structure. But when insulin was treated with equimolar concentration and at half stoichiometric concentration of PADS, at equimolar concentration, both alpha helical signature peaks at 208 and 222 nanometer were retained. That indicates that our molecule not only inhibit insulin aggregation but also retain the native structure of insulin, and that is quite a good result. Okay. Now further we have correlated this with NMR analysis, where we have incubated insulin alone and insulin in presence of molecule for 24 hours at 60 degrees Celsius to allow to form aggregates. And we have observed that after 24 hours, this insulin treated with molecule does not show any visible fibrillation. But in case of this NMR tube, you can see there were fibrils formations. There was hazy, like precipitate formation. This is basically insulin fibrils. And this was recorded by H1NMR analysis, where insulin, which is at initial time, which is showing this kind of peaks, okay, H1NMR signals. Then insulin treated with PADS after 24 hours, basically this tube, which is retaining most of H1NMR signals. Very few NMR signals were lost. That means very less amount of fibrils were there. Most of signals were retained. But when we subject this basically untreated insulin to NMR analysis, there was no any signal was observed in the NMR spectrum. That indicates our molecule retains insulin in its native form. Okay. Then we have checked amount of soluble insulin content after treatment with molecule, where we have observed that insulin treated with molecule, which is showing 100% solubility as compared to this native insulin. So since we know that our molecule is not allowing insulin to form fibrils, so now we want to check by which mechanism basically that molecule act on insulin. As it is well known that basically this aggregation process, protein aggregation process, taking place by three distinct steps. One is lag phase, that initially there is formation of small oligomers and nucleus formation. Okay. In log phase, there is secondary nucleation and elongation. Okay. And in stationary phase, basically there will be it will reach the optimum of fibril formation. Okay. Now, what happened if we, to probe the mechanism, if we put here, if we just take out the lag phase, okay, if we put preformed fibrils here at the start point of the insulin aggregation inside the aggregating solution, basically what happened, this primary nucleation process, this lag phase will get diminished, will not observe, should not observe, because if we are putting this kind of preformed fibrils, then we will get directly this log phase. Okay. So what we have done, and we should get this kind of result, this kind of graph. Okay. So for that, what we have done, we basically add 3% preformed insulin fibrils into insulin aggregating solution. Okay. And if we are putting the preformed fibrils, that means this process is bypassed and directly this process has happened. That means we should get this kind of basically graph. Okay. Or this kind of aggregation kinetics. Okay. So what we have done, we have treated insulin with 3% preformed fibrils and insulin with 3% preformed fibrils with molecule. Okay. So this is untreated insulin, which is having only 3% preformed fibrils. We got increase in basically log phase. Basically, there was no lag phase was observed as expected, because direct secondary nucleation and elongation process takes place and it gets shoot up, basically fluorescence. But when we treat insulin was treated with molecule, there was lag phase was observed, as well as there was reduction in the fibril formation. This lag phase, observation of this lag phase and reduction of fibril formation, that indicates this molecule PADS, which is acted at this phase as lag phase, and at lag phase there is primary nucleation process of aggregation takes place. That means from one like single building blocks of insulin that form oligomers, right? So this indicates that our molecule primarily act on primary nucleation process, that means on monomeric form of insulin and not on oligomeric form of insulin. Okay, so that indicates molecule primarily act on monomeric phase of form of insulin. Okay, so this is the clear from here. Then we have checked that our molecule itself has a significant effect, or its fragments like metabolites of molecules can also have effect on insulin aggregation or not. For that, we have basically synthesized different fragments of molecules. This is basically a lower half of molecule. This is just a sulfonate group, and this is the aromatic core of molecule. And we have basically checked effect of this different moieties on insulin aggregation inhibition, and we have observed that none of the fragments showing good inhibition of insulin aggregation as compared to PADS. That indicates that this whole molecule is required for aggregation inhibition. Even this sulfonate also doesn't work itself. This whole molecule, which having this hydrophobic proteogenic side chain, aromatic core, and this sulfonate moiety, all functionalities are important in the aggregation inhibition process. That definitely correlate the structure activity relationship, that's suggesting this whole basically these functionalities are required for aggregation inhibition. Okay, so with this we have further thought, like since our molecule is binding insulin, which is showing insulin inhibition 100%, as well as it is keeping insulin in native form. Now we want to check, does our molecule make dissociate preform insulin aggregates or not? Because it is known that protein aggregates are highly thermostable and they are usually not reversible to form a native structure. Okay, and also not dissociate because highly thermodynamically very stable. So we want to check that PADS which really disintegrates insulin preform aggregates or not. For that, we have treated this preform aggregate of insulin with our molecule. Over time, we have monitored these results. We have observed that our molecule at 1:5 equivalent concentration, stoichiometric ratio, significantly dissociate insulin fibrils, preform insulin fibrils, and that is very good result. So we are basically further working on this. So how this is dissociating, and after dissociation, does it really giving a native structure of insulin or not, or how we can get native structure of insulin even after dissociation. So this is some awaited results. So next experiment what we have done, okay, till here there was biophysical experiment we have done. Now what we have thought, like since it is known that insulin is since we know that insulin is in native form, and now we want to check, does our molecule retain insulin in its functional form or not? So this is basically a functional assay where we can check the functional form of insulin, that our insulin is remain in its functional form or not. So for that, what we have done, we have basically done AKT kinase assay. Here, what happened? This inside the cell, when insulin will get secreted, okay. So that insulin secretion results in the phosphorylation of this AKT kinase protein. Okay, this AKT kinase phosphorylation will signals to the receptor, basically signal to the glucose receptor to transcribe. So basically, insulin when secreted from the cell, that phosphorylate AKT, and due to this phosphorylation of AKT, this so transcription of this receptor will happen, glucose receptor will happen, and that leads to intake of this glucose basically inside the cell, and ultimately degradation of glucose leads to the anti-glycemic activity of insulin. Okay, so basically this AKT phosphorylation directly correlates with the active form of insulin or the functional form of insulin. If it is insulin is functional, then AKT will phosphorylate. If insulin is not functional, AKT will not phosphorylate, right? Okay. So in this case, we have done the Western blotting assay, Western blot assay. Here we have treated cell basically with this AKT protein, and we have treated cell with different form of insulin, basically insulin aggregates, insulin native, and insulin treated with PADS, basically our molecule at 1:1 concentration. Okay, so what we have observed that this aggregated insulin, okay, here in cell only there was no insulin supplement, so we should not observe more phosphorylation of ATK. This is the basal level of AKT phosphorylation. Okay, aggregated insulin, as this is in basically we are assuming this is non-functional form of insulin, so there should not be more phosphorylation of this AKT. So this should be in like a cell only, like in control. But when we provide native insulin, there were much phosphorylation. That is indicating that due to native insulin, this AKT get phosphorylate and it show anti-glycemic activity. And if our molecule retain insulin in native form, then this AKT should phosphorylate more. So same thing has happened when we treated insulin with molecule, phosphorylation was enhanced. That indicates this phosphorylation of AKT was observed, and that is again telling that our molecule keep insulin in its functional form. Okay, so this assay telling that this molecule which is in insulin is in functional form, which is phosphorylating AKT. Okay, then finally we have checked the basically the site where the mechanism by which this molecule is binding to the insulin, where we have done docking analysis, docking studies basically, and we have observed that most basically our molecule is PADS, which is binding at this hydrophobic core of insulin, basically this FFY region in B chain of insulin, and also this very pretty hydrophobic region of insulin. Okay, so this is basically insulin dimer, which is docked with this molecule PADS, which is showing binding at hydrophobic core, and also this is insulin monomer, which is docked with this PADS, again showing binding in the same region, basically same hydrophobic core. Okay, that means this molecule PADS mainly interacting with this basically this hydrophobic central region of B chain. Okay, and this was further corroborated with experimental study where we have done very important assay. Basically, this is a competition assay. In this, what we have done, we have purchased this peptide. Basically, we are assuming that insulin is basically interacting with this region, LEVA, LYL. So we have ordered this peptide, this LEVA, LYL region. Okay, and what we have done, we have basically treated basically we have put insulin alone in the aggregating solution. Another one is this peptide alone. Okay, and insulin treated with peptide, insulin treated with PADS, and insulin treated with this peptide treated with PADS. Okay, so what happened if this insulin if this LEVA, LYL, this region which is accelerating aggregation, then on treatment of insulin with this region, this peptide should enhance aggregation, insulin aggregation. Okay, right? So in this black line, you can see insulin only, which is showing this much extent of aggregation, normalized to 1. Okay, and when insulin treated with this peptide, because this is insulin aggregation accelerating peptide, so this showed more aggregation, right? And that same has observed here. This is showing more aggregation of insulin. When this, okay, now in third case, what we have done, insulin was treated with this aggregating peptide as well as this molecule. Now there is competition between this aggregating peptide and this molecule to bind to the insulin. Okay, and we want to see which one will win. Okay, so what happened when we treated insulin with this both LEVA, LYL and PADS, we have observed that there was no fibril formation. That means this insulin not allowed to bind this peptide, but it allowed to bind this PADS. And as it is known that this LEVA, LYL region bind to its complementary LEVA, LYL region of insulin. So at this position, PADS is binding. That directly telling that our molecule PADS, which is binding to this LEVA, LYL region of insulin. So this is basically competition assay to find out the mechanism how the molecule is binding to the insulin. Okay. Now, final assay, what we have done, that does our molecule has any toxicity to the cellular system or not? Because even if this molecule is very promising, but if it has active toxicity on the cell, it doesn't have any meaning, right? So what we have done, we have checked the toxicity of our molecule on this HEK293 cell lines, where we have observed that our molecule, which is not showing toxicity up to 25 micromolar concentration, but insulin aggregates, as it is known that insulin aggregates exert cytotoxic effect, which is showing significant toxicity on HEK cell lines, whereas this insulin treated with molecule rescues cells from the toxicity. That indicates our molecule not only safe for the cells, but also it rescue the aggregation induced toxicity of insulin on the cell lines. Okay, with this, I will conclude my this topic. Basically, we have basically designed this PADS molecule to inhibit insulin aggregation, and its aggregation inhibition was supported by different biophysical assays like TST, TM, CD, and so on. And this PADS also inhibits SID catalyzed insulin aggregation. Okay, this molecule preserves insulin in its native form. Also, it rescues the aggregation-induced cytotoxicity to the cell. With this, we have achieved complete inhibition of insulin aggregation. Okay, so with this, now I will conclude. So basically, we have prepared arylamide-based scaffolds, and this we have used to form assembly. And this assembly, we are taken internalized or solubilized drug inside its core and taken this drug molecule to the cell. In second part, we have basically made this kind of arylamide-based scaffolds. This is interacting with insulin and rescue insulin to form aggregates. Okay, now with this, I will acknowledge for this work my PhD thesis supervisor, Dr. Professor Ishu Saraugi. She was helpful and she has given me platform to work in her lab. I will be thankful to our collaborator, Dr. Ram Kumar Mishra and Mr. Sajiv for their some cell-based assays. Our another collaborator, Dr. Varun Chaudhary and Ms. Viniti for this Drosophila wing cell proliferation assay, and my lab colleagues, present and past lab members from ICAMSAB Bhopal. So this is our group at ICAMSAB Bhopal, where I was worked. And finally, I thank you all of you for your patience and your time. So thank you. I will be happy if you have any questions on my presentations. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Dear participants, the topic is open for discussion. If anyone has any kind of queries, questions, you can feel free to ask.
Please.
Okay, Ashwini madam, proceed.
Okay, thank you, sir. There is no question, I think. Thank
you
for your valuable presentation. There is no chance to ask any question to our participants.
I think there are two ways. If people don't ask questions, mean there is probability that they didn't understand anything, or maybe they understand completely. I don't know.
I am sure that
people should ask questions. Actually,
understandable.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I hope your research work will help our budding researchers in their research work. Thank you for joining with us. Now I invite Ms. Prajakta Patil madam from Department of Chemistry to propose vote of thanks of this session.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable dignitaries, distinguished guests, invitees, and dear participants. This is Friday afternoon session of our conference on behalf of Organizing Committee of First International Response on Advances in Material Science and Applied Biology 2022. I take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to research person Dr. Yogesh Gangade sir for such a wonderful informative session on synthesis and evolution of functionalized aryl amide scaffolds for improved drug delivery and protein aggregation inhibition. Thank you, sir, for your knowledgeable words, appropriate and enriched. That was indeed a very insightful and brainstorming session about aryl amide scaffolds, their interesting structural properties and biological activities like protein inhibition, assembly formation, and biomolecular recognition. Techniques they use in synthesis and evolution of aryl amide scaffolds such as NMR, UV visible spectroscopy, DLS, and TIM, etc. And sir also told about how they encapsulate an anti-cancer drug, doxorubicin. Sir also told us about curcumin's effect on cancer cell. Thank you, sir, for giving us tremendous amount of knowledge on your research area. Once again, thank you for being with us this afternoon. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Over to Tatugre, ma'am.
Thank you, Prajakta madam. Dear participants and attendees, now let's resume our remaining oral presentation session. In the morning, out of 18 participants, only 8 participants have presented their oral presentation. Remaining presentations are going to continue here. I request all oral presentators to be present while their presentation is going on to answer questions raised by the examiners. And I humbly request Mr. Dinesh Sasane sir to start oral presentation session.
Thank you, madam. Let us continue with the oral presentation with the permission of examiner. Let us start the oral presentation number 9.
Welcome to International Web Conference, Advancing Material Science and Applied Biology, organized by the Patangrao, Kadam, Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli. And welcome to all dignitaries, participants and organizer committee to give me opportunity to present my paper under the title of the changes in the protein during the larval development of Hellula and Delis. Myself, Rajendra Sawant, and I am pursuing my PhD Shivaji University, Kolhapur, under the guidance of the Dr. R.M. Gesge. Outline of the research abstract with the research finding. Then introduction includes the formation of the Hellula and Delis, cabbage, host, plant, insect protein, objective, and the review of literature. Materials and method includes the larva of the Hellula and Delis, chemical proteins, estimation and protein assay. Then next, result and discussion. The result include the changes the protein during the larval development of Hellula and Delis, insect result and discussed with the relevant recent references. Acknowledgement of the institution, and lastly references include the 21 recent references cited in the text. Then next, introduction includes the cabbage head borer, that is the experimental organism, that is the Hellula and Delis, is a severe insect pest of the cabbage, is the Hellula and Delis. It is a polyphytous insect. It feeds on the cruciferous vegetables, cabbage and the other Brassicaceae family. The taxonomy of the Hellula and Delis, that is the kingdom Animalia, phylum Arthropoda, class Insecta, order Lepidoptera, family Camelidae, genus Hellula, and the species Undelis. The host plant, the cabbage Brassica aurica capitata, it mows the common winter cabbage in the edible part of the head and the good source of the proteins, vitamins and the various types of the minerals. Nature of the damage is a freshly emerged larva makes the tunnel into the growing tip of the and the stems. It infected should the beacon drop and drown without the producing any bird. Insect protein. In insects, proteins are required for the flying, reproduction, embryonic growth, carrying the signal, and the cell membrane composition. Review of the literature of Hellula and Delis. In few studies have been the carried of the Hellula and Delis, which is the pest of the cabbage. Hypothesis of the studies of the protein activity of Hellula and Delis. It will be helpful for the understanding the physiology of the pest. Further will be useful for the control of the pest. It is a conclusion of our research. Review of the literature. In many workers of the noted the detailed various aspects the proteins in the different insect species. References number 7 to 11. However, the information of the protein during the larval development of the Hellula and Delis is rather scanty. Therefore, the attempt has been made by the study of the changes in the protein activity during the larval development of the Hellula and Delis. Objective of the study: rearing of the Hellula and Delis under the laboratory condition, and then the study of the changes in the protein during the larval development of Hellula and Delis. Then materials methods. In material methods, it includes the rearing of the insects. The infested head of cabbage were collected from the local market or near farms. The larvae of Hellula and Delis were provided the fresh growing tips of the cabbage. Full-grown larvae head borers stem the pupates under the stem in the soils. The pupa were collected from the kept in the glass jar, 25 cm height and 7 cm in the diameter. The male and the female moth of Hellula and Delis were placed around the glass jar for the pupation purpose. Moth were feed with the 10% sucrose solution with growing tips leaves. These are the under laboratory conditions with their insect rearing in the insect rearing cage. Eggs masses were kept into the separate glass petri plate. Eggs were examined daily. Incubation period was recorded. The larvae were reared in the ground glass jar provided with the freshly growing tips. The next chemicals and the reagents of the protein estimation, or what you call as the protein assay requirements. The sodium carbonate, bovine serum albumin, and disodium tartarate, copper sulfate, and the following Chico reagent, sodium hydroxide, bovine serum albumin. These are the chemicals required for the protein assay. The next methods. The preparation of the larval homogenate. The larva were placed in the chilling ice, homogenized by the 15 minutes. Larvae from the 5th day to 16th day were used to study. The larvae were rinsed in the distilled water. Weight was measured the homogenate prepared in the double distilled cold water. These are the methods for the preparation of the homogenate. The larva homogenate dissolved in the double distilled water, cold water, to obtain the desired percentage of the concentration. The homogenate were taken the centrifuge tube and the centrifugation carried out the 10 minutes, and the supernatant obtained after centrifugation used for ammonium precipitation. Then next, the preparation of the reagent for protein estimation reagent. First, that is the 2% of the Na2CO3 in the 1 normal NaOH. Reagent B, 1% of the sodium tartarate. Reagent C, the 0.5% the CuSO4. Reagent D, that is the italic one, that is the mix 48 ml reagent A and the 1 ml of the reagent B, and then make the reagent D. Then next, the reagent D, the one part of the following Chico reagent and one part of the water, that is the reagent second. And the standard for the standard graph, we use the bovine serum albumin, that is the 1 mg per ml. Then next, the estimation of the protein by the Lorry method. This is the wild method for use the estimation of the proteins. In this method, we take the 0.5 ml 1% larval homogenate, that is the Hellula andalis, and the 4.5 ml reagent first, and incubate the room temperature for the 10 minutes. Then next, we add the 0.5 ml reagent second and incubate room temperature for the 30 minutes. The blue purple colors was obtained the optical density measured by the colorimetric method by the 715 nanometer. Nm. Standard graph for the protein use the protein estimation. We use the bovine serum albumin for the standard graph. Bovine serum albumin standard 1 mg per ml. Procedure, the 10 mg BSA. These are the methods for the BSA bovine serum albumin standard for standard graph. We use procedure the 10 mg BSA dissolved in the 10 ml of 1 normal NaOH. Then concentration in the test tube, that is the 0.1 to 0.9 ml BSA added in the test tube, making a total volume of 1 ml, that is the by 0.1 normal NaOH. Then next, 4.5 ml reagent was added. Reagent first added in each test tube, incubate the 10 minutes. Then after 0.5 ml reagent second added in test tube, incubate for the 30 minutes. Optical there is a blue purple color is obtaining, and this color optical density is measured by the colorimetric, that is the 750 nm, and plotted with the standard graph. Estimation amount of the protein from the standard graph in mg. The next result, we studied the larval development of the Hellula andalis in the 16 days for the 4 days to the 10 days and the 11 days to the 16 days. These are the protein changes because of the maximum protein content observed into the 10 days larvae, because of these are the growing stages of the larva. Then 10 days is the maximum activity or maximum proteins are observed. Then after 10 days to 11 days to 16 days, there is a low content of the protein. Then next, the protein content of 5-day larva was 22% less than the 10-day larva protein content of 16-day larva, that is the 18.52 less than. These are the measurements for less than and the larger than, that is the 5th day larvae and the 16-day larvae. These are the arithmetic mean and the standard deviation respectively. 0.02896 and 0.594 point, that is the arithmetic mean and the standard deviation of our research. These are the results. We plotted the larval development in the days, and here is the protein in the mg. These are the larval stages during the 4th day to 16th day, and the maximum protein obtained in the 10th day. These are the graphs showing the protein, the changes in the protein during the larval development of Hellula and Ellis. Discussion: the larva have development period was found the 13 days. In present study, changes protein revealed maximum protein content in the 10 days of adult, and maximum protein content is noted in the 16th day of larvae of Hellula and Ellis. This protein content, the 5-day larva, was the same as it is arithmetic mean and the standard deviation of the Hellula and Ellis. We mentioned in the previous slide. Then in present study, the increase in the protein in the 5 days larval development of Hellula and Ellis, early feeding the period of the larval development, such as the fast growing larva required for more energy. These are the requirements for the proteins in the larval insect. In the decrease of the protein from the 10 day to 16 day shows the finding period of larva accumulation of the protein for pupal stage. There are the recent references. There is the changes in the amino acid composition and the protein technical functionally of edible insect, that is the references Kim et al. In 2020. Then next, the functional properties of the extracted protein, the edible insect, and their interaction with the transgemulation. In acknowledgement, we grateful to the principal Dr. Vilaskai, Srimati KRP, Kanya Mahaviyalaya, Islampur, and we are also thankful the principal of the Dr. SB Kengar, YC College, Karat, to administrative help and research work, and we are also grateful to Sarthi for providing the financial support, that is the GRF. We recent references only quoted in the recent references, that is the Oyster and Chube in 2019, changes in the protein profile, encapsulation avoiding the responsing endophagic nematode and the arithmetic ballworm, that is the Helicoverpa argimera. These are the recent references. Thank you.
The topic is open for discussion. Reviewers can ask questions.
One small question.
Yes, yeah, his presenter is there?
Yes,
yeah.
Sir. Yes.
Okay.
What is the role of this protein in the larval development? What is the role of this protein? What does the protein does in the larval development of this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Protein are the nothing but only the proteins. These are the enzymes requirement for the digestion, absorption, or the transformation. Like the larva convert into the pupa convert into the adult. These requirements for the proteins and so many components like the lipids and carbohydrates. These are the most important. But enzyme is the most important, and we studied the protein. But protein, we concluded that the proteins are not only for enzymatic reaction, but also all basic biomolecules. That's why the larva required the proteins in large amount.
Yeah, have you characterized this protein?
Yes, sir.
What sort of a protein it is, and what is the size of the protein, something like that?
No, sir. Actually, we're not going to molecular level. We just studied the changes in the protein, whole protein, not a particular protein. So we not consider the size or any shape.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
What is the role of copper sulfate?
Copper sulfate is a reaction inhibitor, sir. When we studied this enzymatic reaction under the laboratory condition, we artificially stop the reaction, that is a copper sulfate, and it gives the reaction color to stop the reaction, sir.
Is any alternative for the copper sulfate?
No, sir. I am a new researcher. No any idea, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
I think there is
Next presentation.
Okay.
Let's move forward towards the oral presentation number 10.
Hydrology of the shelf waters of Karnataka coast, India. Results of comprehensive hydrological sampling program of the shelf waters of Karnataka coast was conducted on the research vessel Gaveshani cruise number 208. 8 transects across the shelf covering 25 stations were studied. Depth of stations varied from 17 to 1,650 meters. Findings of study described the hydrographical parameters as temperature, salinity, pH, DO, phosphate, nitrate, nitride of surface and bottom waters. Results presented were on the basis of sampling trip conducted during the end of post-monsoon period, thus providing information on the spatial pattern of various parameters. Information on temporal, or we call it as seasonal variation, is essential in order to define the hydrographic dynamics of shelf waters of the region over the temporal sequence. Research vessel Gaveshani cruise number 208 was carried to investigate the hydrography of the shelf waters of Karnataka coast with the existence of 6 major estuarine systems, namely Kali at northmost, Gangavali, Agnashini, Sharavati, Bhatkal, Kundapur, and at southern Netravati rivers. Here the cruise track of research vessel Gaveshani has been shown, and the second figure it shows the depth at different stations. Materials and method. The cruise was undertaken from shelf waters of Mangalore to Goa. The details of locations are given in the cruise track, and the sampling was done in 8 transects across the shelf comprising of 25 stations, of which 23 stations were in shelf waters and 2 in deeper waters of Mangalore. Water samples were collected from 2 different depths, from surface water as well as from the bottom water. The graph shows that the temperature and salinity from surface and bottom waters. Here the graph shows from the surface and bottom waters the dissolved oxygen content, how it varied. This is the pH content graph of the study stations. Phosphate value. It was ranged from 261 microgram per liter to 0.045 microgram per liter. The nitrate values from surface and bottom waters have been shown here. Here the graph is phosphate, nitrate, nitride from surface and bottom waters. Variation in the surface and bottom water temperatures at the inshore, mid-shelf and shelf edge stations exhibited a somewhat uniform trend. The surface temperature was relatively less at the shelf edge stations or mid-shelf stations. However, the bottom water exhibited a drastic drop in its temperature value towards the shelf edge. The bottom water temperature of mid-shelf stations was fairly high, though the area was deep, which might be due to vertical mixing of water mass. While studying the hydrological features of the coastal waters of North Canada, Anigiri observed that there was a bimodal pattern in the surface temperature in the region. However, the temperature range between maximum and minimum associated with the southwest monsoon, which is much greater than that of the northeast monsoon. Bottom water showed fairly high saline waters. While studying the hydrological features of the coastal waters of North Canada, Anigiri observed that the salinity attains its maximum in September, October, and remains steady for the long duration. And from June, it rapidly falls to its minimum value. DO value at the inshore, mid-shelf, and shelf stations, surface and bottom water DO exhibited a somewhat uniformly increasing trend. The surface waters are found to be supersaturated with oxygen at the time of expedition, except in region of upwelling. However, at certain deeper stations, DO content was high. The surface pH was relatively high at inshore stations than mid-shelf stations or shelf-edge stations. pH was increasing towards the shelf-edge stations, but for bottom water, pH was decreasing towards the shelf edge. The nutrient concentration of the bottom waters at the inshore stations were lower when compared with the deeper stations. Phosphate values gradually increased towards the mid-shelf and shelf-edge stations. During the high biological activity movement period, lower values of phosphorus were observed by Kesava Rao while working in 1989. The surface nitrate was relatively less at mid-shelf stations than the inshore or mid-shelf stations. At surface water, nitrite content was decreasing towards the shelf-edge stations. The surface nitrite concentration was fairly high at the inshore stations and decreasing towards the mid-shelf stations. The bottom water showed a slightly inverse relation for the distribution pattern. Conclusion. Lowering of salinity in the inshore stations may be partly due to the riverine discharge or along the coast. pH was decreasing towards the shelf edge, but for bottom waters, pH was decreasing towards the shelf edge stations. Concentration of nutrient was higher in the bottom waters than the surface waters. The high value of nitrate, nitrogen might have been due to the bacterial oxidation rather than photochemical oxidation of the high level to ammonia. These are the references which I referred. Thank you.
The topic is open for discussion. The reviewers and if any audience want to ask, may feel free to ask the questions. Is the author present online?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Please.
Have you measured the COD and BOD values?
Not the COD and BOD values. Salinity.
Yes. So
Dissolved oxygen.
in that case, is any effect of the DO?
On what?
On the you studied samples, because COD and BOD is the most important factor in the salinity.
At that time of when I was on cruise, research vessel Gaveshini 208, when the expedition was conducted by Goa University, National Institute of Oceanography, Goa University. At that time, what they decided, which parameters have to study, like that only, we did the.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next presentation, please.
Dissolution and reformation of crystalline style of Sarcostea cuculata from Sindhudurg district, Maharashtra, India. Two geographically separated estuarine localities at Devgarh and Achra in Sindhudurg district of Maharashtra state, India, were selected on the basis of differences in habitat, topography, vegetation, and local market value to study the dissolution and reformation of the crystalline style of the oyster Sarcostea cuculata. The maximum sizes observed by Sarcostea cuculata in the estuaries of Devgarh and Achra were 44 to 45 millimeters shell length. Comparatively larger sized oysters were found in the estuary of Devgarh than at Achra. The time required for dissolution of crystalline style from the oyster of estuary at Achra is less than those of from the Devgarh. For the time required for the reformation of style after immersion in seawater was less in the oysters from the estuary at Achra than at Devgad. The topography of the oyster beds on the rocks in the two localities, namely Devgad and Achra, is mixed soil of mud and sand. Devgad, mangrove vegetation exists near the oyster bed, and at Achra it is away from the oyster bed. The water is fairly clean on the oyster beds. Material and methods. The environmental parameters such as pH, temperature, DO, salinity existing on the oyster beds at Devgad and Achra were selected and recorded. Samples of seawater were drawn just before the collection of these oysters and analyzed immediately. Samples were collected for determination of DO in 250 ml DO bottles, and oxygen was fixed by adding alkali iodide for further analysis by Rinkless method azide modifications. Temperature was recorded. After salinity, it was measured according to the method of Parson et al. The environmental parameters like temperature, salinity, DO, pH, and relative humidity were measured during the collection period. The table shows temperature, salinity, DO, pH, and relative humidity in percentage at Devgad and Achra estuary. At the time of experiment, the samples from the estuary at Devgad showed a temperature of 29.83, salinity that is 27.79, DO 4.75, pH 6.93, relative humidity was 85.38. The time requirement for the complete loss of the crystalline style of Sarcostea cuculata upon exposure to atmospheric air and for the reformation upon re-immersion to filtered seawater, they have been presented in table second. The time required for style dissolution at Devgad is 5.30 hours, and at Achra it is 5 hours. And time required for style reformation, that is at Devgad it is 2 hours 15 minutes, and at Achra it is 2 hours. Discussion. According to Binju, quoted that in blue mussel, M. edulis, the digestive structures and the shape of the crystalline style, the mouth is located at the anterior end of the visceral mass between the pair of labial palps and is followed by a short esophagus. Esophagus leads to the stomach, and at the side of stomach, digestive glands are present. Crystalline style is synthesized in a part of the digestive gland called the style sac. The crystalline style grows and thus protrudes continuously into the stomach. Crystalline style is present in the digestive system of most bivalves. More than 90% of the dry matter of the style is protein and carbohydrates. Inside the stomach, the crystalline style softens and dissolves slowly, releasing a variety of digestive enzymes into the stomach. The stomach wall and other digestive glands may also release enzymes into the stomach. Crystalline styles break down spontaneously under a variety of physiochemical conditions. At the same time, the dissolution of styles acidifies and lowers the viscosity of the mucoid contents of the stomach. When the crystalline style revolves in the stomach, it performs a number of functions that are relevant to the digestive processes. These enzymes initiate a preliminary phase of extracellular digestion in the stomach and capable of liberating, reducing sugars from phytoplankton as well as from natural particulate detritus. The intestine carries both the undigested particles and waste products to the cecum, where they are stored prior to the exacuation from the anus to the exhalent siphon. The crystalline style attributed with the diversity of functions must, however, be primarily considered as an organ of extracellular digestion. In Saccotia cuculata, the style is 15 to 34 millimeter in adults of a 45 millimeter shell length, and it is soft and gelatinous. Here the researcher views have been given. Exposure to atmospheric air in Saccotia cuculata resulted in complete dissolution of crystalline style at the estuaries at Devgad and Achra. From Devgad, the dissolution of style was observed at 5.30 hours and style reformation at 2.15 hours. And at Achra, the dissolution of style was observed at 5 hours of desiccation, and style was reformed at 2 hours after re-immersion in the seawater. Further time required for the reformation of style after re-immersion of seawater was less in the oysters from the estuary at Achra than at Devgad. As mentioned before, the oyster beds in Devgad get exposed to atmospheric air for comparatively a long time than those at Achra, and with the commencement of high tide oyster bed at Achra gets re-immersed to the seawater earlier than the bed at Devgad. The evidences from the present study strongly suggested that under favorable conditions, the complete loss of style was brought out by the continuous dissolution followed by cessation of style secretion. Therefore, it may be concluded that style dissolution is a physical and continuous process, while style secretion is a physiological process which is energy consuming and operative only under favorable conditions, as evidenced by the style reformation experiments. Conclusion. The time requirement for the complete loss of the crystalline style of oysters upon exposure to atmospheric air and for the reformation upon re-immersion to filtered seawater showed that exposure to atmospheric air resulted in complete dissolution of crystalline style in oysters from both the localities. Yes. Further, the time required for reformation of style after re-immersion in seawater was less in oysters from the estuary at Achra than at Devgad. Yes, and these are the references of research workers who were already studied on the.
The topic is open for discussion. If any questions, please ask.
No question. Next.
Okay. Next, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Participants, dignitaries, and committee members of First International Wave Conference on Advances in Material and Science and Applied Biology, organized by Dr. Patangrao, Kadam, Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli. I am Sushma Jadhav. Here I am for the my presentation on my research paper entitled with partial characterization of larval lipids of Maruca vitrata. Outline of research paper, abstract include with research finding, introduction it includes information on Maruca vitrata, materials and methods it include larvae of Maruca vitrata, chemicals, protein estimation, ammonium sulfate precipitation and lipase assay. Result and discussion it include a partial characterization, result of lipase activity and relevant references. Acknowledgement, brief acknowledgement with of the institution. References it includes recent references cited in the text. The review of literature, lipase is the enzyme which is responsible for the hydrolysis of triglyceride. Many workers have noted in details the various aspects of lipase in different insect species. The objectives of studies rearing of Maruca vitrata and to study the partial characterization of larval lipase activity of Maruca vitrata. In the research paper, the Maruca vitrata is a pod borer, is an important pest of cowpea. It attacks on birds, flowers and pods, and it completes their larval and pupal development inside the pods. This result to be pod formation 2. Pod formation and adverse effect on market value of green pods. The loss because of pest is high in pulses. Pod borer is main difficulty in the increasing productivity of pulses. The lipolytic enzyme is essential for biological turnover of lipids. Lipolytic enzyme acts as a digestive enzyme for transfer lipid from plant to animals and animal to animal within the organism. Many workers studied the partial characterization of lipase in various insects. Next one is the material method. This is the material method. Larvae or infected pods are collected by near the farm and vegetables markets. This is the preparation of larval homogenate. Larvae were placed on chilling ice for immobilization for 15 minutes. Larvae from 5th day to 13th day were used for the study. The larvae were rinsed using distilled water. Weight was measured and homogenate prepared in double distilled cold water with ground glass water and pastel. The larval homogenate dissolved in double distilled cold water to obtain desired percentage of concentration. The homogenate was taken in centrifuge tube and centrifugation carried out for 10 minutes and the supernatant after the centrifugation. This is the ammonium sulfate precipitation method. The next one is a lipase assay. The lipase assay contains 1 ml phosphate buffer, 0.25 ml substrate and 0.25 ml partially purified lipase enzyme in total volume of 1.5 ml. The incubation was carried out in 25 ml glass toppered conical flask for 25 minutes at 37 degrees Celsius temperature. The reaction was stopped with 2 ml copper tea reagent. Then after 15 minutes 10 ml of chloroform was added. Then after 15 minutes upper phase was removed and 5 ml chloroform phase was transferred to centrifuge tube. Then it added 1 ml of color reagent. At the end, liberated fatty acids were measured colorimetrically at 540 nm for the absorbance. Results are obtained from this practical is the larval development period was found to be 13 days. The partial characterization of lipase revealed the optimum pH 7.9, substrate concentration 5%, enzyme concentration 1%, temperature 37 degrees Celsius, incubation time 25 minutes, and Km value is 9.56 nm. The gradually increasing lipase activity noted from 4th day larvae to 8th day larvae. The maximum lipase activity was observed in 8th day larvae of Maruca whiterata. The specific activity of 4th, 8th and 13th day larvae was found to be 0.238, 0.280 and 0.235 mmol free fatty acid per mg protein. The lipase activity of 4th day larvae was 60.8% less than 8th day larvae. This is the graphical presentation of result obtained from research. This is the graph effect of pH. In this, the effect of pH at 7.9 shows the highest activity. This is the time incubation. In this, after 25 minutes, the reaction is steady or it is constant. The next one is the effect of temperature, graphical representation of effect of temperature and enzyme concentration. Next one is the effect of substrate concentration. It is a graphical representation of effect of substrate concentration. This is the discussion. Various scientists or various workers work on a partial characterization of larval lipase in different insects. Then acknowledgement, we are grateful to Principal Dr. Vilas Kale, KRP Kanya College, Islampur, and Principal Dr. S.B. Kengar, Yeshwantrao Savar College of Science, Karad, for administrative help in research work. This is the advanced references used for the research. Thank you.
The topic is open for discussion.
Hello. Presenter is there?
Yes, sir.
What is the Km value 9.56? What is the meaning of Km value?
Km value is the line viewer पर ड्रॉ करके हमने निकाला था Km value lipase
Okay.
activity का.
Okay, and what is the role of triethylamine?
Triethylamine is a
Is any role in the larva growing state for the triethylamine case?
yes, sir. It's a important role. Triethylamine is a artificial emulsifier. Or it is useful for emulsification of fat.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Okay, let us start the oral presentation number 13.
Morphological changes in chick embryo, neural tissue associated with warfarin used during prenatal development. On the behalf of my co-workers, Sanjay Gaikwad, Vishnu Kadam, and Anpreet Boi, I am going to present this paper. Abstract. Warfarin is generally called as blood thinner that inhibits the clotting of blood by reducing the production of factors by the liver that promotes clotting. It is an anticoagulant drug that helps to keep blood flowing smoothly in our body. The liver is dependent on a good enough amount of vitamin K due to the production of these factors by the liver. Warfarin is responsible for reducing the production of the factors. The aim of this study was to determine the effect of prenatal warfarin exposure on cell viability and cell morphology in chick embryonic neurons, specifically to identify areas of the hindbrain that may be affected to an extent contributing to Dandy-Walker syndrome. Histological staining technique, namely hematoxylin and eosin, generally called H&E. Staining was used to evaluate chick embryonic neural tissue exposed to 4.86 micrometer and 5.83 micrometer warfarin on day 5 and day 7 of development. For another or further analysis of cell viability, primary chick embryonic neural cultures were prepared and increasing concentrations of warfarin were added. The percentage of cell viability was determined by MTTS method. We observed that warfarin indicated neurotoxicity at high concentrations of exposure. Although cell death could be detected, the exact mechanism needs to be yet investigated. Since the developing brain is too susceptible to chemical toxicity, care must be taken while administering warfarin to pregnant mothers or young children. Warfarin is a fairly powerful anticoagulant that reduces the hazard of first and recurrent arterial and venous thromboembolism. One of the maximum not unusual place histological staining techniques, hematoxylin and eosin, become used. Materials and methods have been shown here. In the table, comparison of Carnegie stages between human and chicken embryo has been shown. Chicken embryos, eggs had been incubated at 36 degrees centigrade in a humidified incubator. Eggs have been become 2 times daily, day after placement in incubator, turned into taken as day 1, which corresponds to Carnegie degree 9. The table has been shown here. It has given detailed markings. The optimal stage of embryo development for histology. Exposure of chick embryos to warfarin on day 5 Eggs had been eliminated from the incubator, and below aseptic situations, a small hollow has been made within the side of eggshell with a sterile pin, and the eggs have been incubated through the hollow 3.25 micrometer, 4.86 and 5.38 micrometer. Warfarin is in a quantity of 0.1 ml earlier than the hollow became closed with ultraviolet sterilized tape. The embryos have been sacrificed at day 10. Eggs have been eliminated from the incubator. The eggshell damaged with a scalpel, the embryo eliminated and means taken out and decapitated. The tissue become dehydrated in 70% ethyl alcohol for 3 to 8 hours for dehydration process. The tissue become located through any other modifications of clean absolute ethanol for 2 to 3 hours. Tissue become located in 30% paraffin wax and 70% xylene. Then melted paraffin wax used to impregnate the tissue and become allowed to set through different temperatures. Sectioning of tissues were done. Histological staining and procedure was done with the help of hematoxylin and methylene. Here the decapitated chick embryo heads. And the slide is showing the double staining method, that is hematoxylin and methylene. Cultivation and maintenance of neurons in primary cultures were done. The suspension was centrifuged for 1 or 2 minutes to permit any larval fragments of cells to settle to rock bottom of the tube. After this time period, the flask was far away from the incubator and therefore the unattached cells were transferred to a sterilized tube. The cells were placed at a degree of 20 by 104 cells per millimeter. The medium was not changed as this causes denitrite and axon detachment. Exposure of primary neuron culture was cultures to warfarin. Primary neuron cultures were exposed after 24 hours. The processes were followed as per shown in the slides. The effect of warfarin on chick embryo neural tissue. Once all parameters were determined to the optimal consistent with the previous studies, the effect of warfarin on neuronal tissue was studied. Chick embryos were exposed to 3 dosages. The effect of warfarin was studied on these embryos. Hematoxylin stains the nucleic blue to black, while the counter stain eosine stains the cytoplasm pink. These are the figures showing sections of the hindbrain region of the chick embryo, medulla oblongata from the chick embryo. And this is the another diagram. Yes. These sections have been shown of the hindbrain region, and therefore hindbrain region specifically near the medulla oblongata, respectively from the chick embryo heads exposed with the concentration, different concentrations of warfarin tissues. Hindbrain region means medulla oblongata of chick embryo exposed to 5.83 micrometer concentration. This is the tissue section was difficult. Staining and slide preparation is needed for careful monitoring to avoid overlap of folds in tissues. The effects of hydrocortisone after control methods it was studied. Yes, these figures have been shown. These figures show that the neuronal cell cultures before exposure to warfarin, and this is another 11th figure after warfarin. This is the graph showing MTT assay discussion. Optimal histological conditions for evolutions of chick embryo neural tissue were, according to previous studies, the opinion of optimal times and conditions for pre-embedding processes, according to Sheehan et al. In 1980, it was found to be 5 hours in 70% ethanol. Elevated levels of warfarin may cause degeneration changes in the central nervous system. The effect of warfarin on cell number and viability on chick embryo neurons established in primary culture. The increased fragility of the tissue could be a result of the action of the warfarin. Neurons not exposed to hydrocortisone showed cell bodies with axons, dendritic processes. With the increasing concentrations, increase in number of dead cells were observed. Here the conclusion is, a neurotoxin is capable of inducing severe excitotoxicity. Therefore, it appears that warfarin can act as a neurotoxin capable of causing neuronal cell death, and hence various severe neuronal malformations will also appear. These are the references.
The topic is open for discussion.
No question. Next.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Was number 14.
Reproductive biology of a moth, Eligma narcissus. On the behalf of my research co-workers, Vishnu Kadam and Sanjay Gaikwad, I am presenting this paper. Abstract. Eligma narcissus is a lepidopteran moth, and it is the forest pest acts as defoliator of Ailanthus excelsa, which is commonly called as tree of heaven. And biology of Eligma narcissus have been studied in 10 individuals. Oviposition period ranges from 10 to 6 days with an average of 5 days. And post-oviposition period ranged from 1 to 2 days with an average of 1.5 days. Maximum eggs hatched on 3rd days. Average eggs hatching percentage was 75. The development period of larval insects ranged from 21 to 24 days with average of 22.15 days. Insects of narcissus showed increased head capsule body width and body length. Introduction. During the last 50 years, much damage is done by our natural resources and wealth, reducing national income and posing a great danger to our future generations. Therefore, protection of environment and natural resources is the need of the day. Materials and methods. Eligma narcissus was selected for its biological study. The initial culture of the pest was obtained by collecting larval stages from the various forests or plantations during the course of study and reared in the laboratory in 20 centimeter height and 10 centimeter diameter of glass jars and other equipments. Leaves of axils were provided as a food for the larvae, and it was changed periodically till the pupation occurs. The top of the glass jar was covered with muslin cloth secured firmly with the rubber band, and the outer side of the jar was covered with black carbon paper for providing darkness. Food material was changed daily. Eggs laid by females were removed with a moist camel hair brush and kept in 10 centimeter diameter petri dish containing the pieces of moist blotting paper at the bottom. And mass culture was maintained in the laboratory, and various aspects of biology were studied by using this culture. Pre-oviposition period. What is the pre-oviposition period? The period required from the emergence of female moth from the pupa to the commencement of eggs laying was recorded for 10 females. Oviposition period means it is a period during which the female moth laid eggs. It was recorded for 10 females. Post-oviposition period. It is a period from cessation of oviposition by a female moth till its death, and it was recorded for 10 females. Fecundity, it is the egg-laying capacity of the female. Morphometrics of eggs, it was recorded by ocular micrometer scale. Larval rearing, the 10 newly hatched larvae were transferred into the petri dish with the tender leaves of host plants. Leaves were used for feeding the larvae. Larval instars, larvae were observed to study the instars. Prepupal period. The average length and breadth of prepupae were studies. Then pupal period. 20 prepupae were kept under observation in glass jar till the adult emergence, and the period required for pupal stage was recorded. Adult longevity. Longevity of male and female adults was recorded by counting the duration between the emergence and the death of the adult. Adult morphometrics, the measurement of body width, body length, and wingspan expanse were recorded by using millimeter scale. Sex ratio, the adult emerged were separated for their sexes. Results. Life cycle of Eligma narcissus. During the present study, Eligma narcissus was found to be very serious pest, and detailed study on biology was undertaken in laboratory at 25 degrees centigrade, 65% relative humidity. The initial culture of the pest was obtained by collecting larval stages from western Ghats of Maharashtra, especially from Kolhapur and Satara district, during first fortnight of July 2011, and reared in laboratory in glass jars. A newly emerged females with two male adults were released in glass jar. The cotton soaked in 5% sugar solution was kept suspended in the jar, and a total of 10 such jars were kept under observation. Mating of male and female took place in the night time. Site of oviposition, a female laid eggs on the surface of leaves of excelsa. Pre-oviposition, oviposition, and post-oviposition periods were recorded. Fecundity, it was recorded, and it was detailed in table first. This is the fecundity. This is the pre-oviposition period, oviposition period in days, and post-oviposition period. And this is the fecundity. Morphometric of eggs. Freshly laid eggs were spherical and pale yellow in 20 individuals. It was detailed in this table. Incubation period and hatching percentage had shown in this period. This is the percent batch. Development period and required by larval stages has been shown in this table. Development period required for different stages of narcissus. Morphometrics of different stages of narcissus. The table has been continued here due to lack of space. Here it is also continued. This is the life cycle of narcissus. From eggs up to the adult stage, male and female, it has shown here. These are the photographs of moth from the egg to the instar and up to the adult stages. Larval development how it took place from first instar up to the fourth, fifth instars and up to the adult that is shown here. Beeson in 1941 reported that ovulation period in Michaelis ranged from 7 to 14 days. David and Kumar Swamy in 1982, they also have been reported that 250 to 500 eggs laid by the female. This is the fecundity, this is the capacity of the egg laying. The present findings were in agreement with those of Beeson, who reported that the larval period was 12 to 20 days in Nilambar, Chennai, and 12 to 19 days at Periyar. These are the studied, these are the different opinions of the researchers have been shown here. References have been detailed here.
The topic is open for discussion. If any questions, please.
No question.
Okay. One small announcement. One small announcement I would like to make. As a total of 4 presentations still are remaining, so the valedictory function will be a little bit postponed ahead. Please consider it. Thank you.
Let us start the question number 15, oral number 15.
Hello everyone, myself Miss Ankha Vikram Bhoi Kamble. I am a research scholar in Arts, Commerce and Science College, Polus, and my presentation topic is the first record of freshwater prawn Macrobrachium rosenbergi from the Erala River, Sangli district, Maharashtra. Then I am presenting a poster in International Web Conference on the Advances in Material Science and Applied Biology 2022. Then here is abstract of my topic. Then I am starting with the introductory part. In that, first I am giving information about the Macrobrachium rosenbergi. I am giving about the classification first. Macrobrachium rosenbergi from the kingdom Animalia, phylum Arthropoda, subphylum Crustacea, class Malacostraca, order Decapoda, family Palamonidae, genus Macrobrachium, and species is the rosenbergi. It is also known as the giant freshwater prawn or the prawn. Freshwater prawn. It is widely cultivated in several countries for the food, and it is nocturnal, bottom dwelling, sluggish in nature, and highly territorial. Then this species is lives in a large rivers and streams with a connection to the ocean. And next I am giving information about the Erala River, which is the collection site of my Macrobrachium rosenbergi, that is the freshwater prawn. Erala River, it is the lifeblood or the lifeblood of the people of the Khatau, Khanapur and the Tasgaon talukas, and also it is flowing in the Satara and the Sangli districts. The length of this river is the near about 125 kilometer. Then Erala River flows through the Satara and the Sangli district, and it joins to the joins at the Brahmanar in the Krishna River. Then here is the material and method. We have collected the different body-sized prawns, that is freshwater prawns Macrobrachium rosenbergi, in the Erala River from the collection site Vadiye Raibag and the Vazhar. Then collection was made with the help of cast anti-drag nets with the help of local fishermen. Then collected specimens are photographed with the help of the digital camera, and it is fixed in the 4% formalin solution in the laboratory in the specimen bottles. Then with the help of threads we have taken the body length of the freshwater prawns and weight of these freshwater prawns with the help of the single pan balance. This is the material and method, and I am here giving the study area map. In that we have I given the Era river highlighted here in blue in color, and two collection sites, Vadier Aibag and the Bazar, and starting and end point of the Era river, that is the Nair Dam. From the Nair Dam up to the Brahmanar in the Sangli district, which is the joining at that point the Era river joins the Krishna river. Okay, here some photographs of the collection sites. With the help of local fishermen, we have collected the freshwater prawns. In the first photograph, with the help of local fishermen, we have collected the prawns. First is the Vazhar side, then second one is the Vadier Aibag. Here I am also photographed in this picture. Then this is the photo plate. First we have collected the post larval stage also from the Vadier Aibag collection site, and from the Vazhar we have collected the one large freshwater prawn, which is male, large sized and small sized also, male and female, and these are many in number. We have found these are many in number. Post larval stages are also many in number from the Vadier Aibag site. Okay, then this is the result and conclusion. Freshwater prawns, that is the Macrobrachium rosenbergi, collected from the Vadier Aibag and Vazhar of the Era river, and collected specimens were ranged between the body size of 5.6 to 58.5 centimeter, and its body weight is the from 0.52 gram to the up to the 400 gram. They are predominantly brownish in color, and their claws, legs are somewhat the bluish in color. These are the chilipeds, delicate claws, ending with the delicate claws, and which are feeding used for the feeding appendages. Then these are also contains the rostrum, which is very prominent and contains 11 to 14 dorsal teeth and 8 to 11 ventral teeth. The first pair of the walking leg is known as the periopods, is elongated and very thin, and ending with the delicate claws. As we told earlier, it is a bluish in color. This is the chilipeds, which are used as the feeding purpose. Then also we have am noted here, these specimens may come from the aquaculture ponds accidentally through the streams and the lakes in the river side present either side of the Erala river together with the rainwater during the monsoon season. Detailed study is necessary to know the species density and diversity. Here I am not sure about anything, but I am in a detailed study, making this detailed study about whether these prawns are collected coming from the ponds or it is cultured in this area. Okay, and here I am concluded that these are some information about the Macrobrachium rosenbergi. This is the first record of the Macrobrachium rosenbergi in the Era river, Sangli district. Okay, thank you, and the topic is over to the discussion.
For discussion, if any questions may please be asked from the participants as well as the examiners. Any questions?
Next.
Next, please.
Model presentation number 16.
Good morning, all of you. My name is Namrata Jadhav. I am doing my PhD under the guidance of Dr. N.V. Rarvekar, Professor, Department of Zoology, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Here I am going to present the work entitled Modulatory effect of curcumin nanoparticles on islets of Langerhans of Alexon-induced diabetic mice. As we all know, diabetes mellitus is one of the major chronic non-infectious diseases in the world, with a continuous enhancement in the number of patients. And the hallmark feature of diabetes is elevated blood glucose level that we generally call it as hyperglycemia due to the destruction of pancreatic beta cells, which are responsible for insulin production. This type of diabetes is associated with type 1 diabetes. And through the failure of insulin responsiveness in its target tissues like adipose and muscles that we generally call it as the insulin resistance, it is associated with the type 2 diabetes. Many unfavorable effects such as hypoglycemia, drug resistance, weight gain are caused due to various anti-diabetic agents which are widely used nowadays. In Indian medicine system, it has been proved that long-time flora-based medications are the major sources of drugs for the treatment of diabetes mellitus. Curcumin, the active principle of curcuma longa, we call it as turmeric, is used in many diseases due to its health benefits. However, it has poor bioavailability, poor solubility, and low absorption. To overcome these problems, various nanoparticles-based strategies are being used nowadays. In this study, we have selected male mice, that is mus musculus, and these male mice are reared in the departmental animal house, and all the experimental work is conducted as per the CPCSEA and IIC guidelines. In the present work, the animals were grouped into 4 groups, that is control, diabetic, recovery 1 and recovery 2 group. Each group carries 5 animals. In control group, 3 months male mice were given subcutaneous injection of 0.15 molar acetate buffer for 15 days. In diabetic group, 3 months male mice were given single subcutaneous injection of Alexon, 150 mg per kg body weight. In recovery 1 group, diabetic mice were given intraperitoneal injection of curcumin at a dose of 150 mg per kg per day for 15 days. In recovery 2 group, diabetic mice were given intraperitoneal injection of nanocurcumin, that is curcumin nanoparticles, at a dose of 150 mg per kg per day for 15 days. Firstly, the curcumin nanoparticles, that is nanocurcumin, were synthesized as per the Jaiswal et al. 2004 method, that is the oil in water double emulsion solvent evaporation method. Further, the fasting blood glucose level was measured by collecting a drop of blood from the tail vein of the mouse by using the sharp scissor. The blood glucose level was measured using the Aquatic active blood glucose monitoring glucometer. Here, the results were expressed in terms of the mg per dl, that is milligram per deciliter of the blood. Further, histology was carried out as per the Harris 1986 method. All values were expressed as mean plus minus standard deviation. Statistical analysis was carried out by the one-way ANOVA Tukes HST test. These are the results. Table number 1 shows the effect of curcumin nanoparticles on blood glucose level in mg per dl of Alexon-induced diabetic mice. Here, all 4 groups are shown in the table and their respective blood glucose level in mg per dl. In the statistical significance, when we compare the group 1 and group 2, that is control and diabetic group, we can clearly see here that in diabetic group, the blood glucose level is significantly increased as compared to the control group. When we compare the diabetic and recovery 1 group, that is group which is administered with the curcumin, we can see in recovery 1 group, there is significant decrease in blood glucose level as compared to that of the diabetic group. When we compare the diabetic group and recovery 2 group, that is the group which is administered by curcumin nanoparticles, we can here also see that the blood glucose level is significantly decreased as compared to that of the diabetic group. And specifically when we compare the recovery 1 and recovery 2 group, we can here see that there is significant reduction in the blood glucose level in recovery 2 group as compared to the recovery 1 group. So hence we can here say that the curcumin nanoparticles significantly reduces the blood glucose level as compared to that of the curcumin alone. Further, this is the histological studies. Figure 1 and Figure 2 shows TS of islets of Langerhans of pancreas of control. Mice stained with the hematoxylin eosin. Figure 1 shows at 400x and Figure 2 shows 1000x. Here we can see the normal architecture of islets of Langerhans. It is intact islet surrounded by the thin layer of the reticular connective tissue capsule. This capsule separates the islets from the surrounding adjacent exocrine tissue. This maintains the integrity of islets, and the islets of Langerhans here appear, they are slightly stained cluster of islet cells. Islets are uniformly stained by the hematoxylin and eosin. This nuclei are stained by violet in color, and the cytoplasm is lightly stained with pinkish red in color. Figure 3 and Figure 4 shows the TS of islets of Langerhans of pancreas of diabetic group. Here we can clearly see that the islet cells are destructed and damaged here, and the relatively small and irregular structure of islets of Langerhans is seen here. When we compare it with the control group, it is relatively irregular structure, and mostly hydrophobic degeneration and degranulation in the cytoplasm was observed. The nucleus shows the degenerative nature due to the necrosis. And while some of the cells were observed with pycnotic nuclei, had dark eosinophilic cytoplasm, the reticular connective tissue was also destructed here. And due to this, we can see the irregular structure of islets. This destruction of reticular connective tissue was due to the oxidative stress, which loses their intact nature or integrity. Figure number 5 and Figure number 6, TS of islets of Langerhans of pancreas of recovery 1 group mice stained with He at 400x and 1000x respectively. Here we can see that the slight recovered structure of the islets with large proportion of islet cells. The integrity of reticular connective tissue was also slightly recovered here. And the normal rounded structure of cells was observed with no any destructive changes, which were seen in the diabetic group. Islets were stained uniformly with dual stain, that is hematoxylin and eosin, as compared to that of the diabetic group, alloxone-induced diabetic group. Figure number 7 and Figure number 8, TS of islets of Langerhans of pancreas of recovery 2 group mice stained with He at 400x and 1000x respectively. Here we can see the lightly stained elongated islets of Langerhans similar to that of the recovery group. Similar to that of the control group. Pancreas tissue showed the complete recovery of damaged cells and the restoration of original size and shape of islets of Langerhans to that of the control. Also, the reticular connective tissue around the islets was recovered and showed intact structure. Cells of islets uniformly stained with hematoxylin and eosin. Here, the complete recovery of damaged islets and restoration of original size of islets of Langerhans was observed after nanocurcumin administration than that of the curcumin alone. So here we can say that alone curcumin can show slight recovery, where that of the nanocurcumin administration, means curcumin nanoparticle administration, shows the recovery and restoration to that of the original size of islets of Langerhans. So here we can conclude that the reduction in fasting blood glucose level and restoration of islets of Langerhans upon curcumin nanoparticles administration showed more curative effects than that of the curcumin. These are some of the references referred during the work. Thank you.
Questions, please. The topic is open for discussion. Questions, please.
What is the size of curcumin nanoparticles? Hello?
From the presenter, anyone is online?
Yes, sir.
What is the size of the curcumin nanoparticles?
Yes, sir. That was around the 100 to 200 nanometer.
Okay. And what is the stoichiometry for curcumin particles?
Sir, we have done the analysis for nanoparticles. Same analysis potential expertise.
Why the statistical error is very high in the diabetic group's case? Because you show the 59 plus minus value is there. That is very high. Okay, thank you.
Please. Oral presentation number 17.
Hello everyone, I am Avinash Survase, research scholar working in Department of Microbiology, Rayat Institute of Research and Development, Satara. Today I am going to deliver my presentation on green synthesis of titanium dioxide nanoparticles by mycogenic culture mediated route for antimicrobial activities. There are various techniques used for synthesis of nanoparticles like physical method, chemical method, and biological method. Biological method is a similar type of approach like chemical synthesis method in which microorganism secreted enzymes are used as reducing agent, stabilizing agent, or capping agent. Instead of microbial enzymes, we use plant tissue secreted plant phytochemicals for synthesis of nanoparticles. The overview of biological synthesis of nanoparticles in which microorganism or plant tissue secreted plant phytochemicals or enzymes are reacted with metal salts. This metal salts is converted by enzymes or plant phytochemicals into metal nanoparticles. These metal nanoparticles further purify and characterize by various biophysical techniques, and this after purification and conformation of nanoparticle, we biofunctionalize these nanoparticles for various applications. Microorganism is act as potential biofactory for synthesis of various kinds of nanoparticles like iron, cadmium, silver, gold, platinum. Microorganisms secreted large amount of enzymes, proteins, or macromolecules or inorganic materials either intracellularly or extracellularly. As compared to bacteria, fungus, and yeast, fungus secreted higher amount of proteins and enzymes due to we choose fungus culture for synthesis of titanium dioxide nanoparticles. If we use biological material for synthesis of nanoparticles, having several advantages like to avoid toxic chemical concentration, to produce eco-friendly nanoparticles, to form economical viable nanoparticles, biological synthesis of nanoparticles method, it is easier to tailor shape, size, and nature of nanoparticles by just modifying culture pH, temperature, and nutrient media. In experimental procedure, we choose various soil and water samples from Lunar Lake for isolation of microorganisms. We choose the standard protocol for isolation of microorganisms. 4-quadrant or serial dilution techniques used for isolation of microorganisms. After isolation, for the purification of microorganism, we choose 4-quadrant streaking method. And with the help of this standard protocol, we isolated 15 bacterial and 10 fungal strain. Out of these, only single fungal strain have potentiality to convert TiCl3 into titanium dioxide nanoparticles. In the overview of biosynthesis protocol for synthesis of TiO2 nanoparticles, first we inoculated the pure culture into subculture of fungus into sabrodextrose broth for 48 hours. After the supernatant or cell-free extract is reacted with the precursor salt titanium chloride, and after incubation of 48 hours, we obtain white precipitate at the bottom of conical flask, which indicates that formation of TiO2 nanoparticles. These nanoparticles further purify and characterized by various biophysical techniques and use this nanomaterial for various applications like antimicrobial activity. Color change from violet to white indicates that formation of TiO2 nanoparticles. When you synthesize any metal nanoparticle, the first step of characterization is UV visible spectrophotometer. Figure 1 shows that the precursor is reacted with supernatant or self extract of Aspergillus epilepticola SLF1 fungus, which having converted the violet color into white precipitate indicates that the formation of TiO2 nanoparticles, which show the maximum absorbance at 211 nanometer. Optimum pH required for synthesis of TiO2 nanoparticles is a 37 degrees Celsius temperature act as the optimum temperature for synthesis of TiO2 nanoparticles. The 36 hours required for optimum value for synthesis of TiO2 nanoparticles. 1 millimolar salt concentration is required for act as optimum salt concentration for TiO2 nanoparticles. The X-ray diffraction data indicates that biologically synthesized nanoparticles is having anatase tetragonal phase, having size calculated with the help of Debye formula about 33.89 nanometers. Highest peak intensity indicates that the purity of nanoparticles and orderly arrangement of atoms. The FTIR spectra indicates that the involvement of biomolecule in capping process of TiO2 nanoparticles. There are 6 distinct spectra shown in FTIR spectrum. 3433 centimeter inverse spectra indicates that NS stretching arising from peptide linkage present in the fungus protein, which is responsible for the formation of TiO2 nanoparticles. 1395 centimeter inverse spectra indicates titanium oxygen modes, and titanium oxygen modes are shown in 6684 centimeter inverse. Field emission scaling electron microscopy used for the identification of morphological structure of TiO2 nanoparticles show the spherical TiO2 nanoparticles having monodisperse in nature. Elemental analysis of titanium and oxygen, which indicates that the purity of titanium material, show the biologically synthesized nanoparticle containing 84.18% of titanium and 15.82% of oxygen concentration. TEM show indicates that the lattice spacing present in nanoparticles is about 0.38 nanometers, and selective area elemental diffraction indicates that the orderly arrangement of atoms. Dynamic light scattering indicates that the hydrodynamic core present in aqueous phase of around nanoparticles. Biologically synthesized nanoparticles used for the hospital-acquired infectious pathogen or multi-drug resistant pathogen Staph aureus, Salmonella typhi, and Proteus vulgaris all are American type culture collection quality control strains. Biologically synthesized TiO2 nanoparticles show excellent antimicrobial activity against Salmonella typhi as compared to Proteus vulgaris and Staphylococcus aureus. In conclusion, we successfully synthesized simple proficient methodology for TiO2 nanoparticles with the help of non-toxic fungus Aspergillus epilepticola isolated from Lonar Lake ecosystem. These biologically synthesized nanoparticles show the excellent antimicrobial activity against Staph aureus, Salmonella typhi, and Proteus vulgaris quality control stains. Thank you.
Hello.
The topic is open for discussion.
Yeah, presenter is there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
so topic is interested, but I have some question. How the purity of the nanoparticles you determine from the XRD peak intensity?
XRD peak intensity with the help of same elemental analysis, we conclude the synthesized nanoparticles containing only titanium and oxygen. There is no another element present in this metal.
But your EDS spectrum shows the titanium is around 67% and oxygen is around 30%.
86. So, sir,
yeah, 86. Okay. So
86.
yeah. So that means it is not the titanium dioxide. TiO2 is not forming there. So Ti is the very high, oxygen is very deficient. So it is Ti8, oxygen 2%, like that. So this is not the actual TiO2 formation there. So how you can confirm it is the stoichiometric TiO2 with annotated structure as you claimed?
Sir, with the help of X-ray data, we match synthesize XRD with JCPDS card.
We'll be doing the biology.
But your optical spectra also showing the two band edges because TiO2 have the band gap around 3.3. But in your optical spectra, it shows two. No. Listen. In your absorbance spectra, there are two band edges which showing the band gap of 3.54 and one is around 4.7. But actual TiO2 is only 3.3. So then how you conclude this is the TiO2 there?
Sir, we biologically synthesize TiO2.
Okay, thank you. Next
presenter, please.
3 point.
Oral presentation number 18.
Greetings to one and all present here. Myself, Manju Tripathi. I am here to present the oral presentation on the topic in vitro nitric oxide scavenging activities of two plants of Amaranthus family. As an abstract, oxidative stress resulting from the accumulation of reactive oxygen species can cause many diseases like cancer, liver injury, cardiovascular disorder, etc. Plant-derived antioxidants reduces the risk of development of such chronic diseases and serve as an alternative for the synthetic antioxidant. Amaranthus tricolor and Amaranthus viridis of the Amaranthus family are widely cultivated leafy vegetables in India and many countries across the world. The objective of this study is to perform the comparative antioxidant potential of these two plants by nitride radical scavenging assay. And for that purpose, ethanol and acetone extract of the leaves of these two plants were used to determine their nitride radical scavenging ability by studying their possible regulatory effect on nitric oxide free radical levels using sodium nitroprusside as a nitric oxide donor in vitro. These are the keywords provided. Now, in introduction, I would like to first start with nitric oxide. What is the significance of nitric oxide? It is a potent pleiotropic mediator of physiological process such as a smooth muscle relaxant, neural signaling, inhibition of platelet segregation, etc. And although nitric oxide and superoxide radicals are involved in host defense, overproduction of these two radicals contributes to the pathogenesis of some inflammatory diseases. Nitric oxide inhibitors have been shown to have beneficial effect on some aspects of inflammation and tissue damage seen in inflammatory diseases. In the very recent year, potential free radical scavengers have attracted a tremendous interest as possible therapeutics against free radical mediated diseases. And as we know, leafy vegetables are important protective food, highly beneficial for the maintenance of health, prevention of diseases, and consuming the leafy vegetables it may act as a basis strategy for fighting against various diseases. Amaranth tricolor and Amaranth viridis plants are used here, as I already explained, for the proposed antioxidant study, that is nitric oxide scavenging assay. Now we come to the materials and methods section. So as we can see that it started with sample collection and preparation of the plant extracts. The two leafy vegetables were purchased from the Pune area of Maharashtra, and they were turned into the dry fine powder. And the respective ethanol and acetone extract of these two plants were prepared. And we need a buffer, phosphate buffer solution and grease reagent also in order to perform this the experimental requirement of the nitric oxide assay. Now we come to the main experimental part of nitric oxide scavenging activity. The method used here is actually spectrophotometrically. We have used a UV visible spectrophotometer for this purpose. And ethanol and acetone extract of these plants, they were added in varying concentration from 250 to 2500 micrograms per milliliter in different test tubes, and 5 millimolar of sodium nitroprusside in phosphate buffer was added to each test tube, and to make up the volume up to 1.5 milliliter. And then after the solution was incubated at room temperature for 30 minutes. Later on, 1.5 milliliter of grease reagent was added to each test tube, and the absorbance was measured at 546 nanometer, and the percentage of scavenging activity was measured with reference to the ascorbic acid as a standard. Now, if we talk about the nitric oxide scavenging percentage calculation, then this is the brief introduction about the nitric oxide scavenging activity, its history and its importance. And actually the main formula used is we have calculated the percentage of nitric oxide scavenged, that is percentage inhibition, which is based on this formula, and where the A0 stands for absorbance of the control, that is blank, that is without extract, and A1 stands for absorbance in the presence of the sample or standard. So it is A0 minus A1 divided by A0 multiplied by 100. Now we have come to the result and discussion part. So as we have seen that so many reagents are used in different stages of this experimentation. So the main chemistry which lies behind this test is the absorbance of the chromophore that formed during the diazotization of the nitride with sulfur nilamide, and subsequent coupling with the naphthyl ethylene diamine dihydrochloride. So this part which read at 554 nanometer in UV visible spectrophotometer, and inhibition of nitride formation by the plant extract and the standard antioxidant ascorbic acid were calculated relative to the control, and this is the chemical reaction involved, and which results into the formation of this azodie. So moving ahead, this table represents the nitric oxide scavenging activity summary of this activity. So as we can see, the column 1 stating the name of the samples used, and the second column is representing the data for the inhibition percentage, the lowest value of inhibition percentage, and the third column represents the values for the highest value of percentage inhibited. And at last, the fourth column is IC50, which is represented in micrograms per milliliter. Now, here I would like to state that the IC50 value is a parameter widely used to measure the antioxidant activity of the test samples. It is calculated as the concentration of antioxidants needed to decrease the initial concentration by 50%. And actually, this is the way to measure the potential ability of the antioxidants. So the summary is that the lower the IC50 value, the higher the antioxidant of the respective sample. So as we can see here from the table, the standard ascorbic acid is having the minimum IC50 value of 121.5, that is the highest antioxidant ability, and followed by the ethanol extract of amaranth tricolor plant, and then acetone extract of amaranth tricolor plant, then it is 817, and then among the amaranth viridis plant, the ethanol, that is 379.9 IC50 is having with this number, it is having more antioxidant ability or activity in than acetone extract of amaranth viridis plant. So this is the representative figure of the graph plotted for the nitric oxide scavenging activity of amaranth viridis plant leaves. So blue color for the ascorbic acid standard, and the red color line is for the ethanol extract of amaranth viridis plant, and the green color for the acetone extract of amaranth viridis plant. And with the help of the trend line, we have calculated the IC50 value. Similarly, this is the graph for the amaranth tricolor plant. So now we have reached to the conclusion part. So what we have seen after performing this assay is that ascorbic acid is a potent free radical scavenger. It's actually a known fact. So when we compared the pure ascorbic acid compound IC50 of ethanolic and acetone extract of both plants is found to be potent free radical scavenger. The results indicates that both the vegetables studied strongly scavenge nitric oxide in a dose-dependent manner. An IC50 value for ethanolic extract and acetone extract of amaranth tricolor was found to be 298.4 and 870 microgram per milliliter respectively. And the same for amaranth viridis is found to be 379.9 and 889 microgram per milliliter respectively. And while that for the standard ascorbic acid is found to be 121.5 microgram per milliliter, we have already seen all this from the table, previous table. So the summary is that from this study, we have observed significantly higher antioxidant ability of amaranth tricolor plant over the amaranth viridis plant, and it may be due to the presence of red anthocyanin pigment present in amaranth tricolor plant. And for both the plants, the ethanolic extract show better results than the acetone extract, and it may be due to the more polar nature of ethanol solvent and the type of phytochemicals extracted in it. And before leaving, I would like to highlight that it is very much helpful for investigation of new drugs for various free radical generation diseases by identifying the compounds isolation process. And also the this present study, it actually validates the folklore uses of these two leafy vegetables. So these are the references used for this study. And last but not the least, I would like to thank the organizing committee of ICAMSAB-2022 conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Topic is open for discussion.
What is the optimal dose for the scavenging of nitric oxide?
Sir, as it is given from the table, the IC50 came out to be 121 micrograms per liter, and our samples was close to that in 300 units. So that is established that the chosen plants have the potential antioxidant ability in comparison to ascorbic acid as a standard.
Okay, so ascorbic acid have the lowest value, and extracted ethanol have the followed next lowest value. But have you tested the commercial ethanol value ethanol for this testing purpose without extraction?
No, sir. Commercial ethanol only. You are saying? Sir, actually the objective was to study the
antioxidant ability of phytochemicals present in chosen plants. So the fact is that the ethanol chosen, we double distillate and we focused on the phytochemicals obtained after the extraction with the help of the ethanol and acetone. So for solvent, we didn't thought of that we should go for the pure, or the thing is that solvent only, because it's not a new thing we are doing for the, it's not like that we are doing this for the first time. There are various reports in this the similar field, antioxidant study of the various plant extract with the help of different solvent varying in the polarity of their polarity. So it is like the solvents, it's already established and it is in the available in the literature. So there was, I didn't think there was any point to do that.
Okay, thank you.
The answer to your query. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So anything else?
Good morning. Myself, Dr. Prashant Chikode, and I am going to present my paper, Double Exposure Digital Holographic Interferometry for the Biological System. Now, in the past decade, three-dimensional optical imaging has emerged as a leading tool for scientific discovery in many different fields. The paper describes the applications of digital holographic interferometry to study the various systems for 3D imaging in the biological systems, which can be further improved by using high-resolution charge-coupled devices or the cameras. Now, initially, this system is tested with the measurement of diffusion coefficient of sodium nitrates with the distilled water and studied the scattering of colloidal particles using holographic microscopy. The speckle pattern interferometry is used to study the colloidal particles. Now, this is the actual experimental arrangement to study the digital interferogram for the biological samples. Here, this is the helium neon laser of minimum 15 milliwatt. Now, the beam is passed through the special filter, and using beam splitter 1 and beam splitter 2, it splits into two paths. One is treated as object beam, which is passed through this mirror and allowed to incident on the biological samples, or it is transmitted through the biological liquids under investigation. And the second beam is allowed to pass through half mirror, PZT mirror, and it is directly allowed to incident on the CCD chip, which acts as a reference beam, which does not contain any information. So it is treated as a reference beam, and this beam is treated as object beam. So the interference of the object beam and the reference beam takes place on the CCD chip, and we can able to get the interferogram or the interference pattern. This is the actual laboratory setup to study, say, the diffusion process of the liquid. This is the diffusion cell. This is the 15 milliwatt helium neon laser of red wavelength. These are the various optical accessories. And as per the experimental setup, these are arranged on the vibration isolation table and the recording is done. Now, this is the diagram for digital holographic microscopy, which represents hologram formation from a point source showing a plane reference wave interfering with the spherical scattered wave to produce a Gabor zone plate pattern. So what happens in this case? The direct beam of laser light is allowed to pass through the colloidal solution, and the single exposure digital holographic interferogram is recorded, and which gives us the pattern in the form of Gabor zone plate. And by analyzing this pattern, we can able to study the activity of the particles. Now, we have initially done digital microscopy of sodium nitrate solution by measuring the diffusion coefficients. Sodium nitrate appears as a white crystalline solid in nature. It does not change the pH of the solution. It supplies water-soluble form of nitrogen to the crops, and it is important fertilizer used in the farm. It is very important to add the correct amount of sodium nitrates to be dissolved in the water. Otherwise, there is a danger of burning of the plants. We have prepared the solution of sodium nitrate with double distilled water in the range of 0.1 molar to 1 molar and studied the process of diffusion. For this purpose, we have prepared a special glass of plexiglasses, which is shown here. This is the reservoir, and the laser light is transmitted through the glass, and the several consecutive double exposure digital interferograms were captured before and after the process of diffusion. And the image is reconstructed with the numerical H digital holographic software, and these are the results of the reconstruction process. You can able to see here the digital reconstructed images or the interferograms for 0.1 molar to 1 molar solutions. Here you can able to clearly see the set of interference fringes revealed in the interferogram, and by using the distance or humps between the two bunches of the fringes, we can calculate the diffusion coefficient by considering the time of diffusion or the total time to diffuse the water and the sodium nitrate solution. Now, how the diffusion coefficients are determined? By calculating the change in separation between the extreme points in the interferogram by using AutoCAD software, the diffusion coefficient of sodium nitrate solution is determined, and the process is repeated by changing the concentration. The average diffusion coefficient calculated is 1.44 into 10⁵ in CGS units, and it is in good agreement with the standard value. Furthermore, the quantity of sodium nitrate particle is increased in the solution, and a point occurs where no more particles of the sodium nitrate are dissolved and the solution becomes slightly milky. So in this way, what we have done, we have passed a monochromatic light from a laser which is having the value 15 milliwatt through the colloidal solution of the sodium nitrate, and single exposure digital microscope hologram of sodium nitrate solution is recorded. Now, by capturing the speckle patterns of the given solution, small self-assembly system consisting of colloidal particles of the sodium nitrate solution is shown, and such a number of successive speckle pattern holograms were recorded. Now, this is the image of the digital speckle patterns of the sodium nitrate solution, which show the aggregation of the particles within the solution, and this is a single exposure. Now, the conclusions of our study reveals that the digital speckle interferometric studies can be useful to study the microscopic changes in the biological solutions, and it can be further utilized to image subcellular structures in three-dimensional solutions. These are also useful in number of biological applications to study the structure and orientation of the microorganisms and the cells. The work can be further extended to study the diffusion coefficients of different fertilizers and to study its effect on the various types of soils used for the plant growth in the various regions. We are acknowledged UGC New Delhi for providing us the financial assistance under the minor research projects. So thank you one and all.
The topic is open for discussion. If any questions from the audience or the examiners can be asked.
Can we call this digital pattern as the Moit's pattern, as we shown in the previous slides?
Resource persons, authors, are they present online? Please. I hope no. You can proceed next, please.
Okay, next.
Sangeeta Pandurang from Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College, Kolhapur. In today's international conference, I am presenting my research paper on hydrogen complexes. The title of my research paper is Synthesis, Spectral Characterization and Biological Activity of 3,5-2-hydroxybenzylidene, 4-amino-benzhydrazide and its copper second complexes. First, in this research work, we have synthesized a hydrogen ligand by simple condensation of 3,5-dihydroxybutyl 2-hydroxybenzaldehyde and 4-amino-benzhydrazide in methanol solution. The ligand is characterized by using the several spectral techniques like H1NMR, carbon-30 NMR, FTIR spectra, LCMS analysis, UV visible spectra, and powder XRD study. Then we have prepared 3 copper second complexes of synthesized hydrogen ligand using salts like copper sulfate pentahydrate, copper chloride dihydrate, and copper nitrate trihydrate. All these complexes are also characterized by using the spectral techniques FTIR spectra, LCMS analysis, UV visible spectra, TZ analysis, elemental analysis, and powder XRD study. From the results of all spectral techniques, we concluded that the ligand can coordinate it to metal by using oxygen of the carbonyl group, azomethyl nitrogen, and oxygen of the hydroxyl group. It is supported by the FTIR spectra. The geometry of the chlorocomplex is octahedral in nature, while nitrito and sulfato complex shows square planar geometry. It is supported by electronic spectra. The chloro and nitrito complexes are mononuclear in nature, while sulfato complex is dinuclear in nature. It is supported by LCMS spectra. Finally, the antibacterial activity of the ligand and complexes is checked against pathogenic bacteria. The complexes shows similar activity to that of the standard drug ciprofloxacin and greater activity than that of the ligand, suggesting the coordination of ligand to the metal. Thank you, sir.
The topic is open for discussion. Is the presenter online?
I think there is no presenter. Okay.
No, please. Next, please.
Next, okay.
Honorable Dr. L.D. Kadam, sir, Principal and Organizing Chairman of this first International Wave Conference. Convener Abhijit Mane, Coordinator Dr. Gauri Patil Madam, and all participants. I am Dr. U.K. Mujde from MBSK Kanya Mahaviyalaya, Kadam, presenting a paper on structural and optical studies of electrodeposited yttrium chalcogenide films. Nowadays, for a sustainable society, energy is unquestionably one of the grand challenges. In this modern world, the social prosperity and economic development depends on the sustainable energy conversion and storage. Since from 19th century, due to fast consumption of non-renewable fossil fuels, resulted in several unexciting for energy deficiency and the corresponding carbon emissions creates new environmental issues. There is urgent need of clean, affordable, and reliable energy that can sustainable fossil fuels and limits the carbon emission issue. Therefore, the interest of researchers focused towards the development of technology to make availability of clean and renewable energy, especially the intermittent energy conversion and storage. Nowadays, there is a fast demand for electrochemical energy conversion and storage devices, especially portable devices, consumer electronics, and electric vehicles. Directly, grocery has been reported use of rare earth hydrides for storing hydrogen in both stationary and mobile applications. Therefore, it should require rapid development of new materials with high performance in energy conversion and storage devices. In our opinion, scientists underestimated this field and started working with material having low cost and easy availability. The best material for example so far reported with high efficiency and stability for long time are CDSE, WSE2, COIN, SE2, etc. In this paper, electrosynthesis of yttrium chalcogenides from a variety of substrates using non-aqueous bath has been carried out. Sulfur, selenide, and telluride are taken as chalcogenide elements. All baths were prepared in formaldehyde solution. Sodium acetate was used as a complexing agent for all non-aqueous baths. High purity graphite plate is used as counter electrode. Saturated calomel electrode was used as a reference electrode. Substrate temperature, chemical composition, terminal thickness, etc. has been optimized for desired composition. potential for individual path. For structural properties, all films were deposited onto stainless steel substrate, and for optical properties, they are deposited onto a ITO coated glass. The structural property of film was studied by X-ray diffraction, and an optical property was studied by optical absorption studies, which confirms the deposition material with appropriate value of band gap energy. Here we have the polarization curves for the reduction of yttrium chalcogenides on stainless steel substrate. Three polarization curves are plotted on same graph paper. That is, plot first represent the polarization curve for the reduction of yttrium sulfide. Plot second represent the polarization curve for the reduction of yttrium selenide, and plot 3 represent the polarization curve for the reduction of yttrium telluride on stainless steel substrate. Similarly, the polarization curves are plotted on FTO coated glass for 3 samples. First sample, that is yttrium sulfide, which is coated on FTO coated glass, and second for yttrium selenide, and third one is for yttrium telluride. From these polarization curves, the deposition potentials are estimated. That is, deposition potential for yttrium sulfide on stainless steel and FTO coated glass are minus 0.72 and minus 0.79. For yttrium selenide, it is minus 0.27 and minus 0.36. And for yttrium telluride, minus 1.9 and minus 0.51. Here, the deposition potential of yttrium telluride is obtained by one different method. That is, initially yttrium is deposited on the FTO coated glass, and then this FTO coated glass deposited with yttrium is inserted in saturated TO2, and with the complexing agent 0.05, we obtain the deposition potentials are minus 1.9 and minus 0.51 for stainless steel and FTO coated glass. For XRD studies, these 3 samples are taken, that is, deposited samples on stainless steel substrates are taken here, and the XRD patterns are obtained. Figure A represents the XRD pattern for the YS film, that is yttrium sulfide film, in which we got these 2 peaks on which we have the composition of YS. In second graph, that is figure B, represent the XRD pattern for YSE, which gives these 2 peaks, YSE2 peaks we observed here, and from sample 3 we have YT3 peaks on this XRD patterns of YTE here. There is one more peak of YTE combination, that is YTE1 minus X is there. So all these patterns and their D values are calculated, and that D values are compared with the standard D values from ASTM data, and it is found that for YS film with a particular bath composition, here is the 2 peaks which are confirmed from these D values, which are compared with this standard D values from ASTM data, that is YS 1.70 to 1.78, and this is YSE2 3 peaks, this is YTE3 2 peaks, and YTE1 minus 6, like this. So these are the confirmation of the deposited compound on this stainless steel and stainless steel substrate. Similarly, for the optical absorption studies, the optical absorption can be taken between the range of 400 to 1000 nanometer, and these are the 3 graphs for the optical absorption. These are the plotted alpha T versus this lambda graph, first for the YS, second for YSE, and third for YT. So from this graph, the band gap energy was calculated by plotting alpha T h nu square versus h nu, and that band gap energies for YS, YSE, and YT are like this. For YS, yttrium sulfide, that band gap energy is found to be 1.85. For YSE yttrium selenide, that band gap energy is found to be 1.96, and for YT, that is yttrium telluride, the band gap energy is found to be 1.74. So that we conclude, our study shows that yttrium chalcogenide, YS, YSE and YT yttriums can be deposited at room temperature onto a stainless steel substrate and ITO coated glass using suitable complexing agent. The deposited yttrium chalcogenide films have had the composition YS 1.72 to 1.78. For yttrium selenide, it is YSE2, and for yttrium telluride, YTE3 and YTE1-X, with the band gap energies 1.85 electron volt, 1.96 electronic volt, and 1.86 electronic volt for YS, YSE, and YTE films, etc. Once again, thank you for all organizations who give me the opportunity to present my paper in this webcast. Thank you very much.
The topic is open for discussion. Any questions from the audience or the examiners? You are feel free to ask.
Is presenter is there?
Yes.
Is the presenter online?
Yes.
Okay. I have two more questions only. You prepared the yttrium selenide, yttrium sulfide, and yttrium telluride, which have the different stoichiometry. From yttrium sulfide have 1.70 to 1.78, and yttrium selenide has SE2, and telluride is T3. So how you determine the stoichiometry using the X-ray pattern only?
Actually, all that study has been completely done by plotting by taking the polarization curves for different substrates, copper, etc. And all that study is made, but this paper has some limitations. Here I only given the information regarding the structural and optical properties, so that ECMs are drawn by standard electron microscope that uses the stoichiometry, and the structural property, that is D values, confirms the deposition of that yttrium selenide, yttrium sulfide, yttrium telluride, like that. And optical absorption study gives the evidence of the band gap energy, which compares with the standard values.
Okay, and second question, you calculated band gap is 1.85, 1.96, and 1.86, around like that value you claim. But your band edges and the calculated band diagrams are mismatching.
Some bit mismatching is observed, no doubt, but actually that values are
so please from my correct it later on.
Oh,
this is just suggestion like that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I request the honorable examiners to evaluate the oral presentations, and please send us as early as possible such that the results can be declared during the valedictory function. Thank you. Over to Ashwini.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all dear participants and oral presenters for your research work and your presence. I'm also grateful to the respected examiners for their valuable time and comments. All 18 oral presentations are over, and now we have reached to the last session, that is valedictory function. So let me welcome you once again. Good morning, one and all. Good afternoon, one and all. Dear friends, finally we reached at valedictory function. All these sessions were fruitful and engaging, and we haven't even realized how we reached at valedictory. Without further ado, let me commence valedictory function. Rayat Shikshan Samstha's Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya Ramanandnagar Burli has organized first international web conference on advances in material science and applied biology 2022 on 27th and 28th January 2022. I wish a wonderful afternoon to galaxy of intellectuals, invite guests, professors, researchers, and students, and all the participants. On behalf of the college, we are delighted to offer gracious welcome to all of you. Actually, It is a matter of immense pride to be here with you at this valedictory function. We have with us Honorable Dr. A.S. Janugresa from Karnataka as a chief guest. We also have a special presence of our Honorable Principal Dr. L.D. Kadam sir. We also have with us Dr. T.S. Bosle sir as a president of this function. Friends, you know very well that a good event never ends in the world. They take only pause and keep us awaiting for the next. With this note, I take this opportunity to invite Mr. Abhijit Mane sir, convener of this international conference, to introduce and welcome the guest.
Thank you, Ashwini. Now we are towards the end of the valedictory session. So before I start, I would like to just have a glimpse what we have done during the last 2 days. So I would like to welcome Dr. A.S. Jagnure sir for this valedictory function of the 2 days first international webinar, International Web Conference ICAMSAB 2022. Really, sir, these 2 days were full of knowledge baskets with a real-time research and development in the fields of material science and application in biological sciences. For the first day, Honorable Professor Dr. P.S. Patil, Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, delivered a very knowledgeable inaugural speech on the history and evolution of the material sciences. The keynote address was delivered by Professor Dr. Abedul Rahman Al-Tawa, Department of Biological Sciences, Al Hussein bin Talal University, Jordan. His topic was plant adaptations to the drought stress. The plenary talk 1 was delivered by Dr. Jaideep B. Bharate, Senior Research Engineer, Department of Chemistry, Umeå University, Sweden, on the topic drug discovery on kinase inhibitor and Alzheimer's diseases. The plenary talk 2 was delivered by Dr. Periyar Swami Anushkaran, Division of Biotechnology, Jeonbuk National University, Republic of Korea, on the topic Tinium, Zinc, FeO2, SiO2, hierarchical nanoalare for efficient photoelectrochemical water splitting, effects on in situ TI and SiOX whole transport channels. The day one ended with a total of 13 poster presentations from the participants. A really overwhelming response was received for the poster presentations. The day second was commenced with the oral presentation sessions with a total of 20 oral presentations for the competition, but we had to take a pause for the oral presentations, and the remaining oral presentations were to be considered at the last aspect of the third session. So the session first was of the plenary talk 3, which was delivered by Dr. Dong Kim, Hanyang University, Seoul, Republic of Korea, on the topic advances of high energy and rechargeable Zinc-air battery. The topic was a very brilliant and a very excellent talk, what I felt. The plenary talk 4 was delivered by Honorable Professor Dr. Irkan Burkal on topic Propolis sample from different regions of Turkey, antioxidant activity and the bioactive compounds. Really, this session was also a very excellent session. The plenary talk 5 was delivered by Dr. Yogesh M. Gangude. He is a postdoctoral research scholar from Oregon State University, Department of Biochemistry and Biophysics, ALS Propolis, USA, on the topic synthesis and evolution of the functional acrylamide scaffold for improved drug delivery and the protein aggregation inhibition. It was a really brilliant talk what Dr. Janu Gangude delivered. After this, a total of 707 participants were participated from the Zoom and YouTube platform for this international conference. Really, it was a very overwhelming response what we have received for this international conference. So now I take the opportunity to introduce Dr. A.S. Jagnurese. So Dr. A.S. Jagnurese is an associate professor in chemistry. He is the head department of chemistry in Bagewadi College, Nipani, Karnataka, India. So to his credit, he has a very huge record because he graduated from Karnataka University, Dharwad. He master's degree from the same university. His PhD was honored or conferred on him from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. The research title of his PhD thesis was Synthesis and Evaluation of Naval Beta-lactam Antibiotics and Their Biological Applications under the guidance of Dr. A.R. Shela, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. To his credit, he has completed 2 major UGC research projects. The price comprises of around 2 lakh rupees. The length of his service is around 35 years. And a very renowned research guide what we have today for the valedictory session. So apart from this, the academic achievements are very huge to his credit. So I take this opportunity to welcome and introduce Dr. Anil Jagnurese for this valedictory function. Over to you, Tatubde Madam.
Thank you, sir. Friends, it's matter of pride for us to have with us Honorable Dr. A.S. Jagnurese sir, Head Department of Chemistry from KLE Societies, G.I. Bagewadi Arts, Science and Commerce College, Nipani, Karnataka as a chief guest. I warmly welcome Jagnurese sir to address us.
Hello. Hello.
Jagnurese sir, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
You may
yes,
continue.
Okay. So first of all, I am thankful to the organizers of Dr. Patangrao Kadam College, Mahaviyalaya, Burli, District Kolhapur, Maharashtra. So I'm very much happy to see such a wonderful 2-day program where the different people who have exchanged their thoughts and given idea about application of chemistry and biology to the mankind. So first of all, I will thank the principal, Dr. Kadam sir, who has invited me as a valedictory function guest. So when they called me, I was surprised, but I'm not new for this college because 2 years back, I was here for one chemistry program. So I wholeheartedly thank your beloved principal that he has invited me for this particular function. I also thank Dr. G.R. Patil, Dr. T.S. Bansale, Dr. P.B. Piste, and Abhijit Mane, Umesh Sherke, and Namrata Kamble, Dinesh Sasni, Dinesh P. Gaurai, and Sable, and Priyanka Gorpade, Miss Varshavi Nalwade, and Prankaja K. Patel, the entire team of coordinating this particular kind of 2-day international webinar, particularly based on advances in material science and applied biology. So it is very much interested to see that this particular function was inaugurated by the Dr. P.S. Patil, the Pro Vice Chancellor of Shivaji University, and keynote address is given by a person from Jordan, Dr. Abdul Rahman Al-Tawala. And the first session, second session is also from Sweden and North Korea, Dr. Jayandeep Bharkre and P. Anushkang, Dr. Dong Huang from South Korea, and Dr. Frank Bursil from Turkey, and Dr. Vegesh Gongate from USA. So all the six the renowned scientists, they have presented their ideas and views regarding how the chemistry and biology together change the present scenario of a human life. So I have heard that nearly totally 707 record-breaking people are witnessed this particular two-day webinar, and there are maybe more than 20 poster presentations and more than 10 or 12 oral presentations. So in all these, I have gone through only a few today only poster presentations, as well as today's morning 2 sessions. I have listened the ideas and the way in which the things comes out in chemistry as well as biology to help the mankind. And this is a great effort by the college to organize such a wonderful event. And this event may bring the new young people to understand the concepts, new concepts, where it may be a thermodynamic parameter, or it may be a biological, or applications of chemistry to some other field, or nanoparticles, and some of the recent things which we have not knowing. But this particular kind of what I say, the webinar will bring the people together from the long distance to a very small distance. So at this stage, this gives a very clear picture for chemistry people to think about what would be the next future of science, and what would be the role of the people, particularly young people who are working either a PhD or even at a BSc or MSc level. They come up with some new innovative ideas. So innovative ideas may come only if such conferences become successful. So as far as my knowledge concerned, this particular conference, web conference, is seems to be 100% successful, so that the beneficiaries will get almost a good benefit, and they will definitely make best use of such things in future also. So I again I wish the management of Dr. Patangrao Kadam College, as well as the principal Dr. L.D. Kadam, and the entire chemistry department, to have much more such successful events yet to come, so that the people of chemistry as well as the young generation get a benefit of this. So with all these few words, I say this is a grand success, not by one person. It is a teamwork that we have done, and the people who have participated from across the globe. I thank them also, because they exchanged their views, and the ideas are very proud moment for us. So with these few words, I would like to say thanks to organizers by inviting me as a valedictory function chief guest. Thank you one and all. Once again, I thank the principal and the chemistry department for calling me as one of the functional guest member. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for exposing your affinity with our college, and we are grateful to you for your excellent speech as well. Now I invite Dr. T.S. Bhosle sir, Head Department of Zoology, to preside over the function and deliver presidential address. Dr. T.S. Bhosle sir, please.
Thank you, Tatugde madam. Good afternoon to everybody. Honorable Principal and Organizing Chairman, Dr. L.D. Kadam of Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli. All the resource persons, examiners, and referees. Convener of this conference, Mr. A.B. Mane, Organizing Secretary, Professor Mrs. P.B. Piste, Coordinator, Dr. Mrs. G.R. Patil, all the faculties and organizing committee members, and all the participants present over here. This first international web conference on advances in material science and applied biology 2020 was organized to make one acquainted about advanced research in physical sciences, chemical sciences, and biological sciences. Also, our aim is to share the views of renowned resource persons who are experts in the research field and the research scholars who will present their research work through oral and poster presentation. Dear participants, through this conference, we all came to know what different type of research work is going on in various countries and in various research institutes. I am very much thankful to all the resource persons who have presented their work and graced our international conference. A very good valedictory speech is given by Dr. A.S. Janugre, Head Department of Chemistry from KLES GI College, Bagewadi, Karnataka, India. He expressed his good opinion about the international conference. He also appreciated good organization of this conference. On behalf of Rayat Shikshan Sanstha Satara and Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli, I am thankful for him. We people are living luxurious life because of various kinds of leading researches. Through the conferences and seminars where the research work is presented, we came to know how research work is beneficial for mankind. Yet there are many areas where there is vast scope for research, such as study of biodiversity, conservation of biodiversity, control of pollution, discovery in energy sources, synthesis of chemical compounds, discovery of rare elements, nanoscience, biotechnology, bioinformatics, etc. As Professor P.S. Patil said that the rare elements are perishing and some will vanish soon and we will reach limits of it. And so there is scope to discover alternative elements. Similarly, there is vast scope in drug discovery, which can be used in incurable or untreatable diseases. In this conference, in all 13 posters were presented and 18 research papers were presented orally. The oral and poster presentation session was very good. The authors presented their work nicely. We are giving 3 ranks for each oral and poster presentation. Total 472 participants were participated through YouTube and 99 participants were participated through Zoom meeting link. Really, this conference was intellectual feast for the budding researchers, scientists, and faculty of sciences. All our committee members and faculties were actively participated for the success of this international conference. I am very much thankful for them. Lastly, I express sincere thanks to our principal, Dr. L.D. Kadam, for giving me this opportunity to share my views with you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jai Karmuvel.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presidential address. Now we are turning to most awaiting and exciting moment of this conference, and that is we are going to announce a result of poster presentation. This is the moment which gives the returns of the efforts. It is a moment full of joy, a moment about pride and accomplishment, a moment of celebration. It gives a sense of achievement and a sense of responsibility towards fulfilling further commitments. It fills the heart with mixed feelings of fulfillment, anxiety, and eagerness. So let me invite Mr. Abhijit Mane sir to announce the names of the winners. Abhijit Mane sir, please.
Thank you, Atode ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to finally disclose the results for the poster presentation. So on the behalf of all the organizing committee and the principal of our college, Dr. L.D. Kadam Sahib, I congratulate all the participants in the poster presentation. I take this opportunity to disclose the third rank in the poster presentation, which is by chance 2 people have won the poster presentation third. The first is third rank, that is the first title is preparation of MoO3 film by spray propolis method and its characterization. Authors Vishaka Khoth and Ethel, they have secured the third rank in a split. The third rank again goes to the paper entitled Green Synthesis of Silver Nanoparticles by Using Aloe Vera Extracts. The authors are Swati Sangpal and Ethel. So I congratulate the third rank people for securing this position. The second rank goes to the title of abstract Synthesis and Characterization of Nickel Cobalt Layered Double Hydroxide for Water Splitting Applications. The authors P.S. Yadav and Ethel. Again, the second rank is split into 2. So congratulate the authors. The second rank again goes to hydrothermal synthesis of vanadium pentoxide from NO2 gas sensing. The authors are B.M. Babar et al. So I congratulate the 2. And I heartily congratulate and very eager to announce the rank first in the poster competition. The title is Olariga, I know, I realize it. Should I wait for the first rank to disclose or should I continue? Anyhow, it is the title pH varied molybdenum disulfide nanosheets for supercapacitor applications. The authors are KB Pisal and Ethel. I congratulate them for securing the first rank in the poster competition. Congratulations. Again, I take the opportunity to disclose the oral competition presentation result. So again, on the behalf of all the organizing committee, the Honorable Principal Dr. L.D. Kadam Sahib, I disclose the oral competition results. And the third rank goes to the title of the abstract, Modulatory Effects of Curcumin Nanoparticles of Islets of Langerhans of Alexon-induced diabetic mice. The authors are Nitin Potfode, Namrata Zadav, Sneha Desai, Parshuram Teli, and Professor Dr. Mrs. Madhuri B. Walvekar. Congratulate them for securing the third position in oral competition. And the second rank goes to the title of the abstract, that is Morphological Changes in Chick Embryo Neural Tissue Associated with Warfarin used during prenatal development. And the authors are Sanjay K. Gaikwad, Rajendra V. Salunke, Vishnu Y. Kadam, and Amarprit Bhoji. So I congratulate them for securing the second position in oral competition. And the first rank in the oral competition goes to Should I disclose it? It's a eager, I do realize it, but it goes to the title of abstract, nano in 2, that is O2, SiO2 catalyzed, utilized for one pot, 3 component synthesis of 1H propazole, 1,2-bis thiazine diazole. And the authors are Deepak T. Taide and Machindra K. Lakade. They secured the first rank in the oral competition. I congratulate for their first position in the oral competition. Thank you, one and all. Thank you. Over to you, Ashwini.
Thank you, sir. I congratulate all the winners. Actually, all those who have participated and presented their research works, all of them are actually winners. So I congratulate all of you from bottom of my heart. To propose vote of thanks, I invite Ms. Sneha Wagh, Head Department of Botany. Sneha ma'am.
Thank you, Priyanka ma'am. Good evening to everyone, respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, invitees, academicians, and researchers. The smallest act of kindness is worth more than the grandest intention. I am feeling honored to get this opportunity to conclude and offer vote of thanks of this first international web conference on Advances in Material Sciences and Applied Biology 2022. I, on behalf of Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya and its entire fraternity and organizing committee, here together, extend a very heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers for gracing their presence and sharing with us their research findings and opinions in this 2-day international web conference. Certainly, these 2 days were very useful and we all got opportunity to make aware ourselves with the challenges and development made in the field of material science and applied biology. Now, it's time to convey our gratitude to all who have extended their support to make this event successful. At the very outset, I take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Shivaji Kadam Sir, Vice Chancellor, Bharati Vidyapit, Pune, Dr. Vishwajit Kadam Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Bharati Vidyapit, Pune, Professor Dr. D.T. Shirke Sir, Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Professor Dr. P.S. Patil Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, for giving us moral support for organizing this conference. I owe special gratitude to our Chief Patron, Honorable Shri Sharad Pawar Sahib, President of Rayat Shikshan Sanstha, Satara. The most humbly thank to Honorable Dr. Anil Patil Sir, Chairman, Rayat Shikshan Sanstha. I also thankful to Honorable Professor Dr. V.S. Shivankar Sir, Secretary, Rayat Shikshan Sanstha, Satara, and Dr. Mrs. Pratibha Gaikwad Ma'am, Joint Secretary, Rayat Shikshan Sanstha, Satara, for their motivating and dynamic leadership. On behalf of organizing committee, my sincere thanks goes to Dr. Vishwajit Kadam Sir, Managing Council Minister, Maharashtra Government, for their voice, mentorship, and encouragement. We are grateful to the Conference Advisory Committee, whose members have shared valuable insights that they have shaped the thinking of this conference. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Professor Dr. P.S. Patil Sir, Professor Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, for his stimulating and timely remarks and for his gracious presence in the inauguration session. He has long demonstrated his interest in and commitment in improving human well-being, and his remarks shows the scope of his thinking on this important issue that affect the life of so many. We are all inspired by your great words. Thank you so much, sir. I also wish to express my gratitude to the President of the inaugural function, Honorable Principal Dr. L.D. Kadam Sir, for his minute-to-minute guidance and support for providing encouragement at every point of time in the organization of this great event. Thank you, sir, for shaping us all. Further, we are grateful to our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman Altawa, full professor in plant science, Al Hussein bin Talal University, Jordan, for giving an excellent coverage to the topic plant adaptation to drought environment. He has explained how plants adapt strategies to overcome the drought conditions in Mediterranean region and in Arab countries. Thank you so much, sir. I may like to express our sincere thanks to the resource person for second session, Honorable Dr. Jaydeep Bharate, sir, Senior Research Engineer, Umeå University, Sweden. He covered the topic drug discovery on kinase inhibitors and Alzheimer's disease. Thank you, sir, for making an excellent information about drugs and Alzheimer's disease. I am happy for offer to sincere thanks to the research person of third session, Honorable Dr. P. Anushkaran, Division of Biotechnology, South Korea, for enriching us with effect of in situ TI doping and SiO3 whole transport channel. On the second session, and on the second day of this web conference, there were 3 sessions followed by valedictory function. I, on the behalf of organizing committee, express my sincere thanks to the research person of first session, Dr. Dong Hoong Kim, Hayang University, Seoul, Republic of Korea. He covered the topic advanced high energy and rechargeable zinc-air batteries. Thank you very much, sir. Let me express my deep gratitude to our resource person of second session, Honorable Professor Dr. Irkan Barsel, Department of Chemistry, Mas Alparslan University, Turkey, for giving our esteemed audience a scholarly talk on Propolis sample from different regions of Turkey, antioxidant activity and bioactive compound analysis. Thank you so much, sir. I would further extend a hearty thanks to resource person of session third, Honorable Dr. Yogesh Gangarde, Research Associate, Oregon State University, USA, for his thought-provoking insight on topic how to reduce free drug in blood and its formulation and insulin aggregation process. Thank you so much, sir. At last, once again, I thank to our plenary session speakers, keynote speakers for their talks, invited speakers and session chairs and delegates who have accepted our invitation and giving generously the time to make this conference successful. Your participation, I am sure, have given tap to the content and deliberation. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude towards Dr. S.H. Muzawar, sir, Dr. Sambhaji Shinde, sir, and Dr. Arvind Prasantha, sir, for gracing the chair as referee for oral and poster presentation. I take this opportunity to thank all the reviewers, technical program committee members for providing their valuable comments in time, help towards the improvement of quality of papers presented in the conference. I also thank to all the authors who have submitted their valuable research in this conference. I definitely believe that this conference has opened a new dimension for researchers and academicians. Ladies and gentlemen, our words may not be capable to express our sense of gratitude to our valedictory session guest of honor, Dr. A.S. Jagnure, Head Department of Chemistry, KLE Societies, GI, Bagewadi, Arts, Science and Commerce College, Nipani, Karnataka, India. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and for your concluding remark. Sir, your each word is important for us. Thank you so much. I take this opportunity to specially express my deep regards and gratitude to Honorable Dr. T.S. Bhosle, Head Department of Zoology, for gracing the presidential chair of this valedictory function. Thank you, sir, for motivating us. My special thanks to our organizing chairman, Honorable Principal Dr. L.D. Kadam, sir, for shaping and guiding this conference. My thanks goes to Senior Professor Dr. P.B. Piste, Organizing Secretary of this first International Web Conference on Advances in Material Sciences and Applied Biology 2022, for organizing and bringing this conference at this level. I convey my sincere thanks to the convener of this web conference, Mr. A.B. Mani, for conducting this conference smoothly. I thank co-coordinator of this conference, Dr. G.R. Patil, Head Department of Physics, for her dedication and support to make this conference great. At last, once again, I thank organizing secretary, convener, co-coordinator for their dedication, support to make it such a great success. Equally, and on personal behalf, I thankful to all the heads of department and my all colleagues. Though in last, but most important, we owe special thanks to Mr. Dinesh Sasane for providing us technical support all the time and on the time. Thank you very much, sir. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. It requires meticulous planning and execution and an eye of detail. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zone. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to state that we are almost grateful to all the speakers. We thank you for being with us. It's been a great pleasure. I am also thankful to all the participants to grace and success this conference. Thank you everyone for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
A very small notification I would like to make here. The participants, those who have presented their oral papers or the poster papers in the form of posters, will receive their certificates separately on their respective emails. Those who have shared their papers for full-length papers publication in the UGC care listed journal, after the technical processes are over, they will receive the certificate and the research paper as soon as they are finished the procedural part, and will be giving you the details. So be in touch with people. Lastly, I would thank all the technical and non-technical, the teaching and non-teaching staff of our college for the very great support what you people have given us in organizing this conference. Thank you one and all. Thank you. Over to you, Ashwini.
Thank you, Manesa. Dear participants, please give your valuable feedback. We are awaiting for your feedback. We all are grateful to all the dignitaries, examiners and researchers, students and participants for their valuable contribution to make this web conference fruitful and memorable. We will cherish these memories for a long time. Thank you one and all. With the permission of the President, I declare this web conference is over. Thank you.